Chapter 160. Dr. Pang was very careful, but he didn't see any sign of pain on the young master's face. While he felt that Madame Zhang's actions were unnecessary, he also sighed at the young master's tenacity. A child, in order to rush back earlier, riding a horse all the way and causing such a big wound on his leg, he didn't even frown when applying medicine. It was as if the wound was on someone else. However, he had to be more careful. He was originally a doctor, but he wasn't very familiar with some herbs. After joining Zhangjie Zhuangzi, in order to improve his medical skills, Zhangjie Zhuangzi actually bought him a lot of herbs and gave him the opportunity to continue learning. Now, he had become a scholar and a doctor. He understood that his current position was built with money from the Zhang family's manor. He had also signed an irrevocable contract. Some time ago, the Zhang family's manor would not allow him to buy medicinal herbs that were too expensive. Now, as long as he could name it, the Zhang family's manor would think of a way to get it for him. He naturally knew who paid for it. It was all provided by the young master's storehouse. Now that he was treating the young master, he didn't dare to be careless. This was the time to see his medical skills. He had a small pharmacy in his own courtyard. The things in it added up to nearly 1,000 taels of silver. If the young master was not satisfied, then he would have nothing. Who would be willing to spend 1,000 taels of silver to support an idle person? Therefore, he could only apply medicine while looking at the young master and young lady's expressions. His movements couldn't be any lighter. Dr. Pang, hurry up. Applying medicine is not embroidery. The pain will pass after a while. Cuckoo and I still believe in your medical skills. Zhang Xiaobao maintained a motionless posture so that Dr. Pang could apply the medicine. He didn't expect Dr. Pang to be so slow and delay things. Okay, young master. I'm done, but there are some newly ground dead skin on the side that needs to be cleaned. Please bear with it. Dr. Pang was really convinced. The young master and young lady didn't seem to care about the pain at all. Their hands moved faster as they spoke again. Give us the knife, we'll do it ourselves. You're too slow. In the future, remember to be quick when you treat the villagers. Just bear with it. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he took the knife from Wang Wan and removed the white skin and flesh around the wound. His face was still calm, but his hands were not slow at all. After a while, the rotten flesh and skin around the wound were removed by the two of them, and red blood seeped out from the edges. All right, hurry up and apply the ointment. We still have serious matters to discuss. Zhang Xiaobao handed the knife back and urged Dr. Pang. At this time, Dr. Pang couldn't say anything. He could only do as the young master said and quickly applied the medicine. When he was about to take the cloth bag, Wang Wan also spoke. There's no need to wrap it. It recovers slowly. Just leave it like this and it will be healed tomorrow. Children's bodies grow fast and the skin heals well. Thank you, Dr. Pang. Dr. Pang had to leave. He really didn't understand why the young master and young lady were so strong. If it were an adult, they would have to wait for him to tell them what to pay attention to. But looking at the young lady, it seemed that she knew more about this kind of external injury than he did. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, does it hurt? Sigh, this family, I actually have to worry about you. To be honest, if you came back later, we really would have fenced up the 5,000 mu of land. It's all my fault. I haven't seen much of the world and didn't know that it would cause trouble. The people of the Zhang family and the Wang family were sitting around Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Looking at the two children personally cutting the meat, they felt that the knife didn't seem to cut the children's bodies but their hearts. They understood that the Zhang family and the Wang family's zhuangzi today was all because of the two children. In other families, the adults took care of the children. They didn't expect that in their own family, the children would take care of the adults. While they felt gratified, they felt even more bitter. Zhang Xiaobao said sadly as she reached out to touch her son and daughter-in-law's face. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, Mom, don't worry. It's okay if it hurts a little. No matter how painful it is, it can't compare to when you gave birth to me. That little brat Li Sun always had ideas about our family. If he really fenced up the 5,000 mu of land, he would have an excuse. His father is the provincial governor of our province. Wang Wan also said, Mom, don't worry about our injuries. We'll be fine after more grinding. Now, let's look at the land. Xiao Bao already has an idea. Those 1,000 mu of land, on the surface, will be thrown away, but in fact, it will still belong to our family. The two Zhuangzi have more than 400 real laborers. There are still more than 100 positions left. But we need to think about whether we should wait for the children in Zhuangzi to grow up and put them in those positions or buy some from outside. I think it's better to wait. The children will eventually grow up. From now on, we should leave the positions for them. This way, the adults in their families will work harder. If we think about it in the long run, we can leave the positions empty first. Let them wait, and let those who want to join Zhuangzi look forward to it. 2 Zhuangzi, 500 is nothing. In the future, it might be 1,000, or even 2,000, who knows? Yes, I have a good son and a good daughter-in-law. It will be better in the future. Those poultry will come back. When that time comes, every family will be able to eat meat. But chicken is not easy to sell. If we sell it to ordinary people, they won't be able to afford it. If we sell it to the rich, they won't eat it and will leave. Come, put on airs and carry the young master and his wife to the Zhuangzi. At this time, the two families were under the control of Zhang Xiaobao. Not only because she was Zhang Xiaobao's mother, but also because she was smart and learned things quickly. She did not have any problems in managing the household accounts. Her handwriting was beautiful, and she was also good-looking. Otherwise, Father Zhang would not be so afraid of his wife. The Wang family did not raise any objections. They were most afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would be angry. If he did not want cuckoo, where would they find such a capable son-in-law or grandson-in-law? What made them feel the most secure about Zhang Xiaobao was that no matter what happened, he could always wait there and strategize. Whether it was an immortal or a monster, he knew how to be filial to his parents and help his family. It didn't matter what they were. Zhuangzi of the Wang family had a lot of advantages this time. It was all because they had a good daughter, or rather, a good granddaughter. Otherwise, how could Zhang Xiaobao manage the Wang family? The Wang family naturally understood this. Wu Chiwei was a secondary class, 7th rank official. Although it was an idle position, if something really happened, he did not need to kneel in front of the government. Instead, he would be given a seat. In the future, he would no longer need to be controlled by the elders and the village chief. The two of them were not even considered outsiders, so how could they compete with a 7th rank official? As long as the Wang family had a little boy, they would not have to worry about anything in the future. For this reason, Wang Wan's father even discussed with her father whether he should take in a concubine. In the end, he was scolded harshly by the old master Wang. When he saw the granddaughter and grandson-in-law together, he knew that the two of them would definitely not allow the adults in the family to find another woman for them. If it were other families, they might not care about the thoughts of such a small child, but who would dare to do that between the Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family? Zhang Xiaobao had his own people and his own connections. Song Jinggong, Erniu, Xiaohong, cherries, pomegranate, ergo, Su Si, and Huzi only listened to the young master's orders. Looking at how the people in the inner courtyard treated the two children, could it be that they would kill the two children just to find a second woman? When Wang Wan's father heard the old master's words, he finally gave up on the idea of finding another woman. In order to have a son, he could only work harder. He asked his future son-in-law for some lamb kidneys, lamb eggs, ox kidneys, and ox eggs. When he thought of this son-in-law, Wang Wan's father had an indescribable sense of satisfaction. What a good son-in-law. Not only did he give him those things, but he also told him to eat more soybeans, eat more green onions, how to make a dog meat pot, and eat less celery. These were all things that could strengthen one's sex drive. Where else could he find such a good son-in-law? Thus, the the matter of taking in a concubine came to an end. Father Wang admitted that he did not dare to test the limits of his daughter and son-in-law. A group of more than 20 people walked towards Shaoquan Mountain near Zhuangzi. The adults walked by themselves, while Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, as the injured, were carried by people on a stretcher. Each stretcher required 4 people to carry it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sat side by side on the stretcher as the group moved towards the mountain. Xiaobao, why do I feel like this place is more than 5,000 mu? Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao as she sucked on a bamboo tube and drank the juice in a cup. After looking at the mountains, she said this to Zhang Xiaobao. It's a problem with measuring technology. This is measured by steps. How can it be compared to measuring by light? Light is also not accurate on this mountain. It can only measure the distance in a straight line. Unless you use light many times and then use calculus to calculate the limit of this place. If you really want to measure, use a spiral micrometer. Humans have a habit. When going downhill, they will unnaturally take bigger steps. When going uphill, they will deliberately take bigger steps in order to measure more accurately. I estimate that the area of these mountains is close to 6,000 mu. It's because there is no aerial mapping technology here. Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about how to get 4,000 mu of land. It was not standardized to begin with. If someone were to take smaller steps and be more serious, this place could be used as an attack. However, the original measurement was around 5,000 mu. If they really only took up 4,000 mu, there would be an extra 2,000 mu. It was really difficult to choose. Xiaobao, you are right. The measurement of the area is not so accurate in this era. Have you thought of a solution? Wang Wan also understood the difficulty of the choice at this time. Should they choose less than 4,000 mu? Or should they choose more? According to the original measurement data, this was not an easy thing to do. Chapter 161. That's easy. We'll occupy 4,000 mu of land. Even if he can measure 10,000 mu, we'll only take 4,000 mu. Give me the map, and I'll see what we should do. Zhang Xiaobao had already come up with a plan according to his own ideas. Who knew that when he arrived at the place, the situation here was different from what he imagined? The measurement method was too primitive. The original 6,000 mu of land turned out to be about 5,000 mu after the measurement. The main reason was that this place was full of hills, so it was not easy to get an accurate number directly. Those who came to measure were not serious, but Zhang Xiaobao had to be more careful. He was afraid that Li would come to make trouble. Faced with this matter, Zhang Xiaobao had to make a new plan. He took the map from Wang Wan's hands and looked at it carefully. He began to make arrangements for the people around him, especially those who were responsible for recording things. This mountain and the one next to it need to be circled. In the future, it will be the place of Zhang family and Wang family. Don't go over there. Go over there. Choose that ridge. Yes, that place. Don't go down. Zhang Xiaobao was carried everywhere. Everywhere he went, he circled an area. Even when it was night time, he did not circle all the areas. He could only wait until the next day to continue. The people were confused by Zhang Xiaobao. Finally, they returned to Zhuangzi before it was dark. At this time, Pomegranate and Li Cheng's 2 cars had already arrived. After hearing that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were back, Pomegranate did not say anything. She was relieved, but Li Cheng was puzzled. How could the 2 children come back on a horse? Unless the horse often ran between 2 places, it would not know the way. He wanted to find someone to ask, but the villagers had already left. The people in the inner courtyard didn't know anything. When Li Cheng encountered this situation, he took out some money from his bosom and wanted to bribe the people in the inner courtyard. Just as he was about to hand it over, he suddenly remembered that it was impossible to bribe the people of the Zhang family and Wang family with this little amount of money. He could only take it back and continue to wait in this place. Li Cheng did not mention that he wanted to visit. Naturally, the inner courtyard would not let him in. He came to inquire about the news, so he could only wait outside. He knew that Zhang family and Wang family went out to choose a place in Zhuangzi. He thought that the hidden master would also go with them. He just wanted to see who was so powerful. At dusk, Zhang Xiaobao and his entourage finally returned to the manor. Li Qing originally wanted to approach them and ask them some questions. He had even thought of an excuse, which was to come and congratulate them. However, he found that he did not bring anything with him, only a few pieces of silver. As a result, it was not appropriate for him to approach them, as the gift was too little. The only thing he could do was to carefully observe everyone, trying to find the expert among them. He looked at them one by one, and found that none of them looked like an expert. His thoughts were simple. An expert, of course, had to look like an expert. First of all, the others should be around the master. He saw that everyone was around Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two were sitting on the shelf and sleeping. How could they be masters? Even a fool would know that it was impossible. Then the next thing was to find out who the masters of the two Zhuangzi often looked at. As for who to talk to, well, he had already grasped this matter. The two main families often looked at the two children, so the people who talked to each other were naturally the matters between the two families. Let me ask you. What do you think a master should look like? Li Qing really couldn't tell which one was the expert, so he had to ask the carriage handle beside him. When the driver heard Li Cheng's words, he was stunned. Then, he said, I think that if he is an expert, then he must be unwilling to speak. Moreover, when others look at him, they feel like he is a servant. My previous master was like this. He was very good at driving a carriage, but when you look at him, people always ignore him. Young master, you can take a look. Which one of those people is always hiding behind others and never speaks? That makes sense. Well, you go and feed the horses first. Wait for me at the restaurant between the clouds and the water. I will go there when I see clearly. When Li Qingyi heard this, he felt that this was indeed the case. Those experts were always hiding in places that others didn't pay attention to. After giving the order, he stared at the group of people. As he stared, he suddenly discovered something. That was, among the 4 people who were carrying the shelf, the last one always showed half of his face, as if he was afraid of being seen by others. And no one went to talk to him. The other 3 who were carrying the shelf would occasionally chat with him. Following the procession back, Li Qing felt that he was right. This must be the last person. When they were outside the courtyard, Li Qing stared hard at that person, wanting to remember his appearance so that he could find someone to draw it for the young marquis. Just by looking at that person's appearance, Li Qing knew that he didn't look tired at all when he put on airs. Only such a person could possibly teach Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to be the 2 people who were running first on the ranch. Look at his eyes, I must look at his eyes. When Li Qing stared at the man, he also walked beside him, wanting to see what the last one's eyes looked like. Well, that's him. His eyes give people a hazy feeling at first sight. There is always a smile on the corner of his mouth. If he is not a master, who can do that? After some observation, Li Qinggong was finally able to analyze the situation. He carefully memorized this person's appearance and didn't dare to tarry. He directly headed for the Water Cloud restaurant. Since they had already entered the courtyard, there was no way he could continue to follow. He thought that when he arrived at the restaurant, he would let the driver and his horse rest for a while and then rush back overnight to tell the young master this important information. Big Mute, I already told you at lunch today, don't drink so much. If you hurt the young master and the young lady, you won't even be able to pay for your own life. Alright, you should go back quickly. If I had known earlier that you would drink like this, I wouldn't have let you put on airs. There is some food here. When you leave, bring it back to Xiao Mute. I heard from Dr. Pang that your son may be cured. In the future, do more work. The owner will pay for it. You are so pitiful. When the team entered the yard, Steward Zhang ordered the last one who put on airs, who was also the master that Li Qing thought to be. Ah, Ah, ah. Demute heard Steward Zhang's words and smiled more honestly. He opened his mouth and spat out a few syllables, while his hands also followed. You are welcome. Who asked you to be the farmer? Do your job well. Go. Steward Zhang waved his hand and let Demute leave. At the same time, he sighed. Demute had been mute since he was young. He was a good person and smiled at everyone. In the end, he gave birth to a son who was also mute. Fortunately, Dr. Pang said that this illness may be cured. The owner agreed and all the money would be paid by the owner. Unfortunately, Demute loved to drink. He did not need to drink too much. After drinking a bowl, he would become muddle-headed and would not speak. When he drank too much, he would smile, giving people an unfathomable feeling. Later, everyone got used to it. As long as he smiled like this, he would definitely drink a lot. Night slowly fell. Today, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not get up to study. They lay there with their legs propped up to minimize the friction. When they could not sleep, they chatted. Xiaobao, look at how round the moon is. There is Chang'e and Jade Rabbit on it. Wang Wan looked at the moon outside through the open window and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Yes, there is also Wu Gang. He is chopping trees over there. If I had to say, this person is stupid. If he were to chop with an axe, he would not put something in the gap. Otherwise, the tree would not be able to grow back. How silly. Zhang Xiaobao echoed. I think he drank too much. The osmanthus wine must have too much alcohol. He drank it all the time. Of course, he did not think of putting something in it, or there was nothing to put in it. Wang Wan helped Wu Gang correct his name. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and disagreed. How can there be nothing to put in it? Can't the Jade Rabbit's medicine be put in it? Even if those things are too little, there are medicinal materials. For example, Sichuan pepper is also a kind of medicinal material. As long as there is a place on the tree and the Sichuan pepper is put in it, the tree will die. Then the tree will die, and it will die from the roots upwards. The hole will be smaller, and it won't be easy for others to find out why the tree died. Before the tree dies, it will regrow the hole. I've tried it before, and it's very useful. Really? Whose tree did you try it on? Wang Wan asked curiously. On the mountain behind the orphanage. Originally, we could go to that place casually. There were a lot of wild fruits on the mountain. Later, it was contracted by someone and a lot of fruit trees were planted. We just wanted to pick some mountain red. We were not going to steal his fruit, but he did not let us pick it. He surrounded the entire foot of the mountain, and there was only one road. We didn't think too much about it. We picked up some mushrooms and were going to sell them for money. He led 2 dogs to block us at the foot of the mountain and took away all the mushrooms we picked up with great difficulty. He accused us of stealing. When Zhang Xiaobao was talking, he felt that there was no jumping feeling on his leg. He knew that there was no pus, so he was relieved. Oh, he bought the mountain. It is indeed his place. Then what happened? Wang Wan asked again. Then we took the small awl and secretly went there with the Sichuan pepper. We drilled a small hole on the fruit tree, put the Sichuan pepper in it and blocked it with mud. Who let him rob our mushrooms? Zhang Xiaobao said with grievance. You are so wicked. You are breaking the law. It is not easy for him to buy the mountain. But he did not spend money. He is the nephew of the district chief over there. Go to sleep. There is no Chang'e, there is. But you did not see it. It is an immortal. Otherwise, how can we come here? Chapter 162. The moonlight was twinkling, and the stars were shining. Whispering, hurrying on the road. In the middle of the night, Li Qing finally couldn't wait any longer. He called the carriage, mounted the horse, and hurried back. He was afraid that if he forgot what that person looked like, it would be difficult for someone to draw him when he returned. The crisp sound of the horses' hooves sounded in the night. A lantern hung in front of the carriage, illuminating the bumpy road. After the night watch at night found this situation, he waited until the next morning and ran to Zhangjie Zhuangzi to report to Zhang Xiaobao. "Oh, I know. He may have some problems with his head. Don't worry about him. Tell the restaurant's chef to make some wild vegetables for lunch." After Zhang Xiaobao finished listening to this matter, he said indifferently, "Little Gongzi, where are the wild vegetables?" "Now the wild vegetables are old and can't be eaten," the waiter reminded. "Old? Oh, then make a wild vegetable soup. When the time comes, take the wild vegetables out. I heard that the restaurant's wine is free. Give them an extra dish, that is, braised pork. Remember, it must be fatty. Don't cook it for too long, the kind that will be greasy after eating it. The chefs can make it, right?" Zhang Xiaobao changed his mind quickly and ordered to give a free dish. The waiter nodded. "Yes, this little one can make it. But the meat is expensive." "Is the meat more expensive or the wine more expensive?" "After eating a few mouthfuls of meat, they won't be able to drink anymore. Give them the meat and save the wine. You tell them that the meat is made with a special method. After eating it, they will be strong and healthy. It will also help in the evening. Don't be afraid that they won't eat it." "Yes, I will listen to little Gongzi." The waiter agreed and turned to leave. But in his heart, he thought that the little Gongzi was really evil. He could even figure out this kind of thing. After solving the problem of drinking a lot of wine, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to climb the mountain with the crowd. While climbing, they also ordered people to pick some old wild vegetables. It would be better if they could find the tender ones. In the morning, Zhang Xiaobao repeated what he had done the day before and instructed everyone to occupy a certain area. Finally, they had encircled 4,000 mu of land. From one side of the mountain to the other side, almost all of the surrounding area had been encircled. Only a few places in the middle were not encircled. Those places were the extra land. "Xiaobao, you're too bad. You've encircled the land around you. Even if you don't use the land in the middle, it won't be easy for others to occupy it. When the time comes, you can secretly plant some things. Although it's 4,000 mu, you've encircled all the land in the middle." On the way back at noon, Wang Wan marked out the location that Zhang Xiaobao had circled on the map. She found that nearly 2,000 mu of land had actually been surrounded by Zhang Xiaobao with other pieces of land. The most important thing was that the location of the 2,000 mu was almost entirely in the middle of the nearby hills. There was a big slope that would take up a lot of space. The valley below was not suitable for farming at all. Zhang Xiaobao did not agree with Wang Wan's statement. He corrected, "How is it bad? I'm going to let people dig deep holes in those valleys. When the time comes, we'll raise some prawns and crabs. When no one occupies them, we'll put them there. We'll harvest them ourselves. If someone occupies them, we'll fish them out. Those are wild animals, not raised by us." "I understand. Aren't you afraid that others will come to fish for prawns or crabs?" Wang Wan understood now. Zhang Xiaobao did not want those valleys for this idea. If they want to come, let them come. If they want to fish for prawns, let them fish. If they want to catch crabs, let them catch them. The surrounding area is our land. How can outsiders come in? We'll also raise some prawns and crabs in those valleys that belong to us. When people come, we'll charge them a toll. The more they eat and the more they catch, the more money we'll charge. If the people who come out don't take the initiative to pay, we'll say that they stole our things. Prawns and crabs look similar. Who can prove that they caught them from a place that doesn't belong to us?" Zhang Xiaobao explained as he chuckled. It was the innocent smile of a child, but Wang Wan shuddered at the sight of it. "You're too cruel." "I know. If someone rents that place, they have to pass through our place. At that time, they also have to pay when they go in and out, right? Yes, that's the plan. If they have the ability, then we'll charge less. What we have to do is to let others know that raising those prawns and crabs in the valleys will make money. And the money won't be a small amount. When someone comes to rent it, we'll secretly put carnivorous fish, such as snakehead fish, in there. We'll eat all their things and let them lose. Then we'll buy the place from them at a low price. It'll save us a lot of trouble and a lot of money. Whoever comes here to seek benefits will be schemed against. The smile on Zhang Xiaobao's face became more and more charming. Wang Wan looked at him from the side and sighed. Why do you always come up with such deceptive ideas? What will you do if they send someone to guard there? When you ask someone to put the fish, they will definitely be caught. For example, that imperial grandson. You'll be guilty of a big crime. Impossible. Who would be a fool to put snakehead fish? Doesn't it always rain here? Once it rains, the water on the mountain will gather and flow down. It must flow to the place where they raise prawns and crabs. Let's find some young fish and put them down from our place. If they flow to their place, we won't be caught, right? Even if they catch the young fish with a net, they don't care about the cost of manpower. We can wash the bad prawns and crabs in the rain. Those prawns and crabs must have a lot of bacteria. One dead, one nest. Remember to use lime water to sterilize in your place. When Zhang Xiaobao talked about bad ideas, it was really a trap. Everything was thought of. Wang Wan was speechless for a while. She didn't know which one would come in. Who should she blame? The two people whispered there. The family next to them didn't know what they were doing. They also didn't know that Zhang Xiaobao was calculating what would happen in the future. He specialized in deceiving people. They only thought that the two little guys had a good relationship, which made both families very happy. The Zhang family thought that Wang Wan was a good daughter-in-law. She was sensible and always stayed with Xiaobao. Other girls couldn't compare with her. The Wang family thought even more simply. With Zhang Xiaobao's idea of making money, they would have a good life in the future. The two families rushed back, asked people to send the wild vegetables and other things to the restaurant, and began to write the documents. The Yamen runners of Sanshui County had been waiting here for the past 2 days. For them, there was nothing more important than this. After writing the documents and putting their handprints, the two families had circled the land. It was only less than 4,000 mu of land. There would be no more than that. When the time came, they were not afraid of others coming to make trouble. Li Cheng, who hurried back, had already arrived at the place at this time. He came to Li Sun, who was still competing with others, and said to him, "Young Marquis, this little one knows that Zhang Zhuangzi is indeed a master. Others can't see it, but this little one knows. It's that person who never speaks and always has a smile on his face. Where do you think he's hiding?" He actually lowered his status and put on airs for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. If this little one didn't look carefully, I would have been deceived by him. The other three people were talking and laughing, but he didn't speak. The people of the Zhang family and Wang family kept looking at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. This little one understands now. They weren't looking at the two children, but at the person behind them. Think about it, when they were so happy, why didn't that person say anything and even have a smile on his face? When this little one looked over, he even pretended to be stupid and smiled at this little one. Is that so? Li Sun was now in the first position. He found a nest of mice, so he didn't have to worry about lunch. Although it was a little disgusting, it was better than not eating anything. Besides, they could eat it. This time he brought some vegetable oil, which was sold by Zhang Zhuangzi. He planned to fry it for lunch. Therefore, he saved a lot of time when he was advancing. In fact, he knew that the nest of rats he found was found by his subordinates in advance and specially marked for him. In order to get first place, he had no choice but to cheat a little. At this time, he was very happy. When he heard Li Cheng's words, he was satisfied and asked a question. Li Cheng patted his chest and promised. He replied to the young marquis, this little one definitely didn't see wrong. They are going to the mountain to mark the land. When the map comes out, this little one will know whether they have marked the entire land. As long as the young marquis needs it, this little one will find trouble with them. Young marquis, think about it. If they don't mark the land, will that person who never speaks go? Experts are all like this. They usually don't speak and only speak at critical times. Young marquis, if there is nothing here, this little one would like to follow your original instructions and go over there to get in touch with the experts. Get in touch with them? That's good. That's right, you should immediately open a restaurant, whether it's in Luo Chuanxian or Sanshui County. After this grassland survival training is over, next time when you go to the desert, you should think of a way to name the restaurant. Humph. Zhangji Zhuangzi calculated well, but I'm not bad either. Of the 14 families we found, none of them specialize in providing a place, right? That place will be under our name. This young master doesn't have much money, so I'll earn as much as I can. While Li Sun was happy, he didn't forget that he had been schemed against. This time, Between the Clouds and the Water took advantage of him. Thinking that he could choose where to train, naturally he would be able to find benefits for himself. Young Marquis is really amazing. This little one can't flatter you. This little one will go and arrange it. Young Marquis, don't worry, this little one will definitely pull that expert to our side. If the Zhang family and the Wang family don't want to let him go, this little one will use the land they have occupied as a reason. Li Qing flattered Li Sun and didn't dare to delay the young marquis any longer. He turned and left to buy a restaurant. After that, he would go to Zhangjie Zhuangzi to find that person who didn't speak. Chapter 163. The rice seedlings were weak, and everyone was hurt. The withered grass was yellow, and it was hard to find cattle and sheep. In Hunan province, there was not a single drop of rain. The drought was a foregone conclusion. The only thing that made the people feel a little better was that they no longer had to worry about the locust plague. In addition to the more than 30,000 domestic animals that came from afar, the local domestic animals were also released. During the day, they relied on these animals to eat the grasshoppers. At night, the people lit bonfires to attract the locusts. After these days of hunting, the locust plague finally did not spread to other places. The local people also received some imported food and eggs from the domestic animals. This was especially true for those who lived close to the Yellow River. One after another, they used small rafts to travel through the much shallower water to the estuary. There, they used very low prices to buy some things. After loading them up and bringing them back, they could exchange for a lot of eggs. Some diligent people even walked back and forth a few times and found that not only was their income not less than before, it was even more. This made them feel even more grateful to the Zhang family's manner, especially Yingtao and Lil Red. When the local people saw that the two of them were not only beautiful but also kind, they all set up a longevity shrine and worshipped them day and night, hoping that the two of them could live to 100 years old. Xiaohong and Cherries got up today to continue looking for the remaining locusts for the domestic animals to eat. Suddenly, they received a piece of news. The masters of Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi had been promoted to an official. At the same time, they also received a lot of food. Xiaohong, we succeeded. We finally forced the people above to put down the reward. We won't eat it anymore. Let's go back. We'll go back immediately. Bring the domestic animals back. Anyway, there aren't many locusts here. We'll also bring back the seafood that we haven't transported back this time. When Cherries heard the good news, she didn't want to stay here anymore. She also wanted to go back and celebrate. She was so excited that her eyes turned red. Cherries, you've made a great contribution this time. So many poultry were hatched by you. It's worth it. We've worked so hard here for so many days. It's all worth it. A 7th rank official, the same rank as a county magistrate. Xiao Hong held Cherries' hand and jumped up and down. She had finally completed the task of the young master and his wife. She had earned some merits for Zhuangzi and also received many things. These things would be of great use to the young master. Su Si, Erniu, and the others also ran over at this time. Their faces were full of excitement. This was the first time they had encountered something so exciting, especially Su Si. This time, he had organized a lot of people. After so many years, there had never been a day like today where he could participate in a matter that concerned the life and death of Zhuangzi. Thinking back to the time when he was idling in Zhuangzi of the Gu family, he knelt on the ground with a thud and shouted loudly, "The heavens have eyes and sent me, see go," to the young master. "Did you see? Did you see? Even I, see go, have such a day. From today onwards, my surname is no longer Su. My surname is Zhang. My name is Zhang Si." The people around him looked at him, but no one laughed at him. They knew what kind of life Su Si led back then. They were also glad that they had met the young master and his wife, so they had the opportunity to decide the life and death of Zhuangzi. They succeeded. Not only did they use righteousness to pressure the imperial court to give them a reward, but they also earned a lot of things this time. When they returned to Zhuangzi, they would definitely see the young master and his wife's happy faces. In the future, Zhangjie Zhuangzi would not be like the other ordinary Zhuangzi. With Cherries' order, more than 30,000 poultry were gathered together. Countless local cars were hired to carry these heroes, and the things they had exchanged for, majestically returning home. In Zhangjie Zhuangzi, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were lying on the couch. Each of them was holding a book in their hands and reading it in boredom. The two of them had stopped training and were focused on recuperating. "I'm not reading anymore. Xiaobao, are you okay now? Can we still go to the wilderness survival training?" Wang Wan put aside the book in her hands and looked up at the ceiling. "Let's see if the leg can recover. If it's not, then let's continue to recuperate. The older children have a long time, and there are still many days before they can finish their training in the grasslands." Zhang Xiaobao also felt a little vexed. He was recuperating all day and couldn't do anything else. "Oh, then let's wait. Xiaobao, do you know the Yunnan Biyao? That thing recovers very quickly. It's better to get some." Wang Wan agreed verbally, but she was still a little unsatisfied. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "This thing is too difficult. I heard that there is a kind called Tingsanqi. I don't know if it looks the same as Tingsanqi. I've never seen it before. Give up. Sleep. Sleep is the fastest way to recover. Sleep well. I'm not reading anymore. When I wake up, I eat. When I'm full, I sleep. When I'm happy, I hum twice." Wang Wan closed her eyes and muttered, "Yes, like a pig." Zhang Xiaobao replied and also closed his eyes. Night soon fell. Li Cheng, who had been busy for 2 days, once again rushed to Tuqiao village. He really couldn't bear the sleepiness, so he asked for a courtyard between the clouds and the water and slept until dawn. He held the picture that he asked others to draw based on his memory and began to walk around Zhangjie Zhuangzi. It was still cool early in the morning. After walking around, he still didn't see the master. He stood outside the school and listened to the children for a while. He felt bored and found that the weather was hot, so he had to walk to the market. There were already people here all day, especially the tea stall. As long as the weather was a little hot, he would definitely not miss it. Even if there were only a few people coming to drink tea, he could still sit there and enjoy the summer. "Old man, there are too few people in your stall. Can you make money by staying here for a day?" Li Cheng asked the old man who was boiling water. He asked for a bowl of tea and drank it. In front of him was a small plate with a handful of white melon seeds. He ate one from time to time. Thinking of the master, he asked the old man who was boiling water. "There are few people at this time, but it will be better in the afternoon. When there are many people, there is no place to sit." You can't make too much money, but it's better than farming. My place can't compare to the 3 zhuangzi here. It's so dry that there is nothing left. After the old man finished adding firewood, he moved a small stool and sat aside. He looked at the sky and said to Li Cheng. Li Cheng forced himself to swallow the disgusting tea. He put the bowl aside, grabbed the melon seeds, and slowly ate them. He was thinking about something in his heart, but he didn't speak. Young man, you are not a local, right? You look unfamiliar. Are you here to buy more things to sell elsewhere? I advise you to leave. The things here are not allowed to be bought and sold. If you are rich, go to the grocery store over there and find Ergo. He will give you a price. The old man was also bored. He looked at Li Cheng and thought that he was a businessman who came here to do business. He was afraid that he didn't know the rules, so he advised him. Li Cheng was thinking about where the master lived and when he would show up. When he heard the old man's words, he was stunned for a moment and asked curiously, "Why can't I just buy here? Won't it be cheaper if I buy more?" "Young man, do you really want to buy things?" the old man asked. "Well, since I have nothing to do, I want to see what goods are here. If I buy them, I will have good luck and sell them elsewhere. Can't I just buy them directly? Do I have to find that dog?" Li Cheng was really puzzled. It was the first time he heard that money couldn't buy things. The old man chuckled and got up to add some water to Li Cheng's bowl. He grabbed a handful of melon seeds and put them on the plate in front of Li Cheng. He said, "The price of the things here is all decided by Ergo. In order to not let the people who buy and sell lose, the price has to be set every day. Looking at you, I know you want to buy more to lower the price. It's useless. No matter how much you buy, it will be the same price. If you want a cheaper price, you can only find Ergo. Otherwise, no one will dare to lower the price for you." "What? Is that Ergo more powerful than the government? He can do whatever he wants?" "I don't believe it." Li Cheng, who didn't think much of it, heard the old man's words. He felt that Ergo was too arrogant. He dared to set the price? Why? Even if you don't believe it, you have to hold on. No one here dares to disagree. Whoever disagrees can forget about doing business here in the future. This place belongs to the Wang family in Zhuangzi. If they tell you to leave, do you dare to not leave? Young man, don't be so angry. This is good. No one has come to deceive people. This was not the first time the old man had met such people. He had said the same words many times. There were people who were more angry, but they were still driven away in the end. Besides, he did not want to let some foreign merchants mess up the price. Buying low and selling high, how could this be a market for the poor? Li Cheng understood now. The Wang family was in Zhuangzi. Naturally, they could let anyone come. Those who didn't follow the rules could only be driven away. Thinking of this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He felt that he had a way to threaten the Wang family in Zhuangzi. He asked the old man, "Old man, how much tax do you have to pay here? Who will collect it? It can't be that Ergo, right?" As he spoke, he just waited for the old man to tell him the tax. When the time came, he would ask others. In that case, he would be charged with the crime of embezzlement and contempt of the imperial court. The more serious case would be rebellion. If not, why did you dare to tax on behalf of the imperial court? The old man looked at Li Cheng and sighed again. "Young man, put away your little thoughts. There is no tax here. I only rented a room to put my things and sleep. Ordinary transactions are not taxed. Don't think about reporting it to the officials. Just say what you want. When there are more people later, don't say anything. Otherwise, you will be beaten. No one will stop you. No tax. Do they give a place to others for free? Great philanthropist?" Li Cheng was even more confused. He thought the old man was lying to him and sneered. "Young man, go away. I don't want the money for the tea." Don't come here in the future. If you make trouble for them, you will destroy our way of life. The old man's temper also rose. He put away the things in front of Li Cheng and waved his hand like he was shooing a fly. Chapter 164. Li Cheng did not expect that the people who did business here were so supportive of the Wang family's zhuangzi. In order to find out if they really did not collect taxes, he went elsewhere to get something to sell. After changing his clothes, he carried 2 baskets of spinach and placed them there. Regardless of how many people were around, he started to shout. Spinach! Spinach for sale! 2 caddies of fresh spinach for 1 copper coin. After shouting a few times, the people around him gathered. They all looked at him with uncomfortable eyes. Some even shook their heads, but no one was willing to buy. Auntie, buy some spinach. It's cheap, 2 caddies for 1 copper coin. Seeing that no one was buying, Li Cheng took the initiative to call a customer. When he saw an old woman come over, he said it was cheap. The auntie curled her lips and muttered, "Why is such a good young man so greedy? 2 caddies for 1 copper coin. Wait to be driven away." Her voice was not loud, but Li Cheng still heard it. He did not understand why the auntie said he was greedy. Was the price too high? No, when he bought it, it was only 1 copper coin for 2 caddies. He also paid the taxi fare. He was not stupid enough to bring it here himself. He hired a few carriages and came here to pick it up. Just when he was puzzled, a voice came from the side. "Young Master Li has nothing to do, so you came here to have fun? Why don't you have some tea? It's my treat." Why lie? For young Master Li's sake, I won't drive you away today. Young Master Li, please. Li Cheng looked up and saw a man wearing a coarse cloth shirt standing next to him and looking at him. How do you know me? Who are you? Li Cheng asked in confusion. Young Master Li is a noble. Naturally, you don't know me, but I can't not know you. You are the manager of the Li family's zhuangzi. With such a noble identity, you actually came here to sell spinach. I think your spinach is a little small and yellow. Is it from the Li family's zhuangzi? The spinach there is better than this one. It's priced at 1 copper coin for 3 caddies. Did young Master Li go to a faraway place to buy expensive spinach to sell? If I had known that young Master Li would be like this, would have sold it to young Master Li. Oh, my name is Go, and I'm in charge of setting the price of this market. If you want to sell your spinach, that's easy. 5 caddies for 1 copper coin. Although Go was speaking politely, his expression wasn't polite at all. He didn't know where Li Cheng had gotten the spinach. Not to mention the small ones, perhaps they were tender spinach. But this spinach had already turned yellow, and he still dared to sell it for 1 copper coin for 2 caddies. As for how he knew about Li Cheng, of course, it was someone who told him about it. Some of the influential people in Zhuangzi had people who specialized in collecting things and telling them to do business, including the shop assistant between the clouds and the water. He would get a piece of paper with a portrait on it, and he had to remember the important people in the vicinity. How could Li Cheng know about this? He looked at his spinach, then stood up and looked at the spinach being sold by others. He frowned and felt that the price was indeed not good enough. The seller was selling for 1 copper coin for 3 caddies. From time to time, they would sprinkle some water on the green leaves to make them look fresher. Some people who bought the spinach even deducted some water from the price after weighing it. Li Cheng saw with his own eyes that a person used a small bag of not-so-good tea leaves to exchange for 6 caddies of spinach. He left happily, and the spinach seller gave the tea leaves to the tea stall's old man. The old man took out 1 copper coin and 2 handfuls of white melon seeds, and that was it. Seeing this, Li Cheng didn't know what to do. He looked at Go, who was waiting at the side, and suddenly said with a smile, "So it's Brother Go. I've heard so much about you. Brother Go, I don't have extra money on me. Can I pay the tax tomorrow? Young Master Li, you want to put me in prison? When have we ever collected tax here?" If young Master Li is willing to sell, remember to ask for 5 caddies of spinach for 1 copper coin. If you think it's cheap, you can go back to Zhuangzi. In the Li family's Zhuangzi, spinach can be sold for 1 copper coin for 3 caddies of spinach. Of course, you have to pick the good ones. When Ergo heard Li Cheng's words, he knew what Li Cheng was thinking. Not to mention that there was no tax here, even if there was in the past, it would change now. When he spoke to Li Cheng, he smiled contemptuously. This time, Li Cheng finally had no choice. He shouted to the people around him, 1 copper coin for 6 caddies of spinach. Who wants to buy it? He wanted to sell these lousy things as soon as possible and continue to look for that master. Since he couldn't find trouble here, it would be a waste of time to stay here. He thought that if it was 1 copper coin for 6 caddies of spinach, many people would buy it. He didn't expect that after he shouted, the people around him took a few steps back at the same time. Li Cheng was confused. Ergo clearly said 1 copper coin for 5 caddies of spinach. Why didn't anyone buy it when he was selling it for 6 caddies? Just as he was thinking about it, a kind person said to him, Ergo already said that your spinach is 1 copper coin for 5 caddies of spinach. Why don't you know what's good for you? Why do you have to sell it for 6 copper coins? Hearing this, Li Cheng understood. Li Cheng understood. It turned out that the price was actually so evil. It was exactly how much it was set. It couldn't be too high or too low. He wasn't a fool. He immediately understood the key point. Whoever was in charge of setting the price would get the final benefit in the end. For example, there were many people selling salted eggs today. If he ordered 2 eggs for 1 copper coin, then Ergo could naturally buy a lot of them. The bulk of the business was in his hands. When there were fewer people selling salted eggs tomorrow, he would order 3 eggs for 2 copper coins. Then he would make a profit of 1 egg. This rule couldn't be underestimated. It could be used for all kinds of goods. In this way, what was the use of tax? Just by relying on the right to set the price, he could make a lot of money. It was a good method. The price was set according to the quantity and quality of the goods. Naturally, other people wouldn't have any objections. They could choose not to sell, but as long as they did, it would benefit Ergo. You're lying. You're benefiting from it. Everyone, don't believe him. The price he said is beneficial to him. Li Cheng finally exploded. He criticized Ergo and began to persuade the people around him. In his opinion, the people would definitely scold Ergo and unite to oppose him. Who knew that after he finished speaking, the people around him looked at him as if he was an idiot. A kind person stood up and said to him, Young man, go home and find someone to take a look at you. Ah, you're so pitiful. It's not easy to live in this world. When others heard this person's words, they nodded. It seemed that Li Cheng was seriously ill. Li Cheng was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. When he didn't know what to say, a person next to him gently pulled his sleeve. When Li Cheng turned his head to look, the person said, Li Cheng, don't worry. Manager Li, I'm a farmer of the Li family in Zhuangzi. Don't say it. Others will think that you're sick. Who here doesn't know that Ergo benefits from setting the price? But do you know what those benefits are for? It used to be that if you want to keep the goods at night, you need to hand over something or money. Now, you don't need to do that. The money Ergo earned was used to build those warehouses for everyone. Also, look at the 4 strong men next to you. They were hired with this money. If someone comes to make trouble or bully us, the 4 of them will rush up and beat him up. Then, they will send him to the authorities. Everyone knows that. Also, look at the hot weather. If someone falls down from heatstroke, Ergo will find someone to treat him. In the end, he will only take the cost. Anyway, we won't lose money here. It's better than being bullied elsewhere. Everyone is used to it. Manager Li, you'd better go do your own business. After the man finished speaking, he opened up his own stall, which was also filled with spinach. Just as Ergo had said, 1 copper coin for 3 caddies of spinach. If the people nearby wanted to eat it, they just had to take out a few copper coins or use other things to exchange for it. There were all kinds of things, and Ergo was very busy. From time to time, he would tell the people how much each item was worth. As he spoke, he took out the written sign. Not only did it show the price of something, but those who couldn't read could also calculate how much their things were worth according to the pattern on the sign. Li Qing stood there and no one paid attention to him anymore. He was relying on his high status, otherwise, he would have been driven out long ago. This time, Li Qing finally gave up on the matter of taxes. He didn't expect to provoke others to not listen to Ergo's price. Ergo had said that the money would be used in the market. But he was still a little unwilling. When Ergo was almost done, he found Ergo and said, "Brother Ergo, I want to buy something from you. How much do you want? For example, my spinach. How much will you pay?" "It's quite a lot." "The same? Then 1 copper coin for 5 caddies. I'll buy as much as you have." Ergo knew that Li Qing wasn't sincere, but he still answered him. "Then, if I buy the same spinach from you, how much for 1 caddy?" "I can buy more," Li Qing asked again. "Young Master Li, I'm not selling this spinach now. You can't buy it unless you're willing to spend more money. For example, 1 copper coin for 1 caddy, or 2 caddies for 1 copper coin," Ergo replied. "So you'll sell it if it's expensive, but not if it's cheap?" "No, I won't sell it if it's expensive. If you want to buy it, you can go to between the clouds and the water. There are people there who can help you find such things, but you have to pay a certain fee." Ergo didn't give Li Qing a chance. This time, Li Qing had no choice but to thank Ergo and turn to leave. As for the spinach, he gave it to the Li family's farmer so that he could sell it and eat it back home. After walking for dozens of feet, Li Qing still felt uncomfortable in his heart. What was this? He couldn't find any trouble at all. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly found a familiar figure in front of him. He hurried 2 steps and looked again. Li Qing was happy. It was the expert he saw. He didn't expect him to come out. "Hey, the person in front, wait a minute. I have something to say." "Something big?" Li Qing shouted as he ran forward. That person stopped and gave Li Qing an unfathomable smile. Chapter 165. What's your surname? Li Qing felt a little better when he saw the man stop. He ran to him and asked with a smile. The man found a stone stool and sat down. He picked up a wooden stick and wrote the word Zhang on the ground. Zhang. Good surname, good, really good. My surname is Li, Li as in Mu-zi, Zhang. Mr. Zhang, where are you going? Li Qing really didn't know what to call him. He felt that such a master must be teaching others, so he gave him the title of master. The man shook his head with a smile and pointed to the pond in front of him. "Oh, you're not going anywhere. You're going to the pond. I see. You want to fish? Well, I also like fishing. Why don't we go together? What kind of fishing rod do you like? I'll give it to you." No, I'm just asking." Li Qing understood again and proposed to go together. He wanted to give the man a fishing rod, but he felt that it was too obvious, so he could only change his words. At the same time, he looked at the man. The man was wearing fine linen clothes and a pair of rough linen shoes with wooden soles. He was carrying a basket in his hand, but he didn't see any fishing rod. Li Qing felt that it shouldn't be so, but he thought that a master would naturally have a master's appearance. What ordinary people could do, a master would never do, not to mention that smile and that silent appearance showed that this man was a master. He heard that the old man Jiang Zia was even more sloppy. You can't judge a book by its cover. The man smiled at him and still didn't speak. He carried the basket and walked to the pond in front of him. Li Qing naturally followed him. This kind of opportunity couldn't be missed. Otherwise, he would really regret it. The two people, one in front and one behind, soon arrived at the side of the pond. Li Cheng saw that the man found a secluded place, put the basket down, took off his clothes and shoes, and there was a loose underwear inside. He had never seen this kind of thing before, so he felt a little strange. When he thought of the master's behavior, everything was explained. "Oh, Mr. Zhang, I know. You are going to catch fish with your bare hands. Good skill. Since I was a child, I have heard that the master could catch fish with his eyes closed in the water. Amazing. Today, I have opened my eyes." Li Cheng quickly flattered. He was used to saying such words. That person smiled at him again, which made him feel that the expert's smile contained too many things. No wonder he was an expert, but he was his servant. Good. Following Li Cheng's praise, that person suddenly plunged into the ground. Li Cheng waited on the shore. After a while, when the fish was thrown up, he would say a few words. Not long after, as expected, something flew out. Great, great, great lotus root. Teacher Zhang, it turns out that you want to eat lotus root. Lotus root is good. The taste is, it's so sweet when you dip it in sugar. Li Cheng's reaction was not slow, but he always thought that the master would catch fish and was only thinking about how to praise the fish. He did not expect that the master would go into the water to catch the lotus root. It was more troublesome to change. As soon as he finished speaking, many lotus roots were thrown out one after another. He also helped to pick them up and throw them into the basket. There was a little mud on the lotus roots, but he did not mind. Of course, he had to bear with it as he was picking things for the master. After picking up almost a basket of lotus roots, that person finally came out of the water. He only showed his head a few times to catch his breath. As soon as the person came out, Li Cheng said, "Mr. Zhang, you are so good. If I were in the water, I would have been directly fed to the fish. I did not expect that you could hold it for so long. I have to learn from you in the future." That person was still smiling. He specially took out a good-looking lotus root from the basket and washed it in the water beside the pond. He handed it to Li Cheng and pointed at the lotus leaves in the water. Then, he carried the basket and walked back. "Mr. Zhang, I understand. You are telling me that everything is born from the root. I understand. It is too. I am not good at speaking and can't say it. I hope that Mr. Zhang can teach me more in the future." Li Cheng held the lotus root in his hand and tried to think about what it meant. Fortunately, he had learned something from the young master and said what he could think. Hearing his words, that person stopped and took out a short lotus root from the basket on his back. He opened his mouth and bit it. After biting it, he showed it to Li Cheng with a comfortable smile on his face. This time, Li Cheng was confused. He looked at the lotus root carefully, then looked at the master, and then looked at the lotus root in his hand. He used his strength to break it. A slight crisp sound was heard. The lotus root had been broken by him, but it was not completely broken. There was something in it that was still connected. That person shook his head and walked in the direction of the main house again, leaving Li Cheng standing there in a daze. After a while, that person's figure was about to enter the main house's courtyard. Li Cheng opened his eyes wide and hurriedly chased after him. Before he could say anything, he knelt down in front of the man and said respectfully, "Mr. Zhang, I got it. You're telling me that the lotus root is easy to break, but the silk is hard to cut. Even if the lotus root is broken, the silk is still connected. This is the officialdom. This is something for people. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Isn't this young masterly? Why are you in the mansion? What are you looking for on the ground?" The gatekeeper was about to come out and take the basket in Big Mute's hand. When he saw Li Cheng, he was puzzled. He could say that he was in the mansion now. The master was an official. In the past, he had to say courtyard. Although it was a simple name, for him, it was a special thing. "Big Mute, your lotus root is good. The young master and the young lady must like to eat it. It seems that you are the best swimmer in Zhuangzi. The gatekeeper asked Li Cheng and then said something to the master in Li Cheng's eyes. He carried the basket of lotus root to the small room next door and was going to send it to the kitchen later. Big Mute smiled and gestured to the gatekeeper. Then he pointed at Li Cheng and said, "Ah. I know. It turns out that young Master Li treats you as a teacher. Huh, Big Mute, you are really good. Go in quickly. By the way, go and see the person who is chopping the wood for the madam's courtyard. That guy is always playing tricks. If you don't watch him, he won't work properly." The gatekeeper naturally knew what Big Mute gestured. After he left, he said to Li Cheng, "Young Master Li, please get up quickly. That person is a handyman in the courtyard, not a teacher. If you want to find a teacher, you can go to the school." A master. You are indeed extraordinary. So you hid here and were willing to be a handyman. You must have been waiting for the arrival of a wise master. Shut up. What do you mean by a teacher in a school? Although he didn't say it, I know. What do you mean by a mute? That is called silence. Forget it. You are just a gatekeeper. Even if I tell you, you won't understand. This is because you are used to the vicissitudes of the world. You have nothing to say. Your young master and young lady have received so many benefits from him. How dare you talk to him like this? You wait. I will come tomorrow to take the master back. Wait. Li Qingjiao scolded the dumbfounded gatekeeper and said that he would come back tomorrow. He took the broken thing and turned around to leave. After walking a dozen steps, he turned around and glared at the gatekeeper. When the gatekeeper was wondering which one of them was crazy, he gradually walked away. Ridiculous. Let's go. Send the lotus root to the kitchen. The gatekeeper picked up the basket and muttered something he learned from the young master. Then he slowly moved to the kitchen. The next day, the sky was very cloudy. Some old people knew that it was going to rain heavily. Li Qing didn't care about this. He came as promised. This time, he didn't come alone. There were a few people behind him. They carried a lot of boxes. When they arrived at the gate, they said to the gatekeeper, "The Li family's housekeeper in Zhuangzi wants to see Teacher Zhang." "Who is it?" "Young Master Li, there is no Teacher Zhang in Zhangjie Zhuangzi. There are a few teachers in the school over there. There is no one with the surname Zhang." "What are you?" The gatekeeper was stunned. He didn't expect that this person who should be resting at home would come again. "Don't lie to me. I know. Zhuangzi is so powerful now because of him. Don't worry, I don't mean any harm. Yesterday, when I said that I would take you back, it was just a joke. Look, I brought gifts today. This is the list of gifts." When Li Cheng saw the gatekeeper's expression, he knew that the Zhang family had hidden him. Unfortunately, it was too late. He already knew. Where could he hide now? "Young Master Li, please wait a moment. I will go in and report." The gatekeeper was also stunned. This kind of thing was not for him to handle. He had to run back to the housekeeper. After a while, housekeeper Zhang hurried over and said to Li Cheng, "Young Master Li, please come in. I didn't know you were coming and didn't welcome you. Please forgive me." When Li Cheng heard this, he felt a little awkward. Just now, the gatekeeper said that it was in the mansion. This steward Zhang also said the same. "I know that your master is an official, rank 7. Do you have to call it a mansion? What a big place." Li Cheng cursed in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud. After all, there was a master here. Steward Zhang is too polite. "I actually have something to discuss in your mansion." "Steward Zhang, please." Li Cheng looked at the courtyard wall. He felt that he was going against his conscience. As he spoke, he invited each other into the courtyard. "Oh, no, the mansion." After they sat down in the living room, someone served them tea. The others were arranged to sit in another place. Steward Zhang placed the list of gifts on the table and said to Li Qing, "Young Master Li, what brings you to my humble home?" Li Qing didn't know what to say. He thought to himself, "You are just a housekeeper. Can't you talk about other things first and then ask me why I am here? You just said it. Now you are at my humble home." After taking a sip of tea, Li Qing smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just bought the Li family's farm and couldn't find the time. Now that I have time, I naturally want to pay a visit to your manor. The other thing is that I heard that there is a teacher in your manor who has been a friend of mine for a long time. I wonder if you could introduce me to him." Chapter 166. "Oh, are you talking about Mr. Zhang?" Steward Zhang tried to think of such a person and said, "Yes, yes." Li Qing echoed. "What does he look like?" "You don't know. There are so many things in the mansion these days, including the new teacher. I can't see him for a while. Alas. It's hard to be a housekeeper. If it's normal." "Yes, yes, yes. Steward Zhang is right. It's hard. But Mr. Zhang seems to have been in your mansion before, right?" Li Qing interrupted Steward Zhang's complaint and pointed out the main topic directly. "Before? There was no such person before. Did you remember wrongly?" Steward Zhang still couldn't remember which one was Mr. Zhang. Li Qing quickly shook his head and said firmly, "Yes, I saw him yesterday. He went to the pond to pick lotus roots and gave me a lotus root. He let me know that the lotus root is still connected when it's broken." "Oh. So the lotus root is still connected when it's broken." "Yes, yes, yes, there is such a thing. You can't break the lotus root directly. You need to cut it with a knife. It's very difficult to make. I heard people say so." "Is he the cook in your mansion?" Steward Zhang followed. He didn't know how to respond. He just followed whatever Li Qing said. "Steward Zhang, his name is Demute. He's not a cook. He's Mr. Zhang." Li Qing was annoyed. He just thought that Steward Zhang was too straightforward. Now he took back this idea. If he didn't be more direct, he wouldn't be able to get the answer. Steward Zhang was stunned. He blinked and stared at Li Qing. "Are you talking about Demute?" "Yes, it's him." "Mr. Zhang?" Steward Zhang doesn't want to admit it? Li Qing asked. No. "Well, Mr. Li, please try this tea. I'll be back soon." Steward Zhang now understood that Li Qing had taken Demute for some teacher Zhang, and even made a connection. It sounded good, so he didn't dare to be negligent. This matter must be told to the young master and the young lady. As long as he told them, he believed that the two little ancestors would know what was going on. Looking at the receding figure of Steward Zhang, Li Qing sneered, put the teacup on the table, and said to himself, "You leaked it. You want to cheat in front of me? Don't you know what I do? Xiao Bao, there's a blister on your leg, but there's no pus inside. It looks like you'll be able to participate in the next desert survival training in 2 days. Do you still want to go?" In the room, Wang Wan looked at the blister on her leg and asked Zhang Xiaobao. "Of course, why not? I just want to scare that imperial nephew and let him know the difficulty of survival in the wild. Then he can devote more energy to it. Once he has nothing to do, he will go back to Zhuangzi of the Li family. I'm sure he will miss us. This is only the first time, so it's only the first phase. After the training is over, I'll give him some new ideas and come up with a second phase and a third phase. Each time it's more difficult and dangerous than the last. I don't believe that he won't be fascinated. If you want to figure out the thoughts of people like him, you have to do something to prove it to others. Then give him a chance." Zhang Xiaobao put down the blister on his leg and explained to Wang Wan while lying on the couch. Wang Wan was a little worried. If we always beat him, will he hate us? What if he loses his confidence? Why do we have to beat him? We have to let him feel that he can still become stronger. Hope is always in front of him. It's also good to teach him something. This is the result of many years of experience. When the time comes, he will take credit for it. Just treat it as a contribution to our current national army. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the wound on his leg as he spoke. It healed quickly. It was just a blister. In 2 days, he would participate in the survival in the desert. There was no delay. The desert was not as simple as the grassland. At that time, he would let Li Sun know what survival in the desert was. Unfortunately, how could it be called survival in the wild with some water? Oh, then we'll do as you say. Wang Wan agreed to Zhang Xiaobao's proposal. Little master, little miss, it's not good. That person called Li Cheng came over and asked Mr. Zhang, who is also big mute, about Zhuangzi. He said that Mr. Zhang taught him the lotus root and silk connection. I just asked him. Yesterday, he met Big Mute. Big Mute was there picking lotus roots. What's going on? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had just finished discussing when Steward Zhang hurriedly ran over. He explained the matter and repeated the details of the conversation. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Zhang Xiaobao said, "It seems that our Zhuangzi has been targeted. Cuckoo and I performed a little better at the ranch. They won't think that we did it ourselves. They will only think that someone taught us behind the scenes. In that case, Big Mute has been recognized as a master. That's good. You go and tell Big Mute that from now on, he is a master. He will occasionally meet that Li Cheng. Every time, he has to do a certain action. I will design this action. He can only do one action at a time. He can't stay in contact for too long. After he's done, he has to leave. As for you guys, if you want to treat him as Big Mute, do as you did before. Do what you should do. Don't treat him as if he has a high status. That's not as good as what he is now." After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he used the brush to practice calligraphy just now to draw a few things and gave them to Steward Zhang. "Got it, little master. You're so smart. You don't need to meet him. You know what Li Cheng is thinking just by listening to those words." Steward Zhang respectfully took the things and said sincerely. Then he turned and left. When he came to the door of the living room, he sighed in his heart and said to himself, "It's over. Li Cheng, you should run away quickly. Poor child, why did you come here for no reason?" 4 days passed quickly. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's bodies had recovered. They only had a few scratches. Children's bodies grew fast, leaving only a few faint scars on their legs. "Xiaobao, the new one is about to start. When are we leaving? Li Cheng comes here every day. We should meet today. What is it?" Wang Wan packed herself up and was ready to go there. She urged Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was almost done with his preparations. This time, the two of them took a bigger shovel. Since there was water in the desert, the most worrisome thing was the temperature of the sun. During the day, they had to dig a hole and bury themselves. In addition to the shovel, they also had to bring a foldable lantern. Whether they slept at night or not, the two had decided to march at night to teach Li Sun a lesson. He should not think that he could run as fast as he did during the day in the desert. After packing the backpack, Zhang Xiaobao said, "Let's go immediately." Today, Li Cheng should have figured out how to divide a circle into 4 equal parts. In fact, it's very simple. I just don't know how he did it. I haven't divided him into 5 equal parts yet. Let's go. After speaking, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went out of the house. Pomegranate and the other 3 were already waiting outside. 2 beautiful cars were parked outside the gate. These days, Zhang Xiaobao paid for the repair of the courtyard wall of the Zhang mansion. The original one was really not suitable. A 7th grade official was still an official, just like the county magistrate. It was just that he did not have a real position. Pomegranate and the other three were full of confidence for this competition in the desert. They believed that there was nothing that could be difficult for the young master and the young lady. The two cars left Zhuangzi one after the other and headed in the direction of Dingping County. There was a small piece of sand there. This small piece was bigger than the other places. It was enough for the children to run around. It would take them a few days to finish running. Dingping County was not far from Luochuan County. It was assumed that Li Sun would bring people there directly. This time, it was unknown how many people would not participate, and it was even more unclear who would join. Once the number of people decreased, Li Sun would definitely recruit people on the spot. Otherwise, who would he train? The two cars were not in a hurry. It took them 2 days to arrive at the place. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan got out of the car and stood there with backpacks on their backs, laughter could be heard from the crowd that Li Sun had led first. Some people even whispered that the two of them were stupid for carrying such a big backpack in the desert. None of the people who had participated in the grassland survival training a few days ago echoed the laughter and chatter of these people. They all looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with reverence. They had seen the abilities of these two people. On the first day, they made food. On the second day, they were in the lead all the way. On the third day, they were in the lead. On the third day, they were in the lead. On the morning of the third day, they had left an indelible impression in their hearts. Even if Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not participate on the third day, these people still left the first place to the two of them in their hearts. People of a younger age group were actually able to suppress people of a higher age group to the point that they could not raise their heads. This was ability. Ha ha ha, look at those two silly children. They are actually carrying such a big backpack. Hey, don't you think so? Why don't you say something? A person who joined in later laughed loudly. He touched the person next to him and asked. He wanted to get a sound of agreement, but found that person standing there with a serious face, looking at the two children who had just gotten out of the car in front of him. What should I say? You are a fool. Do you know who they are? They are the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan from Tuqiao Village, Sanshui County, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan from Zhuangzi. Wait until you can hold on and stop crying. Then you can laugh at them. This was the 11-year-old who had participated in the grassland survival training. He did not dare to laugh at the two of them. At this time, a person about 10 years old came out of the group. He came to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and said to them, "Are you Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan who are rumored to be gods?" Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan from Tuqiao Village? Yes, we are. Who are you? Zhang Xiaobao calmly faced this person and asked in a light tone. Wang Wan stood next to him as if she did not hear anything and looked around. I am your neighbor. Didn't your family just get a piece of land? The other side of the land is my family's Zhuangzi. We may often meet in the future. This person curled his lips and said. Chapter 167. Sand covered the ground, and a gentle breeze blew. The withered grass and yellow leaves curled up, and there was no wind or rain for many days. The sun shone brightly, and the people spoke. Helpless and unsurprised, who could avoid benefits? After the 10-year-old child finished speaking, Zhang Xiaobao smacked his lips and exhaled through his nose, and looked at the child calmly. Neighbors? It's good to be neighbors. In the future, we can help each other. When the Zhang family and Wang family have difficulties in Zhuangzi, we will definitely find your village to help. What a joke, who will help each other with you? You're just a 7th-rank official, how can you be so capable? Fengzhou is just a small province, how can it compare to the land of my capital? The 10-year-old child didn't seem to hear the polite meaning in Zhang Xiaobao's words. He really thought that the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi wanted to curry favor with his family, so he sneered and said these words. Haha. Zhang Xiaobao also laughed. He suddenly thought that the person in front of him was just a child. Did he expect him to understand the meaning behind some words? Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to lower himself to the same level as this person. It was useless, and he couldn't get any benefits. It was a waste of saliva. Wang Wan didn't want to let it go. At this time, she stopped looking around and smiled sweetly, saying to the person, "Now that you mention it, I know that Feng province is only for those who are not capable. Those who are capable all move to the capital city. It's a blessing that our family can be connected to the capital city like you. Brother, you must take care of our family in the future. After all, we are just ordinary people in Feng province. Isn't that right, brother?" "Yes, that's right. You know what's good for you. Those who are capable are all in the capital, and those who are incompetent are in this kind of place. It's a barren place, sigh. It's not easy, otherwise, why would we be in trouble?" When the person heard Wang Wan's words, he was happy and puffed out his chest. He continued to speak for Wang Wan. There were many locals beside him, and their expressions turned ugly when they heard what he said. This was not the most important thing. Li Sun also came over at this time and wanted to talk to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan about the desert survival training. He felt that the master must have taught them a lot. He heard the conversation between the three of them clearly. At first, he didn't think much of what Zhang Xiaobao and this person said. However, when he heard what Wang Wan said and that person said, he couldn't take it anymore. His father was now the provincial governor of Benzhou. He even bought some land in Sanshui County and became a zhuangzi. The capital government was stronger than other places, but to Li Sun, it was only a place in the palace that allowed him to restrain himself. How could he be looked down upon by a commoner? Seeing the arrogant look on that person's face, Li Sun didn't even think about it. He took 2 steps forward and slapped that person. "You said it was a barren place? Could it be that you're happy that Benzhou is in trouble? Your zhuangzi is next to Sanshui County. Could it be that there's enough rain? This marquis will remember these words. This year, your zhuangzi pays 1 cent less in taxes, takes 1 cent less, and has 1 less person to work. Don't blame this marquis for going to the palace to complain. Tomorrow, that is, tomorrow. Naturally, someone will go to your zhuangzi to check the land. If there are more than the deeds, your zhuangzi is deceiving the emperor and disregarding the laws of the imperial court. The outskirts of the capital. What great ability. The emperor has not yet determined the status of the people. You, a zhuangzi, can determine the status of the people in Great Tang." Li Sun's first words were easy to say, but the last sentence was a big accusation. What he meant was that the emperor had not yet determined which place the people were noble or poor. You, a zhuangzi from the outskirts of the capital, are speaking for the emperor about which place is not good. This accusation was enough to exterminate an entire family. The emperor had always said that he loved his brothers. If Peng province was not good, then why did the emperor put his brothers in Peng province? Did he want his brothers to suffer? How could he throw his brothers here in such a remote place? No, that's not what I meant. This person naturally knew who was speaking. It was the young marquis. Although there were more marquises, even the youngest marquis was still the face of the imperial family. Just now, he was too busy talking and did not expect to offend someone he could not afford to offend. If these words were to come from the mouth of the imperial nephew, not to mention the land, he would not even be able to keep his life. To gloat over the drought, to determine the status of the people in each province for the imperial court, to accuse the emperor of neglecting his brothers. How many people could one zhuangzi be enough to kill? This person did not know what to say. There were so many people listening, and the imperial nephew was on the side. The crime was already decided. Fortunately, this person's family had taught him well and knew what to do at this time. Why is the moon in the sky so big? I saw Chang Yi coming with a donkey in her arms. Hee hee, gold, this place is full of gold. Look, it's a sea of yellow. Hurry up and help me pack the gold. This person suddenly laughed and said. Then, He ordered the guards who followed him on Zhuangzi. The people who followed him were also scared to the point of breaking out in cold sweat. Now that they saw their young master's behavior, of course, they knew what to do. They pulled their young master and said to Li Sun and the people around them, "My young master's health has been poor since he was young. He always says some crazy things. In just a short while, he actually fell ill again. Sai, please don't mind him. My young master will recover in a few hours. If he falls ill again, it will take at least half a month. It will not affect tomorrow's survival in the desert. I will take him back first." What a sin. Young master, wake up. You were fine yesterday. How did you become like this today? Young master, wake up. As the guards spoke, they dragged the person who was still talking about the green grassland away. Humph, acting like a fool. You're lucky this time. The place where the Zhang family and Wang family live next to each other in Zhuangzi seems to be adjacent to the Li family's Zhuangzi. Let's wait and see. Li Sun was not a fool. She naturally understood what was going on. She pretended to be sick to escape. If it was not for the fact that she did not want to delay her survival training, she would not have pretended to be sick. Even if she was really sick, it would not have worked. Xiao Bao, looks like I'll have something to do in the future. This child is arrogant and can play dumb. His family must be extraordinary. My peaceful life is going to end again. Wang Wan looked at what was happening in front of her. After her scheme succeeded, she smiled and winked at Zhang Xiaobao. How dare you say that I'm bad? I don't think you're a good person either. It's just one more neighbor. There's no need to be afraid. Let's have some friction first. It won't affect our business. With an opponent by our side, we can always be vigilant. Zhang Xiaobao did not feel much about this matter. They were just neighbors, so what could they do to each other? He already had an imperial nephew by his side. Why would he be afraid of one more? I know you don't care. He won't dare to provoke Li Sun. He'll turn his hatred on us. Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao to a resting area and said. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. You shouldn't say that. You should say that no matter if he offends Li Sun or not, we'll still hate him. As long as there's a chance, I'll keep causing trouble for his family. If there's no chance, I'll create an opportunity to cause trouble for his family. I'll let him know what it means to be not afraid of thieves stealing, but to be afraid of thieves remembering. You're going to take the initiative to cause trouble for others? Wang Wan knew what Zhang Xiaobao meant. She was a little uncertain. Why should I wait for others to slap me first before I retaliate? I don't like the look of him, so I'll stab him. Zhang Xiaobao said righteously. You're like a cooked duck. You're so stubborn. There are so many people, why don't you scheme against them? Why do you have to wait for them to come over and say a few words before you make a move? Isn't that a passive response? Yes, I'm passive. There are so many people in the world. If I always take the initiative to provoke others, how can I do anything else? I'll find some time to buy a few sheep and put them in ice water. After they get sick from the cold, I'll put them over there. When they see it, as long as they bring it home, we'll wait and see if there's a sheep flu. Zhang Xiaobao took small steps and was still thinking about how to scheme against others. Wang Wan burst out laughing. What sheep flu? Is that illness caused by the cold? Why not? I've had a cold before. It's the same for sheep. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Zhang Xiaobao used his own personal experience to prove it. I think you're sick too. Hurry up and rest for the night. We'll enter the desert tomorrow. Why don't I remember there being a desert here? Wang Wan quickened her pace. She really didn't want to discuss with Zhang Xiaobao whether the cold could be transmitted to sheep. Geological changes. The river you see now is different from that time. Shanghai is not so far away. The people of Nauru don't have to worry about digging dung and not having a place to live. Is there anyone there now? It's better to go and occupy it one day and ship it here. It's not enough for the ship. Go in and sleep. There's no sunscreen in this broken place. These 2 days are not good. When we're done, we can go directly to Africa to dig for diamonds. It's just as black. Wang Wan pushed Zhang Xiaobao into the tent and complained casually. Young master, okay, we're back. That was close. We were almost caught. The man who didn't pay attention to his words was finally sent back to the tent by his guards. A guard wiped the sweat on his forehead and was frightened. Humph. You made me offend the royal nephew, Zhangzhe Zhuangzi of the Wang family. I'll remember. Don't let me get the chance, or I'll let them die together. This young master, as Wang Wan said, did not dare to offend Li Sun. He put all his hatred on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Zhuangzi. He narrowed his eyes, and a trace of ferocity appeared on his gloomy face. Young master is right. We definitely can't let those 2 families have an easy time. Originally, old master also wanted to spend money to buy that place, but he actually let them get away with it. There are many trees on that mountain, and burning them into charcoal will not be a small amount. The guard who spoke just now followed young master's words. The young master was satisfied. He looked outside the tent. Tomorrow I'll follow them and give them some trouble. It's best to let them die in the desert. Chapter 168. The night passed quickly. Zhang Xiaobao slept soundly by the side of the bed, but the young master on the other side had a dream the entire night. He dreamt that he had taken over the Zhang and Wang families' farmstead, and even chased away the 2 families. He woke up laughing several times in his dream. Li Sun woke up early in the morning with a backpack on his back. He didn't know what to put in it, so he only put a blanket and a few handkerchiefs. He couldn't remember anything else. He didn't think that he could use the things on the grassland in the desert. After all, there weren't so many insects in the desert, and there weren't any wild herbs. What he wanted to know the most now was what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan brought. He could have asked them yesterday, but he was so angry that he forgot about it. Now, he couldn't ask them directly, so he could only follow them and see what they would do. Today, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan changed into a pair of shoes designed by the 2 of them. The original shoes with wooden soles were discarded, and the shoes with leather soles were also discarded. Instead, they specially got someone to make some shoes with tattered cloth soles. They even used fish glue to glue some small lumps at the bottom. Each of them had their own backpack. They wore bamboo hats on their heads, and the clothes they wore were also long-sleeved. At the same time, they also brought some saltpeter, which was the highest purity here, and some salt. They didn't bring any other food, because it would be found out if they did. After a round of inspection, a few people who wanted to bring some food were warned to leave their things behind. The team then walked into the desert. Some people left, and some new people joined. The total number of people didn't decrease, but increased by more than 10. There were relatively fewer young people, only 45 people. When more than 140 children entered the desert, more than 50 of them rushed out. The other 80 people didn't run like crazy. They all looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan at almost the same time. Cuckoo, it seems that they are not as stupid as they were on the grassland, Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan with a smile when he felt the eyes around him. Well, these people must be the ones on the grassland. It seems that we are being watched. Let's go. The next place with water is 3 miles away. Tie the rope. Wang Wan glanced at those people. As she spoke, she took out a rope and tied it around her and Zhang Xiaobao's waist. Firstly, it was to prevent quicksand. Even if Li Sun would definitely send people to check on this area, they still had to be prepared and get used to it. Secondly, when climbing the sand pile, if one of them lost their footing and fell down, the other one could help. The 2 people once again walked forward, one in front of the other, and tried to keep their heels slightly off the ground. Wei Wei bent her legs and leaned forward. She even took out a retractable stick from her backpack and used it to move forward. Li Sun and the others didn't expect Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to be so prepared. They couldn't ask people to bring things over, so they could only follow behind. When they were puzzled, they felt that there was no need to use the stick. They could just walk directly, and the rope was unnecessary. Except for the children of the Li family in Zhuangzi, the others were all rich people. When they stepped on the sand, they felt very comfortable. The children of the Li family in Zhuangzi were also changed into leather boots by Li Sun, but they weren't as exquisite. As for the clothes, they were naturally made by the clothing company. As the crowd followed, their eyes swept over Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's backpack from time to time, hoping that they could take out their things as soon as possible. As for the children who were in the lead, they didn't care whether they fell behind or not. The parents of the new children didn't know about this situation. When they saw their children running to the front, they began to flatter each other, just like the parents in the grassland. The parents who had experienced the grassland had long since lost this idea. When they heard the words of others and recalled their own situation, they could only sigh that they were too short-sighted. The desert wasn't big, but it didn't lack sand dunes. Some of them existed alone, while others were connected. If one wanted to go around them, they would have to walk a long way. The children chose to climb directly. No one was willing to take a long detour. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's shoes showed their advantages. Even if the small bumps under the shoes couldn't firmly hold on to the ground, they wouldn't slide down like other people. The sticks in their hands played a big role. When inserted into the sand, they could borrow a little force to prevent their bodies from falling backward. Even if their feet slipped once, it wouldn't delay them. Li Cheng, did you see that? It turns out to be used like this. Li Sun saw from behind and said to the person who was following beside him. After he finished speaking, he realized that the person who was following him was not Li Cheng, but a person who was also doing chores, called Li Xing. Li Xing was not stupid enough to correct the young marquis's name. He said next to him, "Young master, look at their shoes carefully. They are different from what we wear. There are some small bumps under them. Smart. Wait for me to prepare them tomorrow. This time, I don't know." "Good, learn more. You watch that kid over there. It's the family in Zhuangzi next to us and Zhang Wang's family. What's his name?" It seems that there is also a minor official, secondary 5th rank. He's not small. Li Sun nodded. After seeing the person who was pretending to be stupid, he was afraid that he would make trouble for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. After all, that person was older. If there was any danger, even if he dealt with that person, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would be unhappy and leave. Then, where would he learn how to survive in the desert? Li Xing also noticed that person. His eyes were fixed on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in front of him. He replied, "I know, young master. That's a member of the Han family. His name is Han Yongyao." "Humph, Yongyao? Someone like him can forget about showing off. When we get back to Zhuangzi, there will be a show to watch." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang's Zhuangzi are not comparable to other Zhuangzi. The people in charge there are extraordinarily powerful. How far until we get to a place with water? Li Ji looked down on that person from the bottom of his heart. He sneered, feeling that the sun was exceptionally bright today. He licked his lower lip with his tongue, looked up at the seemingly endless road in front of him, and asked, "What is it?" "Soon, we'll get there after walking this far. Today's lunch is the same as last time. If we don't give them food, I don't know how many people won't be able to persevere." "The desert is not like the grassland," Li Xing replied. He walked at the back, glancing at Han Yongyao from time to time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked at the front. Their speed was not fast. When there was no water to replenish their energy, the two of them did not want to use too much energy. They wanted to wait until the water was filled. The more than 50 children did not seem to know the meaning of fatigue. They were still running with all their might. Some of the children even deliberately slid down the sand dunes slowly before running up. Xiaobao, do you think a scorpion will appear here? Or a snake or something? Then we'll have something to eat for lunch. Wang Wan climbed to a slightly higher sand dune and stood there, looking down and asking. I don't think so. Li Sun must have already sent people to search for snakes in the sand. Most of them are poisonous. Why would he let people get bitten? Do you want to go first, or should I? Zhang Xiaobao stood beside Wang Wan and looked down at the road below. Let's go together. Take out the things. Wang Wan replied. She opened the backpack with Zhang Xiaobao and took out a few wooden boards that were slightly narrower and shorter than the backpack. Wei Wei put them on the ground. The two of them sat on them, adjusted their positions, and used the wooden sticks in their hands to support themselves. The two of them quickly slid down. Li Sun and the others also went up the slope. When they saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's things, they were stunned for a moment. Then they looked at the two people who were about to reach the bottom. They had no choice but to run down. This was very strenuous. Some people could not control themselves and would even tumble to the bottom. Without waiting for Li Sun to speak, Li Xing said, Young master, this little one understands. I will definitely make this tomorrow. Don't think that the children in front of us are playing. If they continue to walk, they will be exhausted. Things like this can save a lot of energy. And there is indeed some skill. Look at the two of them, they don't seem to be tired. Maybe we will let the two of them go first again today. Good, I learned another skill. In the future, when I encounter such things, I can be prepared in advance. Li Sun sighed as he took off his boots and poured out the sand. He really admired the person who prepared these things for the two children. Don't think that it was a small thing. When walking in the desert, it might be the difference between life and death. The others remembered this thing and also decided to use it tomorrow. Only Han Yongyao was not so clear. He was thinking of making trouble for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Unfortunately, perhaps because the food in his family was better, he was a little fat and could not catch up with them. He could only follow behind and gasp for breath. The parents behind them were also uncomfortable. Seeing the children climbing and rolling there, they were very distressed. The parents who came from the grassland had already remembered the tools used by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan without their children remembering. Again, they sighed in their hearts. Looking at the two little guys' tacit cooperation, they felt that if they were their own children, they would definitely hold them in their arms and love them. They were too sensible and too strong. They had never seen the two of them say that they were tired, let alone expect to see them cry sadly. In their hearts, they could not help but envy the two's families. They did not know how they taught them. No matter how they looked at them, they felt that the two little guys were like adults. In addition, they were also cute, with chubby little faces, two dimples when they smiled, and a pair of eyes seemed to be able to talk. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not know that others wanted to take them for themselves. They went down the slope, installed the boards, and continued to move forward step by step. After a while, they reached the place where water was provided. Chapter 169. There was a supply of water every 3 li. If it was on flat ground, it would take less than a quarter of an hour to finish the 3 li journey. In this desert, it might be faster at the beginning. Half an hour was enough. Towards the end, it would take less than an hour. It was impossible to even think about it. The children who ran first had already reached the water supply station, but the children behind them were still walking slowly. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not in a hurry, but they still slightly opened up the distance between them and the children behind them. One had a shoe, one had a stick, and one had a wooden board. After a few hills and descents, the advantage was obvious. When the two of them reached the first water supply station, only a dozen children who had arrived first were already on their way. The rest were playing with water here. At this time, the weather was not too hot. The children were holding water and playing with water, and laughter could be heard from time to time. They are all children. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said with emotion. They are children. Have you ever seen a child this old be sensible? Oh, I forgot. The place you used to live doesn't count. Let's do it. Pour water, wet the towel and wrap it with oil paper. We should also cover our faces with something. When it gets hot later, try to reduce the loss of water as much as possible. Wang Wan had just refuted Zhang Xiaobao when she suddenly remembered Zhang Xiaobao's previous life. She could only think that it was the environment that affected his character. As the two of them talked, they took a few water bags. First, they wet a few large handkerchiefs that they brought. Then, they took out a few small paper bags from their backpacks, opened them, and poured the things inside into 2 water bags. What are you pouring? Li Sun rushed over at this time. Seeing the two of them busy there, he did not dare to ignore them. He came closer to see and ask. So it is young Master Li. This is sugar, this is salt, and this is orange and apple powder. There are only 4 things, that's all. Zhang Xiaobao placed the things in front of Li Sun for him to see. There was not much powder, and it was not considered food, so it was not taken away. The main reason was that the people who checked it did not know what it was. At this time, Li Sun became very modest. He listened carefully and even put a little bit of it in his mouth to taste. He nodded and said, yes, these are the 4 things. Why did you bring these 4 things? Drink it with water to reduce the consumption of the body and replenish some of the things the body needs. We don't know what the things are, but we heard others say that you must put less salt. It's about 100 parts of water plus 1 part of salt. Don't put too much. The same goes for sugar. This is ice candy foam. Zhang Xiaobao explained the dosage to Li Sun in detail. The salt here was not pure, and the ratio of 100 parts to 1 part was about the same as normal saline. Li Sun memorized it. He had seen how many things the two of them had put in. He did not think that the two of them would lie to him at this time. There was no need for that. He then looked at the apple and orange powder. He pointed at them and asked, how about these 2? Can you put more? No, especially the orange powder. If you put too much, your stomach will feel uncomfortable, especially when there is nothing to eat at noon. Put a little bit. After answering this question, Zhang Xiaobao was ready to go. The towel was already wet, so he folded it and wrapped it with oil paper. He carefully put it into the backpack, took out 2 bags, put them on his head, and put on the bamboo hat. Everything was ready. Wait a minute, why are you wearing these things on your head? Li Sun looked at the bags on their heads, which only left holes for the eyes, mouth, and nose, and asked curiously. When the sun rises, it will make people sweat, even their faces. Water, forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you. Just remember that this is a way to reduce the water in the body. Of course, you don't have to worry about it as long as you have enough water bags. We are used to it. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he no longer wanted to waste any more time with Li Sun. Together with Wang Wan, he rushed forward. Looking at the 2 leaving figures, Li Sun also began to prepare. He did not have other things, but he did have salt. He put a few water bags on his body and said to Li Xing next to him, remember the thing about the mask. This is the most important thing. You can ignore it when there is water, but when there is no water, you have to use it. Yes, young master, don't worry. I understand. Li Xing answered seriously. He came here today to remember all the things that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took out. He was not allowed to miss anything. It might not be a big deal in this kind of thing, but when it was used on soldiers one day, then he would know the benefits. The children later arrived. In order to maintain their advantage, the children in front started to run again. Behind all the children, the adults were also thirsty and hot. Today was a sunny day, so they also drank some water. Time passed quietly as the children moved forward. The position of the sun also changed. When they reached the 4th water station, it was almost noon. The children in front finally did not have the energy and strength to continue running. Each of them had a bitter expression on their faces as they moved forward bit by bit. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan found a place to stop. When they were lamenting that Li Sun had sent people to clean up the place, they looked at each other, smiled, and scattered to look for something. They did not know whether it was because there were no poisonous insects in this small desert, or because Li Sun's people had cleaned it up, but the two of them did not find a single one. Since there were no insects, they could only look for something that was not easy to clean up. After searching for a full quarter of an hour, there was finally a cheer from Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao quickly ran over and looked at the place in front of Wang Wan. Sure enough, there are still ants. Not bad, this is not poisonous. Take out the candy, we will eat ants for lunch today. While talking, the two of them took out the candies from their backpacks and placed them in a small sand pit that they had dug out. They placed a flat wooden box diagonally there, filled it with some sugar water, and waited for the ants to come over. After doing all this, the two of them found a sand dune with its back to the sun and squatted there, waiting slowly. Li Sun finally caught up with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He saw them squatting there motionless, so he also squatted in front of them and felt that it was indeed cooler than before. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked up at him, then lowered their heads and slowly adjusted their breathing, as if they were asleep. This made Li Sun even more curious. What are you doing? Don't talk, it's exhausting. Zhang Xiaobao whispered and stopped talking. Okay. Li Sun nodded seriously. He also followed the two of them and adjusted his breathing. As for the journey, he didn't care. As long as he could learn more, it didn't matter whether he was the first to arrive or not. After waiting for about half an hour, when Li Sun was about to fall asleep, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood up and walked to the side. Li Sun also stood up and asked in a daze, "Where are you going?" "Looking for food." "If you don't eat lunch, how can you chase others?" Zhang Xiaobao didn't stop walking and threw a sentence. "Oh, looking for food, I'm really hungry." "What? Looking for food? There's food?" Li Sun said in a daze. Suddenly, he reacted and looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. His eyes were full of surprise. Looking for food on the grassland was one thing, after all, there were wild vegetables there. But in this desert, how could they find food? This was impossible, absolutely impossible. What else was there to eat here? It can't be sand, right? With a stomach full of shock and doubt, Li Sun quickened his pace to catch up with the two people. After turning a small corner, when the two people stopped and took out something from their backpacks, Li Sun was frightened by the scene in front of him. The sand in front of him was densely packed with countless ants, layer after layer. Some were carrying the sand there, and some were crawling in and out of the box. Looking carefully, he found that many ants were stuck in the box. At this time, Li Sun finally knew what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were looking for food. It turned out to be ants, but these ants were a little too big and ran very fast. He didn't know how the two of them were going to catch them. Could it be that just eating in the box was not enough? When he turned his head again, he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan take out a paper bag. When he opened it, there was a powdery substance inside. He asked again, "What is this?" "Flour alkali, it's made after the flour is big." Zhang Xiaobao opened the water bag and replied to Li Sun. He poured some powder into his mouth, drank a mouthful, and rinsed his mouth vigorously. He dissolved the powder into water, then poured the rest of the powder into the water bag and shook it vigorously. After doing all this, Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded with water in her mouth, indicating that she was ready. Then Li Sun saw a scene that he would never forget. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to spray water at the running ants from the periphery. After spraying a mouthful, the ants moved forward 2 steps, and then continued to spray. After spraying for a while, the two people walked to the box. Li Sun followed behind and was surprised to see the ants that were stained with water curl up into a ball. They struggled there for a while and then stopped moving. When Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao came close to the box, they picked it up and threw it away. They then sprayed a few mouthfuls of water on the spot and stopped. They took out a small broom from their backpack and gently swept the ground, waiting to sweep the dead ants into a pile and put them in another box. Li Sun was dumbfounded. There were 4 boxes full of ants. Finally, there was something to eat. He felt that since Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could eat, he could eat too. Glancing at the box that was thrown away, he asked in puzzlement, "Why did you throw away that box?" "There are a lot of ants in it. Ants in the desert run fast. If we are targeted by them, we won't be able to rest. There are living ants in the box. When they go to other places, they will continue to call for other ants. We will be much more relaxed. If we can reduce the danger, it will reduce the danger," Zhang Xiaobao explained. Chapter 170. Oh, yes, you ran fast. You ran really fast just now. How are you going to eat these ants? Are you going to cook them with lime? Li Sun tried to suppress the shock in his heart and asked again. In fact, he also wanted to ask if they could share some with him. He was also hungry. As for whether other people's saliva would stain the ants, he couldn't care less. Zhang Xiaobao looked up at the sky and touched the sand that was scorched by the sun. He nodded to Wang Wan and took out something from the backpack with Wang Wan. Li Sun now felt that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's backpack was a treasure bag. There were always strange things that could be used to survive in the wild. At this moment, he thought that he was already used to this kind of thing. "Let's roast it. I wonder if young Master Li would like to eat with us?" Zhang Xiaobao gestured with the thing in his hand and asked Li Sun. "Okay, I'm hungry too. How are we going to roast it? Did you bring firewood?" Li Sun couldn't understand what they were thinking. "We don't need firewood. Let's go. We'll stay away from these ants. We'll continue to move forward." Zhang Xiaobao called out and led the way. Wang Wan followed behind, and Li Sun did the same. Originally, there were other children, but when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan squatted there, they couldn't wait and left. Only the 3 of them were left, along with the parents and a few guards behind them. In the desert, there was more than one path. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan deliberately took a long detour. As for whether there were other children behind them, they didn't know. After walking for half an hour, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stopped. They touched the thing they took out, nodded, turned it over, and put it on the sand where the sun could shine. "What is this? Could it be that he's an iron plate?" Along the way, Li Sun would ask a few questions from time to time. At this moment, he began to think about this plank-like thing. Just now, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were holding it on his head. It was black in color, so he couldn't guess what it was. Now that it was on the ground, the other side looked like iron. "Yes, it's an iron plate. It's used to roast ants. You'll be able to eat it in a while. This side is coated with ink." Zhang Xiaobao introduced the ants, then took them out and placed them on the iron plate to let the sun shine on them. From time to time, he would turn them over. When he felt that it was enough, he took Li Sun to a shady place. The 4 boxes of ants were divided into 3 portions. One portion was given to Li Sun. He and Wang Wan grabbed a handful with their hands and stuffed it into their mouths. When they chewed, they did indeed slow down, bit by bit. It was as if they couldn't wait to chew every crumb into several portions. Li Sun was now following suit. What Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did, he followed suit. He also stuffed a handful into his mouth and chewed carefully. From time to time, he smacked his lips. He felt that the taste of the ants was really good. Eating ants is good, especially using ants to make wine. It can also cure some diseases. After Zhang Xiaobao ate a mouthful of ants, he introduced the benefits of eating ants to Li Sun. If it was someone else who said this to Li Sun would definitely think that person was lying to him. However, since it was Zhang Xiaobao who said it, he could only choose to believe. He believed that it must be the person behind the scenes who told Zhang Xiaobao. After this meal, when Li Sun thought that they were going to continue on their journey, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took out a folded shovel from their backpacks and began to dig a hole. This time, without waiting for Li Sun to ask, Zhang Xiaobao told him. "We're not going now. We'll dig a hole and lie down to sleep. Young Master Li, if you want to continue on your journey, you can leave. Then I'm not going either. In a while, lend me your shovel. I'll dig a hole too." Li Sun didn't know why the two of them didn't want to leave, but he also didn't want to leave. He was relying on the two of them. He believed that the two of them definitely had their reasons for doing so. That person must have told them something. Soon, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finished digging the hole and handed the shovel to Li Sun. They took out a blanket from their backpacks and spread it in the sand pit. Then, they wiped their faces with a wet towel and laid down in the sand pit. They covered themselves with sand, leaving only their heads outside. They put the wet towel on their forehead and closed their eyes to sleep. Fortunately, I also brought a blanket. Looking at the appearance of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Li Sun muttered. After digging the hole, he also laid down in it and buried himself. Li Xing brought the two of them here. When he saw the three of them lying down and sleeping, he didn't dare to disturb them. He could only stay at the side and drink water from time to time. Fortunately, he brought a lot of water. The desert was not like the grassland. The older people had more physical strength. When the sun shone, even if they hid in a shady place, it was still stuffy and unbearable. The temperature emitted from the ground was like a steamer, making people's bodies sweat uncontrollably. Zhang Xiaobao and the other two laid down in the afternoon, which was 1 in the afternoon. They slept until 4 in the afternoon, which was 4 in the afternoon. 3 hours later, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan slept comfortably. Li Sun also rested for a while. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan crawled out of the sand, Li Xing naturally woke up his young master. "What are you doing?" "Oh, we have to hurry." "Comfortable. I didn't expect that sleeping in the sand could be so comfortable." Li Sun stretched and yawned. He looked around in a daze. Knowing that they had to continue their journey, he patted the sand off his body and followed behind Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. At this time, the desert was still hot. The temperature was not much lower than before, but the three of them were much more energetic than before. When they were lying in the sand, their skin was constantly nourished by the moist sand. Children had a strong temper. After eating so many ants, they were not afraid of catching a cold. Li Sun originally thought that they would be the last to arrive after sleeping for 3.5 hours. In the end, after walking for another 2 hours, he found that many children were at the big water station in front of them. No one was willing to continue walking. There were some stones that had been built into a pool and filled with water. The children all ran inside to play. It was really too hot. The three of them replenished their water and did not play like the others. They continued their journey. When the sky was about to turn dark, they saw a few people moving in front of them. "Young master, just now, someone came to report that no one has reached their destination yet. Right now, there are only 3 Li left." Li Xing reported to Li Sun. "Ah. No one has arrived. Where are they?" Li Sun was surprised and happy. There are 4 people who were in a hurry. In the end, they almost got heatstroke and were carried down. When they recovered, they were carried back to their original place. "There are 3 people 1 kilometer ahead, and the rest are these people," Li Xing replied. He was also happy. From the looks of it, young master might be the first to arrive. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also heard it. The two of them nodded and sped up. The few people who saw them watched as they passed by them. There was nothing they could do. They did not have much strength left. They had participated in the grassland expedition and knew that if they sped up now, they would not be able to reach their destination. When night fell, the three of them were only half a kilometer away from their destination. The figures of the three people in front of them vaguely appeared there. "Run!" Zhang Xiaobao shouted. He and Wang Wan ran forward first. Li Sun was panting heavily. He gritted his teeth and ran after them. This time, he was really convinced. These two brats actually still had the strength. One in front, one behind, the same pace, the same arm movement, it gave people an indescribable feeling. When they were only a few dozen feet away from the last tent, Zhang Xiaobao and the other two overtook the three people who were almost crawling. At the entrance of the tent, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan fell down at the same time. When the two of them got up, Li Sun happened to pass by them and was the first to arrive. Li Xing was also tired. He drank a few mouthfuls of water and said intermittently, "Young master is still the best. He is the first to arrive." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan lost their strength when they saw the place and fell down. Yes, young Master Li is the best. Cuckoo and I don't have any strength at all. We are holding on. Zhang Xiaobao took off his backpack and gently put it aside. While washing Wang Wan's hands and preparing to eat, he said to Li Sun, who was lying on the ground and rolling his eyes. Wang Wan nodded fiercely at the side. Yes, I really don't have any strength. I have to eat quickly to recover my strength. The two of them sat at the table and began to eat and drink. Xiao Bao, look, this is good. This is venison. Try it, it is delicious. Marinate it with our bean sauce and then roast it. It smells so good. Come on, one for each of us. This is the deer lip. When Wang Wan saw the things on the table, she immediately found the good ones. She picked up 2 of the 4 pieces of deer lip and shared them with Zhang Xiaobao while talking. Eat, I am starving. Look at this shrimp, 4 inches long and boiled in salt water. I like to eat it the most. I will peel one for you. Zhang Xiaobao hadn't swallowed the food in his mouth yet. He reached out and grabbed 2 salted prawns and peeled them for Wang Wan. Li Sun lay there and watched Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan eat and talk. He really didn't know what to say. He knew that they were letting him eat. What did it mean to be tired? He was the one who was tired. The two of them were eating and drinking as if nothing had happened. They didn't look tired at all. I didn't expect that after missing a meal and sleeping for 3 hours, we would actually arrive first. I understand that leaving first is not necessarily the best. Li Sun endured the taste of sweat all over his body and muttered. Li Xing was also sitting beside him. He couldn't open his eyes, but he was still holding the young marquis. Young master is right. This is called strategizing. He had already calculated that this would happen. Sure enough, young master is the first to arrive. The others can't compare. Li Sun's face turned red from Li Xing's words. She waved her hand, signaling him to stop talking. The two of them were sitting there and eating. Zhang Xiaobao, is there anything good? Don't forget to leave a piece of deer lip for me. Li Sun turned his head and asked Zhang Xiaobao. He felt that there must be something good that Zhang Xiaobao didn't take out. Chapter 171. The stars in the sky couldn't block out the radiance of the crescent moon. The fire in the tent couldn't dispel the cold of the night. The light attracted mosquitoes that traveled more than 10 miles to find this place. When they encountered the incense, some of them ran far away, and some fell down headfirst. After eating their fill and resting for 2 hours, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan opened their eyes almost at the same time. They packed their bags, and under the light of the moon and stars outside, they once again walked towards their destination tomorrow. The guards in the camp quickly came to stop them. Young Master Zhang, may I know where the two of you are heading? It's late, and there aren't so many people around to protect you. We're in a hurry. We don't need anyone to protect us. It's cooler at night. Zhang Xiaobao replied, and continued to walk forward with Wang Wan. The guards were stunned, and once again stopped the two. While chatting, they sent someone to inform the young marquis. Li Sun was dreaming about eating ants when she was woken up by someone. She opened her hazy eyes and asked what was going on. When she heard that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were going out again, she shook her head vigorously, put on a set of clothes and rushed out. Zhang Xiaobao, what are you two doing instead of sleeping at night? Li Sun asked with a yawn outside the tent where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were sleeping. We're in a hurry. While it's dark and not so hot, we're going to walk more and wait until dawn to rest. The desert is not a place to be. If we don't leave at this time, walking during the day will tire us to death. Survival in the wild, who said that we can only survive during the day and sleep at night? When we wake up tomorrow morning, someone will bring us food. Young Master Li, you should go back to sleep. Zhang Xiaobao explained. He and Wang Wan deliberately wanted to break Li Sun's original idea. Survival in the wild was based on achieving one's goal. What did it have to do with whether it was day or night? But, you guys wait, I'll go too. Someone, bring me my backpack. Li Sun wanted to say something to refute, but found that he couldn't. Zhang Xiaobao was right. Who said that they could only travel during the day? When an army was marching, it didn't matter what time it was. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a night attack. Suppressing his sleepiness, he had to ask his men to prepare and follow Zhang Xiaobao. If he wanted to know more about survival in the wild, he could only learn from them. There was still no news from Li Cheng, so he didn't know what he had to say to the expert. Li Sun's men were very efficient. The things that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan used during the day had already been prepared when it was dark. They put them in their backpacks and handed them to Li Sun. Taking advantage of this time, Li Sun changed his clothes and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Okay, let's go." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't refuse him. They nodded, took out small lanterns from their backpacks, lit candles, and led the way. "Come on, give me a lantern." When Li Sun saw that they had lanterns, the kind that could be folded, he quickly asked the people next to him for a lantern, but it couldn't be folded. Walking in the desert at night was indeed different from walking during the day. They couldn't see further ahead and could only stare at the front. It consumed a lot of energy. In addition, the temperature in the desert was low at night, so people were more energetic. Why didn't you two say so earlier? I'm still sleepy. I understand. It turns out that we have to travel at night in the desert. That's right. It's so hot during the day that it can kill people. Without enough water, it's natural to bury yourself to sleep when it's hot and travel when it's cold. I'll remember now. In the desert at night, we have to light lanterns. It's not so scary and it can be warmer. When we go back, I'll ask people to make lanterns. Is that right? Li Sun was still sleepy, but he got rid of his sleepiness after being blown by the cold wind. He followed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan as they walked. Zhang Xiaobao extinguished his lantern, and Wang Wan did the same. Then she said to Li Sun, "Who said that we have to light lanterns at night? If it's a sneak attack, won't we be telling the enemy where you are? Our lanterns are prepared for fear that others can't find us. We lit them just now to illuminate you." That's right. Which soldier can travel at night with a lantern? If it's discovered, I'll extinguish it too. While speaking, Li Sun really extinguished his lantern. The surroundings immediately darkened. The three people continued to walk forward. They couldn't see the road clearly, so they could only walk step by step mechanically, saving a lot of energy. Li Sun came out, so naturally, there were many people following behind them. At first, they held torches, but when they saw that the young master extinguished his lantern, they inserted their torches into the sand and continued to walk in the dark. Fortunately, there was still moonlight, so they could vaguely see the three people's figures. "Here, sprinkle this powder on your body." Zhang Xiaobao walked, and suddenly stopped. He took out a paper bag from his backpack and handed it to Li Sun. "What's this for?" Li Sun took it and asked doubtfully. to drive away snakes and insects. The real desert is not like here. Anything can happen at night. Even if many people have cleaned up here, there may be dangerous things coming out at night. This is a medicine prepared by some hunters. It's quite useful. Oh, okay, I'll sprinkle it. Li Sun opened the paper bag and sprinkled the powder on his body without any doubt. He left a little and deliberately asked loudly, "Can this thing really drive away the snakes and insects in the desert?" No one answered his question, but he didn't care. After asking, he wrapped the rest of the powder in the paper and threw it on the ground along with the extinguished lantern. As the three people walked past, the people behind them carefully picked up the paper bag and put it in their arms before turning around and leaving. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan still walked with their heads down. Li Sun followed behind them. At this time, he was more energetic and felt that it was meaningless to just walk like this, so he began to ask again. "Zhang Xiaobao, you said that we can really encounter other things at night, such as snakes or something like that. If we catch them, will we have food for lunch tomorrow?" "I don't have that ability. We don't know who will eat who at that time. Young Master Li, let's hurry on. We won't be able to eat anything from now until tomorrow. Save some energy." Zhang Xiaobao was really annoyed. Li Sun asked about everything, and he still wanted to catch snakes in the desert? If it was only him and Wang Wan, he really dared to try. With the addition of the emperor's nephew and those people behind them, he didn't want to expose his snake-catching ability. It would be suspicious if such a small child caught snakes. "Okay, I won't ask. And I won't ask now." Li Sun didn't get angry because he had a favor to ask at this time. As expected, he didn't ask anymore. In the campsite, the news of the three people leaving quickly spread. When the adults who were accompanying their children heard that Li Sun and the two people from the Zhang family's manor had left not long ago to continue their journey in the middle of the night, they suppressed the reluctance in their hearts and woke their children up, asking them to learn how to travel. This was not only because they wanted to be cool at night, but also because they wanted to be associated with Li Sun, who had a high status. The group of children reluctantly got up under the urging of their families and followed behind in a daze. One of Han Yongyao's uncles followed and also woke him up. At first, he didn't want to go out no matter what. He was so fat that he almost died of exhaustion during the day. However, when he heard that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went out, he was awake and didn't feel sleepy anymore. "I'll go. I don't believe that I can't catch up with them when it gets cold." Han Yongyao gritted his teeth and said. He was still thinking about the shame of the day before yesterday. It was not yet midnight. He didn't dare to take revenge on the emperor's nephew, but he hated Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. During the day, he wanted to do something bad, but he couldn't find an opportunity. He was fat. When the weather was hot, his body would become weak. His fat was nurtured, not trained. When had he ever suffered like this? He shouted that he wanted to go because he wasn't afraid of the heat at night. He wanted to catch up with Zhang Xiaobao and scare them or give them a few slaps to let them know how powerful he was. If this kind of thing happened to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they wouldn't do it at all. However, for a 10-year-old child like Han Yongyao, this was the best method. The children didn't understand the adults, so they secretly cursed as they hurried. Zhang Xiaobao and the other two didn't walk very fast. The people behind them caught up in less than 2 hours. They actually came out? Good. Li Sun saw the people behind him and said happily. Originally, he didn't know how to explain to others why he had broken the rules he had set before. This time, everyone came, so it saved him a lot of trouble. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't care whether others came or not. Their purpose was to draw Li Sun into the circle so that he could put more energy into this kind of thing and stop thinking about Zhang Xiaobao and Zhuangzi. At this time, Han Yongyao hurried over. He thought that he would feel better at night, but he didn't expect that he would still be tired after chasing them here. When he saw a group of people together, he felt that his opportunity had come. At this time, only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's figures were left in his eyes. He ran 2 steps and came behind them. He laughed and said, "Zhang Xiaobao, and you, Wang Wan, are you afraid of me?" Li Sun was stunned for a moment. He didn't know who was talking. When he wanted to see clearly, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ignored this person and continued to walk forward. This person chased after them for 2 steps, so Li Sun couldn't see clearly for a moment. "Zhang Xiaobao, you guys stop right there. I think you want to be beaten." Han Yongyao caught up and reached out to grab the 2 people's heads as he spoke. Before Li Sun could stop him, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan suddenly squatted down and swept back at the same time. With a poof sound, Han Yongyao crawled onto the sand and his whole face was pressed to the ground. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan acted as if nothing had happened. They stepped on Han Yongyao's hand at the same time. After Han Yongyao groaned, they continued to walk forward. Li Sun caught up with them and asked, "Who is this person? Is it one of the children?" "I don't know." "Who cares? Let's go. This person is too careless. The sand is different from usual. It's slippery with leather shoes." Zhang Xiaobao said and sped up. Chapter 172. It was a dark night on a sand mountain. The wind was cold, and it was difficult to walk. "Yongyao, get up, what happened to you?" When Zhang Xiaobao and the other 2 slipped down from the sand, a person ran from behind Han Yongyao and helped him up while carefully asking, "Uncle, I'm fine. I fell and my shoes slipped." Han Yongyao spat out the sand in his mouth and explained to his uncle. He didn't dare to complain at this time. After falling, he found that the imperial nephew was also beside him. Fortunately, he didn't recognize who he was. If this matter was known by his uncle, he would at least be scolded. It was not worth it. He had to catch up and find a way to revenge. After persuading his uncle to leave, Han Yongyao continued to rush forward. Only when he started to walk did he realize that his 2 calves were sore and painful. He groaned and muttered, "2 little bastards, so ruthless. Don't let me catch you, humph. Xiao Bao, look at the sky. It's almost the autumn harvest. Are we still going to participate in the next wilderness survival on the flat ground?" Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked and chatted along the way. They didn't talk about things here, only the arrangements at home. "I'm not participating. Tomorrow, we'll reach our destination in the desert at midnight. Then, we'll go back and watch the others harvest. Little Red and the others will be back soon. I wonder how many poultry died this time and how much harvest we got." Zhang Xiaobao also whispered back. Li Sun followed beside them. He only knew that they were talking, but he didn't know what they were talking about. At this time, he was wearing shoes with small lumps on the bottom. There was no 1,000-layer soles, and they were leather soles. 1,000-layer soles couldn't be dried so fast with flour paste. Thinking about the person who fell just now, he felt very lucky. Naturally, he didn't see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's back sweep. What about here? Wang Wan was still thinking about Li Sun's energy. "Easy, look at me and cooperate." Zhang Xiaobao whispered back, and then said to Wang Wan in a louder voice, "Cuckoo, do you know what is more fun than wilderness survival?" "Really? Did he tell you?" "Seriously, why didn't he tell me?" "Xiaobao, tell me, what else is there to do?" Wang Wan played along. Li Sun was still thinking about the shoes when he heard their conversation. His ears twitched slightly and his eyes widened, as if he wanted to hear something better with his gaze. Zhang Xiaobao didn't disappoint him. As they walked, he said, "Of course there are. Surviving in the wild allows most of us to get used to the environment. More importantly, it allows some scouts to better gather information. However, scouts don't just need to be equipped with this ability. A qualified scout must know how to track, know how to hide, and know how to use simple tools to make all kinds of weapons and small things." Tracking? Hiding? Was it a game of hide and seek? I know this. When I played with you, you always hid behind the firewood. Am I good at tracking? Wan Wan continued to play along. Yes, you are. Next time, I won't hide behind the firewood. I'll change places. I'll hide in the water. This time, you won't be able to find me, right? Changing places? You're not going to hide in the river in front of the door, are you? I know a place with deep water. You can hide there, but how will you breathe? Wan Wan suggested. At the same time, she was a little worried. At first, Li Sun wanted to laugh. He felt that Zhang Xiaobao was too stupid. He hid in the same place every time and even said where he was going to hide next time. He held back his laughter. When he heard Wang Wan's words, he also felt that this method wouldn't work. How could a person not breathe underwater? Zhang Xiaobao revealed a look of confidence. I'm not afraid in the water. I can make a bamboo tube and put one end in my mouth and the other end in the water. This thing can be used not only in the water, but also in the sand. Buried in the sand, you only need a small tube to breathe. Oh, it really works. When you're thirsty, you can drink water directly from the tube. Why didn't I think of that? Wang Wan continued to play her role. Good idea. Li Sun sighed inwardly. He thought that if all the scouts in the army knew this method, it would be much easier to win. He wanted to praise them, but he was afraid that the two would not say anything. He could only hold back and listen quietly. Zhang Xiaobao said again, this is nothing. We can find some cloth and paint it in the colors of various stones. When the time comes, we can directly cover ourselves and pretend to be a stone. Then we can get a pile of leaves to hide ourselves. Hiding in a tree will make it difficult for people to find us. Oh, how can I find you when you do that? No, I won't play hide and seek with you in the future. Wang Wan complained and stomped her feet. How can you not find us? You know the method I want to use, so you can follow this method to find us. In fact, it's very simple. You just have to think hard about how to hide from others. When you are a person who hides, what is the thing that scares you the most? Naturally, you can use it when you find us. Zhang Xiaobao continued to talk to Wang Wan. At the same time, he also guided Li Sun's thinking to let him think more about how to hide and how to find. Wang Wan deliberately started to talk nonsense. Let me think. When I hide in the water, I am most afraid of the water drying up. When I hide in the tree, I am most afraid of the tree falling. Think about it, there are no leaves on the tree. You are the only one who made such a big pile. Of course you will be found, right? Cuckoo is really smart. This is not good. In the future, you will be able to find me as soon as you look. Zhang Xiaobao praised. Li Sun's serious expression turned into one of trying to hold back her laughter. These two kids were really too funny. How could it be so simple to hide and find them so foolishly? Right, he had to think about it carefully. When the time came, he would find an older child to do this. At the same time, he could ask someone who often hunted. He would find a child to practice first. When the time was right, he would tell his father. He would help the soldiers of this dynasty to gain more merits and surpass others. Li Sun was thinking about this in his mind. He followed the two mechanically. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was a good idea. He wanted to hear more about Zhang Xiaobao and Li Sun's good ideas. However, he found that the two people stopped talking and walked faster with their heads lowered. Li Sun hesitated for a moment. He stopped and waved to Li Xing, who was following behind him. Li Xing didn't know whether it was because he saw the young master's movement in such a dark night or because he found that the young master suddenly stopped, so he immediately ran to him. Young master, what are you? Li Xing thought that the young master was cold. He took off his clothes and prepared to put them on the young master while asking. Don't move. Remember, help me find some experienced people, like old hunters, people who make a living in the water, and people who have been driving for decades. Find them, give them more money, and ask them to tell me how to hide themselves in various places and how to track others. Don't forget. Li Sun stopped Li Xing's movement and said quickly. He still wanted to catch up with Zhang Xiaobao and Li Sun. Li Xing didn't understand what the young master wanted to do. He swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He knew that the young master was in a hurry. Anyway, this matter was not difficult. He nodded and looked at the young master's blurred figure leaving quickly. He didn't dare to delay. He found other people to give them orders and also chased after them. Under the influence of the cool air of the desert at night, the children seemed to have forgotten their fatigue. They jumped and ran again. They couldn't see the road clearly and were covered by the cool air. Each one of them seemed to have a lot of energy. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also running, but they didn't make any jumping movements. Running up and down drained too much of their energy. They understood that even though these children had the strength to run now, they were affected by the darkness and temperature. When the sun rose the next morning, their exhausted bodies would not be able to hold on. Li Sun ran a few times and finally caught up with Zhang Xiaobao and Li Sun. He tried to adjust his breathing. He didn't know what they would say. Maybe he could hear them talk when he went to sleep tomorrow. After they ran for a while, the adults behind them finally couldn't catch up. During the day, they relied on their greater perseverance than the children to persevere. Walking in the desert, no matter how old you are, if you don't exercise regularly, you won't be tired in the slightest. In addition, the adults' recovery speed was not as fast as the children's. At this time, they all felt that their backs and legs were sore. They secretly wondered who was the one training this time. Maybe if they persevered for a few days, they would be much stronger than before. The only thing that made them feel relieved was the disciplined guards sent by Li Sun. These guards ran at a distance from the side. If any child couldn't take it anymore, they would be able to treat them. You guys wait for me. I don't believe that you two children can run faster than me. Wait for me to catch up with you. Han Yongyao was fat and had never exercised before. He gritted his teeth and chased after them with his eyes wide open. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan became his motivation. His uncle ran for a while and finally had to give up. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. It was better to do this often than to keep raising him. Tonight, Han Yongyao was much better than usual. He knew how to work hard. He seems to have caught up. I knew it when I heard his breathing. Wang Wan ran and heard the sound of breathing not far behind her. She judged that it was the future neighbor and said to Zhang Xiaobao with a little surprise. Don't be afraid, he can't catch up. There is a slope in front. If we rush up, we can slip and drop him. It seems that hatred can also make people improve. Zhang Xiaobao knew what kind of mentality Han Yongyao had at this time. He said with a smile, took 2 deep breaths in a row, and suddenly sped up. Wang Wan followed closely. Li Sun also gritted his teeth and ran 2 steps. Chapter 173. The children ran the whole night without much rest. When the first ray of light shone on the horizon, it was just as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had predicted. All of them couldn't run anymore. Their clothes were drenched in sweat, and as the temperature gradually rose, it was stuffy and hot. There was also a little bit of coldness from the inside out. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't care about the others. They went to a nearby water station, took off their outer clothes, and washed them with water. Then, they stuck the retractable stick into the sand to prop themselves up. Then, they wet their towels and wiped their arms and legs a little. Then, they put up a blanket and waited there for breakfast. Originally, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan planned to let Pomegranate send the League Hunter to deliver breakfast, but in the end, everyone else joined in. Li Sun got someone to take a car to come here first, saving Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan a lot of trouble. How is it? Zhang Xiaobao, do you think this arrangement is good? Not letting others bring anything and only providing 2 meals, this is survival. No matter what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did, Li Sun would follow suit. At the same time, he washed his clothes with water. He didn't know how to wash, so he wiped his arms and legs and sat in front of the 2 people to show off his skills. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan shook their heads at the same time and took the porridge to eat. Li Sun was still waiting for the 2 of them to praise him, but he didn't expect to get such a result. Looking at the bowl of porridge in front of him, he asked unwillingly, "Did I do something wrong?" Of course, this is a place for children to play. What survival in the wild? For survival in the wild, who would specially go to the front to give water? Who would arrange 2 meals a day? Why can't we bring anything? Are scouts not allowed to bring dry rations when they go out? Zhang Xiaobao asked several questions in succession, but Li Sun couldn't answer them. Wang Wan added, that's right. As for the rest tent, it should be carried by the people themselves. They can rest whenever they want. Whoever reaches the last place first will be the winner. My family, someone said it, is to give them a chance to prepare. They can bring whatever they want. The people protecting them will only interfere when they can't take it anymore. Li Sun listened carefully. He felt that it made sense, but he also felt that it was not feasible to do so. However, he deduced an important thing from Wang Wan's words. That was, the expert really did exist. Everything was said by the expert. Yes, he noted this down. Children who were too young would not be able to do it. He could let children over the age of 10 try. At this time, Han Yongmiao also dragged his heavy footsteps to the side. He lay on the side and panted heavily. His eyes did not forget to stare at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan a few times. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not care about this stare at all. The 2 of them had no problem beating the other party, but it would not solve anything. There was still hatred, and it would only expose themselves. Not making a move on him did not mean that they did not value him. When they returned, they would prepare. As for how to calculate, it would depend on the other party's moves. What's wrong? If you don't want to rest, are you going to continue on your journey? Li Sun and Zhang Xiaobao finished eating at almost the same time. When he saw the 2 of them put down their chopsticks, he yawned and asked. Yes, we are in a hurry to go home. I won't play anymore. This thing is for you. Zhang Xiaobao said and took out the saltpeter from his backpack, as well as the set of bowls. Go home. You can get the first place, and then there will be a reward. I have also asked people to make a few plates, you will definitely get them. Li Sun did not expect that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would go back. They had only stayed for 2 days, so he felt a little reluctant to leave. He wanted to use other benefits to attract the 2 of them. When he saw the thing that Zhang Xiaobao took out, he doubtfully asked, This is saltpeter? Oh, I know, it is used to make ice for eating. Why didn't I think of it? It is not for entertainment, it is used to save lives at critical times. It is most useful when several people travel together. It can help the people around you to prevent heatstroke. More importantly, it is used to suppress wounds. Therefore, I only brought a little. If you want to bring more, it is better to bring water. Even if it is hot water, it can still save people's lives. Zhang Xiaobao explained to Li Sun. It is actually used like this? Zhang Xiaobao, since you are leaving, why don't you give me your backpack? Li Sun understood this time. Saltpeter was not used to make ice for people to eat casually. When he looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's backpack, he finally said the words in his heart. He believed that there were definitely some good things inside. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and shook their heads. Zhang Xiaobao said, Young Master Li, these things are enough for you to use. When you are almost finished, we will organize another trip. When we come back, we will show you some new things. Interest was also a gradual process. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not want to expose everything so early. There were indeed some things in the backpack, such as several different kinds of needles, a string separated from sheep intestines, a small soldering iron, some good charcoal, and a 3-edged needle. These were used to treat external injuries and bleed the human body, especially internal bleeding. Although the 3-edged needle could not cure the person, it could prolong the time for a while. It was not suitable to take them out at this time. Originally, they were going to bring some pure powder, but later gave up. Okay, I will organize another trip at that time. Be careful on the way. Li Sun did not know what to say. He really wanted to snatch the two people's backpack, but he also knew that this was like killing the chicken to get the eggs. If he forced them this time, he would not expect them to bring him anything. He had to say a sentence of blessing. Huh, are you afraid? Not far away, Han Yongyao, who heard Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan leaving, suddenly shouted. He was angry. He was prepared to retaliate against the two people in a while, but he did not expect that they would be ready to go home after eating. Shut up. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to speak, Li Sun turned his head and angrily scolded them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not pay attention to him at all. They rinsed their mouths with water, patted their full stomachs, and walked towards the outside of the desert. There was a dirt road there, and the car sent by their family was parked on the road. Han Yongyao did not dare to show any dissatisfaction with Li Sun. He had to smile and apologize. After avoiding Li Sun's gaze, he stared at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's backs as they left. Xiaobao, he must hate us to death. Wang Wan did not need to look back to know the situation over there. Humph. Let's go back and think of a way to deal with his family. This child is really not as good as Li Sun. At least, if it was Li Sun, he would not have made his attitude so obvious. Han Yongyao, a child, dared to show his hatred when he did not have his own power. It can only be said that his family's upbringing is not good. A good family will raise their children from a young age. If he can't do it, it means that his family is not good either. Zhang Xiaobao began to analyze the situation of his new neighbor through this small matter. He continued, with a child like him, we can still make use of him. The more hatred, the better. Don't you think that I am bullying a child? Children are always bullied. Otherwise, why would he dare to treat us like this? Isn't it because we are young? The autumn harvest is coming. Do you know how to peel the grain? Wang Wan did not want to talk more about the topic just now. She changed the topic and it became a technical matter. Zhang Xiaobao nodded, I know. I have seen people peel the grain and grind it into flour. I have also seen it. When the rice is transported to a place specially made for peeling, they first take out a cover with a big hole and put it on the electric motor. When the grain is poured into it, most of the grain comes out. Then, they change it with a cover with a smaller hole. Okay, I know. When we go back, you make this electric motor. I will have someone prepare the cover. This will save a lot of effort for the farmers. Wang Wan held out her thumb and gestured to Zhang Xiaobao. Actually, there is another way. That is to put the rice in the open space, dry it and beat it with something. After beating it, it will be blown up by the wind. I know how to make this thing. Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan with a serious face. This is something that people can do now. There is no need for you. Do you have a way to make a simple peeling machine? For example, the kind that uses livestock and manpower. No, we can't remove the skin of the rice and wheat. That way, they can be stored for a short period of time. If we keep the shell, they can be stored for 2 or 3 years. Otherwise, in less than a year, those black bugs will grow. Keep the shelled ones and eat them immediately. Zhang Xiaobao still had this experience. Once the rice and flour were made, they had to find a way to sell it. Otherwise, when the insects grew, it would affect the price. Wang Wan really didn't have this kind of experience. She was stunned for a moment and asked suspiciously, you are not lying? I can't use this kind of thing to lie to you. Kaiyuan, in 2 years, there will be more food. Take advantage of this time and buy some back. We can make cakes, big rice cakes and other things to sell. Don't touch your own first. This year, we will only buy the shelled ones. Help me think of something to make noodles. Take advantage of this winter to make more money. It won't be easy to make money with food in the future. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan talked about the future with confidence. Wang Wan, on the other hand, didn't believe him. Wei Wei tilted her head and asked, "Do you really plan to do this? Sell some cakes?" "Yes." Zhang Xiaobao nodded firmly. "Really?" Wang Wan's voice rose in pitch. "Yes." Zhang Xiaobao opened his eyes wide and nodded fiercely. "Yes?" Wang Wan continued to raise her voice. Actually, we can do something else." Really, why do you have to ask so clearly? It's not good for a husband and wife to know too much. I'm trying my best to leave you with a sense of mystery. Do you feel it? Zhang Xiaobao compromised at this moment. I feel it. I feel that I don't want to live with you. Hurry up and say it. Otherwise, when I grow up, I will marry in Lushan. Let's see what you can do then. Wang Wan threatened. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned for a moment and suddenly laughed. You marry that fatty. Yes, good. Now he is in trouble. I don't need to do anything. He will know who he can't marry. He will regret it to death. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Xiaobao, get out of the car. I won't sit in the same car as you. Chapter 174. The road back was long, and the bells jingled. Pomegranate was in a daze, and she was happy in the car. The sun was shining, and the trees were green. The fragrance of the wildflowers was on the other side of the water. After joking around for a while, Zhang Xiaobao finally told her his plan. It's actually very simple. The people here belong to the north, and they don't like to eat fish. Fish fillets can be used as snacks, but fish meat is hard to deal with. There are many rivers here, and the fishing technology is backward, so it's impossible to catch all of them. I'm going to make some money from the fish. When the people here get used to the taste of fish and like it, we can buy seafood that can't be made into MSG and sell it for more money. Humph, I'll tell you the truth. I knew that international swindlers are all bad. Ordinary people take one step at a time, and those who are a little smarter take one step at a time. Those who are smarter take one step at a time, and those who are smarter take one step at a time. But people like you have to take at least 5 steps before taking a step. Wang Wan was satisfied. She didn't want to be unable to follow Zhang Xiaobao's train of thought. When this kind of person didn't do anything, others would only think that he was a simple person. When he really did something, they would never know what he wanted to do. Well, I'll take it as a compliment. I'll give you a detailed plan. I think that the people here don't like to eat fish, mainly because there are more sheep and pigs. There aren't many ways to cook fish. If the fish isn't cooked well, it's fishy and bitter. But if it's cooked well, it's different. When the time comes, I'll look for Li Sun and use the training to delay him for 2 or 3 months. Then, I'll give him a good deal. I'll use the flour collected from other places to let him open a fast food restaurant in Beijing. He can fry whole small fish, and he can fry the meat of big fish. These all need to be covered with flour, and in addition to flour, egg white, and then, there will be a market for the eggs in Zhuangzi, right? I knew it. It's not that simple. You're using all the people you can get in touch with, including Cherries and your family, and me and my family. Wang Wan was really surprised. Zhang Xiaobao had considered almost everything together. As long as there was a resource that could be used, he would not miss it. I'm not using you, I'm cooperating with you. I'm also giving. When you're controlling my things, when have I ever said a no? Kai Yuan the food in the middle and later stages is no longer valuable. Can't I consider changing my form? Let me ask you, do you want me to use you? Zhang Xiaobao would never allow anyone to doubt his attitude towards his family. As he spoke, he turned his head angrily towards the window. Wang Wan felt that Zhang Xiaobao was the cutest at this moment. She couldn't help but kiss him on the cheek. If you want to use it, then use it. If you don't use your ability to integrate resources, even God will not be willing. Then why didn't you tell me first? It's not like I don't support you. And that person's surnamed Su, he also said that for every 1,000 meters above sea level, the temperature will drop by nearly 6 degrees. It's cold, what should we do? Those poor people will go and grind, that way they can warm up. He can't. He's a scholar, so he can only dance. In dark places, he can wave 8 or 6 times in a second. That way, we can see the afterimage. It's a pity that there are still many years before we can use his application of optics. Otherwise, with his application of optics, we can do a lot of things. If there's no other way, we can find that person surnamed Li. He knows that when he's drunk, there will be 3 shadows. When he's drunk, there will be 2 shadows. People who drink too much are like that. Zhang Xiaobao touched the place where he was kissed and began to talk. Wang Wan was already stunned by Zhang Xiaobao's words. After a few seconds, she burst out laughing. I've never seen you ridicule others like this. What do you mean by saying that the heavens and the earth are only swish, leisurely, and snot, okay? Chen Ziong is lamenting. Su Shi, you're also scolding him. He's just expressing a kind of helplessness and loneliness towards kinship. There's no need to talk about Li Bai at the end. That's a kind of imagery. Sophistry, it's definitely sophistry. What do you think that person surnamed Shen means when he says leisurely? I know that the white clouds are leisurely, but what about the heavens and the earth? The joys and sorrows of life, which one isn't leisurely? Later on, he's already blushing. How uncomfortable is that? Don't tell me that his tears will slowly flow out of shame. Then he's really too fake. Swish, swish, swish. Sad, tears fall like rain. And that person's surnamed Su, if he's not pretending, then what is he? Who doesn't know that it's cold at the top? Those who challenge the first peak know how cold it is at the top. I don't think he should write a poem. You say that you're at the top, but no matter how high you are, can he be as high as the emperor? He directly let you fall from more than 8,000 meters above sea level to a few hundred meters below sea level. This is the conversion between a mountain and a basin. And that person surnamed Li, he basically drinks every day. If you're really immune to alcohol, he won't drink too much. He'll faint after drinking a little rice wine. He can't hold his liquor. Take me for example. The national banquet Mao Tai is produced from the factory and has been in the cellar for 15 years. It's 52 degrees Celsius. I can drink 2 bottles in a row. How can he be compared with Wu Gang on the moon? Chang Yi will pay attention to him. Look at her own reflection. If it's the reflection in the wine glass, there will be 5 people, not 3. He's making 2 mirrors at a 45-degree angle. So much land in the world won't be enough for him to step on alone. Zhang Xiaobao finally diverted Wang Wan's attention. He started to talk nonsense. That was his purpose. Wang Wan really forgot about the matter of buying noodles. Her big eyes and long eyelashes blinked. It was the first time she heard such words. It was really amazing. If this person didn't care about his face, he would dare to say anything. How is it? Are you stunned? Zhang Xiaobao asked timely. Yes. You deserve your reputation as an international swindler. I admire you. No wonder you can cheat so many officials. Generally, officials are in a melancholy mood. When they hear such a joke, of course, they will support you. How old is Li by now? 13? 14? So pitiful. Wang Wan pinched Zhang Xiaobao's chubby face. She really didn't know what to say. The truth is the truth. You have to admit that with that surnamed Li's alcohol tolerance, if he really becomes a high-ranking official, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Zhang Xiaobao continued to say. Don't mock others. You can't raise yourself by belittling others. You are already an adult, and you are still telling such jokes. It's not funny at all. I am not telling a joke. What I said is the truth. If you want to hear a joke, I will tell you. In fact, this is the truth. In the past, I met a mayor, not a municipality, but a government official. We had lunch at noon and drank too much. During the afternoon meeting, after the secretary finished speaking, I invited him to speak. At that time, he was really amazing. He walked up the stage leisurely. The audience applauded. He said one sentence, and it shocked everyone. I have always wanted to learn, but I feel that I am still far away. Zhang Xiaobao said with emotion. Is he really that amazing? What did he say? Which official is he investigating? Wang Wan really couldn't think of what that mayor would say at this time. He said, "It's my turn." Good, serve the staple food. I was so scared at that time. When I invited him to lunch, I only wanted to drink. When did I ask for the staple food? Zhang Xiaobao said with a face full of annoyance. I know who he is. He is the one who said that the morning meeting is the policy, the afternoon meeting is the strategy, the afternoon meeting is the strategy, and there are rules for sleeping at night. When he goes down, he will go down together with the two high-ranking officials in the province. Let's talk about something else. Wang Wan finally stopped refuting Zhang Xiaobao. She already knew who Zhang Xiaobao was talking about. At that time, she was the one who personally led the team to go down. If it was someone else who went down, there might be a chance to reduce the punishment. But the Special Second Department will not care about these things. Once they catch their family members and illegitimate children, they can't blame the Special Second Department for not showing mercy. Alright, let's talk about something happy. How much do you think the per mu yield of Zhuangzi will reach this year? Will it reach 10,000 jin? Zhang Xiaobao continued to joke. What's 10,000 jin? I estimate it will be at least 2 jin, and it's still the low-grade fields. When the time comes, we will do somersaults in the fields. Wang Wan also played along. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the dry fields on the side of the road that obviously didn't have much yield. He sighed and said, our family's land is about 4 to no more than 5 stones in the field, 3 to no more than 2 stones in the field, and less than 2 stones in the field. An increase of about 40% may seem like a lot, but compared to our era, it's still too far off. The highest yield per mu is less than 500 caddies of rice. Yes, 200 jin for the high-grade fields is indeed too little. Don't worry, take it slow. If it really doesn't work, we can look for Li Sun to see if there are any talents in this area. Society is developing, and there will be better ideas. Wang Wan did some calculations. The trend of this year's yield was much higher than the current era's yield. Compared to the past, who planted this small amount of rice would lose money. The people outside the carriage could only hear some of the messy words in the carriage. Even Pomegranate, who had been sitting close to the carriage, couldn't understand what the young master and young lady were talking about. They knew that the young master and young lady were going back to see the autumn harvest. In their hearts, this year was a big harvest year. However, they didn't know that the two young masters in the carriage were not satisfied with this. When the two carriages arrived at the official road outside Tuqiao village, they saw a group of people coming from afar. The noise didn't matter if you liked it or not, it passed into your ears from time to time. Pomegranate sat in the carriage and frowned when she heard the noise. She stood up and looked over there. Suddenly, she knocked on the door of the carriage in surprise and shouted to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan inside, "Young master, young lady, you're back. Our things are back, and Xiao Hong and cherries are also back." Chapter 175. In the carriage, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still talking about everything when they suddenly heard Pomegranate's voice. They stood up together in surprise. Fortunately, they were not tall and did not hit the carriage roof. They opened the door of the carriage and jumped out one after another. Why did you come back so quickly? It took a long time to leave when we were in a hurry. Now that we are on the way back, didn't we agree that we would stop every few hours to let the poultry eat something and exchange the eggs with the local people? Wang Wan looked at the poultry that were only visible in the distance. She was happy with a trace of puzzlement. This shows that the harvest there is relatively good, so Xiao Hong and others are not willing to waste more time. In fact, we have slowed down our speed to come here at this time. Otherwise, we would have arrived before we left. This is good. After Li Sun helps us sell some local freshwater fish, we will start to promote the benefits of saltwater fish, especially those dried fish. If we don't sell them at dozens of times the price in Chang'an, I will keep them and let them rot in my hands. Zhang Xiaobao was also happy to see these poultry come back. The thing that the farmers cared about most was how many chickens, ducks, and geese they could raise at home. As long as these poultry were in their hands, they would have confidence. Wang Wan nodded and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "They are called saltwater fish." What saltwater fish? According to you, are they divided into river fish, and lake fish? Of course they are divided like that. Yellow river carp, no one sells freshwater fish, and no one calls Chinese sturgeon as freshwater sturgeon. According to the needs of the region, there are different names. The fish in the sea are naturally saltwater fish, abbreviated as saltwater fish. Zhang Xiaobao gave an example. Along the way, they were in a good mood and kept arguing. Wang Wan exhaled through her nose and said, "You have learned something new. Then let me ask you, what should we call the fish in our pond?" Do you still need to ask? Of course, it is the fish in the pond. Zhang Xiaobao said without thinking. I see. The fish in Qinghai Lake is called blackfish, right? Isn't that what the Ba Zhou's Bayou said? Wang Wan asked. If you don't follow such strict requirements, that is indeed the case. Zhang Xiaobao felt a little wronged and could only argue forcefully. Wang Wan didn't continue to dwell on this issue. She shouted to the other side, "Xiao Hong, cherries, here, we are here." On the other side, Xiao Hong and cherries were rushing the poultry. Hearing Wang Wan's words, they excitedly sped up. A flock of domestic fowls ran towards the farmstead. The ones in the lead were a few large geese. When they saw that there were people in front of them, they were not as smart as Furry. They knew that they could not casually attack such a creature. They lowered their heads and pressed their necks, rushing over like Wang Wan. Wang Wan grew up in the city and didn't understand the violence of these geese at all. Just when she was about to take a few steps forward, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly stood out from behind her and pulled her back, watching the two geese pecking his legs. "Xiaobao, hurry up and get them away. It hurts so much." Wang Wan could feel how much damage Zhang Xiaobao's legs would suffer at this time. How do I get them away? The bigger the geese, the more tenacious they are. They can be used to guard the house instead of dogs. Just wait for cherries to come over. Zhang Xiaobao endured the pain and didn't kill the two geese at once. This geese cost a lot of money, and the price of the eggs was also not low. It was just a little pain, and he couldn't cut off a piece of meat. He just had to endure it and it would be over. It didn't take long for cherries to come over. When she saw the geese twist the young master's legs, she raised her leg and was about to kick. Don't kick, they already have eggs. Just treat it as cupping and scraping. These geese are good, they can help guard the house in the future. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the two geese and his voice didn't change at all, as if he wasn't the one being twisted. When the two geese were taken away by cherries, Zhang Xiaobao said with a grin, "It hurts so much. Who can help me?" As he spoke, he reached out his hand to Wang Wan. Wang Wan was angry and funny, but at the same time, she was a little touched. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, walk by yourself. Did you twist your tendons? When we go back, I'll rub them with millet dipped in wine for you. You can show off. No, I'm competing with my legs. If they really twisted my tendons, I'll kick them to death. Do they really think they are so powerful because they have a mouth? Zhang Xiaobao bent down and rubbed the place where he was twisted. He called cherries and then turned around and walked to the side of the car. At the same time, he said, if I had known, I wouldn't have been so far away from the car. Let me see, how hurt are you? As soon as they got in the car, Wang Wan rolled up Zhang Xiaobao's trouser leg and gently touched the bruised place with her hand. She looked up at Zhang Xiaobao and said, I didn't expect you to be a real man. You can still stand it after being twisted like this. I did it on purpose. I wanted to see if I had reached the level of invincible Vajra. This is called cross-training iron skin, one of the 13 treasures. Zhang Xiaobao looked up and said. Then how do you feel after you've tried it? Wang Wan asked with a smile. It's a bit lacking. Cherries and Xiao Hong came back with a pile of poultry. The people on Zhuangzi happily came to welcome them. The only one who was not happy was Zhang Xiaobao. He muttered that it was too easy to go up and down the line of fire while looking for someone to remove the bruised blood. When he got home, he first soaked the bruised blood in hot water. After soaking for a while, he used a needle to prick the bruised blood out. After that, he put ice on the bruised blood. After a while, he finally felt better. Cherries and Xiao Hong were busy returning the poultry to the various farmers. The compensation for the eggs was also given out. As for the dead animals, of course, it would be counted as the owner's responsibility. Su Si and the others also ordered people to move the goods to the warehouse. Naturally, it was Zhang Xiaobao's warehouse. His money was now calculated separately from the accounts of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. If it wasn't for the fact that the two families often used the things in his warehouse to do things, it would be better. With the return of everyone, the autumn harvest was about to begin. Every family prepared everything that they needed to prepare. Li Sun, who had just finished running in the desert, also hurried back. He wanted to see the difference between his Zhuangzi and the Zhuangzi of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family during the autumn harvest. As for the third wilderness survival training, it was postponed by him. Young master, you're back. This little one discovered something. Li Cheng, who had been treating Zhangjie Zhuangzi to meals and drinks these days, saw that the young master had returned. He quickly approached him and said something that the young master was interested in. Oh. What is it? Tell me about it. Li Sun didn't expect that something would happen as soon as he came back. As for whether this matter would harm his Zhuangzi, he really didn't care. He just wanted to figure out what was going on. Replying to the young master, according to the time that we plant, we need to harvest the wheat first. After harvesting the wheat, it's time to harvest the rice. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family's Zhuangzi's wheat and rice seem to ripen together. This little one really doesn't understand. Why is that? Li Cheng told Li Sun what he had observed. He really couldn't understand. If the rice of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family was a little worse, it would be reasonable. However, what he saw was that the rice was better than other places. This year, not to mention the lack of harvest, it wouldn't be a problem to harvest 10% or 20% more. Li Sun originally didn't think much of it, but when he heard Li Cheng's words, he was stunned for a moment. He asked doubtfully, is that really the case? How's their rice production? A lot. It seems that they can produce nearly 5 dan of rice. I don't know what they use. Normally, Gu family's Zhuangzi also got rice seedlings from them. Although it was a little late, the harvest shouldn't be too different, right? However, it's not the same. This little one thinks that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family's Zhuangzi didn't give the same seeds to Gu family's Zhuangzi. Li Cheng first explained the matter to the young marquis and then told him his thoughts. Well, this matter is known. Let's talk about it next year. Let's see what they use when they plant. Li Sun also didn't understand. He didn't have the slightest knowledge about farming. When the harvest day arrived, all the farmers were busy. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family's Zhuangzi still followed the same method as last year, uniformly harvesting. The main family also prepared food early. There was meat, vegetables, soup, and rice. According to Zhang Xiaobao's idea, all the meat these days was replaced with fish. They specifically found a big fish and cut out the meat without bones. One by one, they wrapped the meat and put it in a pot of oil to fry. After they were fried, they put some seasonings on the side for people to dip in when they eat. This year, Gu family's Zhuangzi also learned from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family's methods. They prepared delicious food for the farmers. As long as they worked hard, they would have food to eat when the harvest time came. Li Sun's Zhuangzi didn't realize it at first. The next day, Li Sun, who was used to learning from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and Zhuangzi's methods, also ordered people to uniformly harvest and provide food for lunch and dinner. "Young master, we can't do this. We will lose a lot of money. Why should we provide the farmers with food for 2 meals?" When Li Cheng saw the villagers eating at noon, he was scared to death. He quickly found Li Sun and told her about it. "Yes, why should we? Just based on the fact that when the young master and young lady went to Shuiyun for a meal, someone would immediately stand up and stop them. Just based on the fact that when we spent money to bribe them, the villagers wouldn't budge at all. Just based on what they said, when Zhang Xiaobao whistled that day, the people around the 2 villages immediately rushed over to protect them. What else is there to say? Look at their harvesting speed. With the same sickle, the same wheat, and the same uniform work, their harvesting speed is 50% faster than ours. The children in our farmstead are following behind and picking up the leftovers while they are playing, but the children in the other farmstead are all very serious. What is this? This is called the human heart. I saw it. When the farmers from Zhuangzi meet other people, they stick out their chest and we lower our heads. Do you understand?" Li Sun wasn't stupid at all. He noticed the difference through observation and shouted at Li Cheng angrily. Chapter 176. When autumn comes, the fields are dry and the chickens are idle. People are busy with their backs to the north, and the sun turns to the west. Scythes are swept like the wind, and sweat is like rain. 3 months of spring are spent waiting for this season. People with fields everywhere are busy harvesting their crops while the weather is hot and rainy. Otherwise, when the autumn rain falls, the harvest will be reduced in the blink of an eye. The farmers of Zhuangzi, Zhang Wang, and Wang Zhuangzi were obviously faster than the farmers of other villages. There was no difference in the way they dressed. The only difference was the tools in their hands, which were scythes. The scythes of Zhuangzi, Zhang Wang, and Wang Zhuangzi were slightly longer than the scythes of other villages. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw the scythes here, they found that they were different from the ones they had seen before. The 2 of them discussed and felt that the difference might be due to the difference in location. More importantly, during the process of inheritance, the workers improved little by little. Since that was the case, the 2 of them specially paid for a batch of scythes to be made. At this time, it seemed that the speed was indeed much faster. Another reason for the speed was their physical condition. Zhang Wang and Wang Zhuangzi gave some small benefits, which made the farmers healthier than other farmers. The food they ate was also much better. The mechanical labor was a competition of endurance and resistance to the sun. With these factors added together, the 2 farmers were half as fast as other villages. While the others were busy, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ran outside and squatted in the shade of a big tree, using small wooden sticks to draw circles. Zhang Xiaobao used a ruler to draw a diagram for Li Cheng to figure out, and Wang Wan was drawing something else. "You're a combine harvester? Good idea. I'll draw an oil refinery here. When the time comes, I'll provide you with oil for the machine. You're drawing a diesel engine, right?" Zhang Xiaobao had just figured out 2 small graphics games when he turned his head and saw what Wang Wan was drawing in front of him. There were 2 big machines. The one in front was responsible for harvesting and threshing, and the one in the back was responsible for transporting dust. Don't look down on people. How long did it take from the invention of the steam engine to the satellite? When the white steam came out of the front of the car, the wheels of history. The wheels of history run over the crystallization of countless people's sweat. Countless people. It's not something that can be done by a liar and a police officer. He contains. I know. Isn't it just the accumulation of various disciplines? It's just a drawing, and it's not like it's going to be done. When are we going to send people to the mountains to block those large natural ponds? The freshwater crabs, shrimps, and fish we bought from other places are still in the pond. If they get any bigger, we won't be able to hold them all. Wang Wan used a wooden stick to make a cross on the drawing she had drawn, clapped her hands and asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the people working in the field and said hesitantly, "We have to wait for them to finish their work. This time, Erniu brought a lot of my fan stones from the other side. What should we use them for? If there's no other way, we can buy a property in the capital and build a large bathing pool there. Do you think people will go there? It will cause trouble, unless you want to rely on a certain power. Do you want to?" Wang Wan poured cold water on Zhang Xiaobao. "No, I don't want to. Let's keep the stones at home. As for the fungus and tremella, don't sell them first. Keep them. After 2 years, when people's living standards improve, they will be sold for a good price. They won't get wet and can prevent insects from biting them. Those things can be kept for a long time. When we have enough people, we can release them." Zhang Xiaobao whispered a few words. Wang Wan agreed and said, "Yes, there are too few people who can take care of things on their own. If we let them do business, we will suffer losses. Let's use the store to train them first. When County Magistrate Cheng is promoted, we will continue to train new county magistrates. Let's ask County Magistrate Cheng to rope in more people. For the current officials and the students who will take the exam in the future, I agree to open an inn in the capital. Find a slightly remote place and buy it. If there's no other choice, we can just buy it outside the city." According to Zhou Shihu's uncle, the surrounding area is also prosperous. "Okay, I understand what you mean. Let's give some benefits to those students who go to the capital to prepare for the exam. Even if only 1 out of 100 people passes the exam, it will be of great help to us. It's not like they have to take the Shiozai exam. There are other subjects. That's settled. Let's go and see what we have for dinner tonight." After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finished discussing business, they stood up and walked to the kitchen. There were several big pots set up. Those who were boiling water and cutting vegetables were busy. Large pieces of streaky pork and some green vegetables were thrown into the pot. Before they got close, the smell of chopped green onions wafted over. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sniffed and nodded with satisfaction. There was a lot of the smell of oil and smoke here. They didn't use oil slick, nor did they fry the streaky pork directly. It should be good to eat later. Little young master and little miss are here? It's hot, sit here. As soon as the people working saw the 2 little devils from the farmstead approaching, a woman in her 30s who was not very nimble with her legs found 2 small stools and moved the umbrella that was held up for them to the side, blocking the 2 of them from view. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't want to disturb her, but when they saw that she had already prepared everything, they could only enjoy it. The 2 of them understood that sometimes there were some things that one couldn't refuse. If they really left at this time, the farmer would definitely think that the master was dissatisfied. If the 2 little ancestors went back and told the master about what happened today, the master would feel that the account was disrespectful to the master. As soon as the 2 of them sat down, a short table was placed in front of them. The streaky pork that was specially prepared for the people in the inner courtyard was cut into thin slices and placed on a wooden plate. There was also a small dish of garlic sauce on the side. After that, The garden also flattened the cucumber that had been preserved until now, marinated it with salt and garlic, and poured some sesame oil on it for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to eat. Zhang Xiaobao picked up a piece of meat and dipped it in the plate. Before he even tasted it, he said, "Good, good, it's really too fragrant." "Yes, it smells good." Wang Wan also echoed at the side. As soon as the two of them finished speaking, just as they thought, the faces of the people around them all revealed happy smiles. A word of praise could make them happy for a day. Wang Wan also ate a piece of meat and used her tongue to lick the oil around the corner of her mouth. Then, she asked Zhang Xiaobao, "The taste is really not good, right, Xiaobao?" "Yes, it's just that the garlic sauce hasn't been soaked in the big sauce. It's even more delicious when soaked in the big sauce. The heat of cooking is also not bad. It's fat but not greasy, thin but not dry. Let's also cook it tomorrow. Instead of boiling it, cut it into slices and soak it in hot water. Then, we'll wash the oil and blood on it." Zhang Xiaobao still felt that there could be a better way to eat it. Wang Wan also nodded in agreement. "Boss, it's here. Look, the rice is growing so well. Boss, please slow down a little." Just when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were half full, a group of people came from the small bridge. When they approached the place where they were cooking, a man wearing a green silk shirt and a beard hat was talking to a fat man with light yellow slanted shoulders, wide-legged pants, and narrow leather boots. "What do they do?" Wang Wan put down her chopsticks and muttered. "I don't know. Usually, when you see a servant talking to a person like that, it's usually the villain. His acting skills are not as good as Song Jinggong's. It's obviously written on his face that he's a bad guy." Zhang Xiaobao joked with Wang Wan. He didn't care who came. The two families were no longer the same as before. At the very least, he was an official. He wasn't a pushover who could be easily bullied. "Well, good place. 1 mu of land can actually produce more than 4 dan of grain. I heard that there's a market here. Why haven't I seen it?" The boss looked left and right and asked the young man from before. "If we go back to the boss's house, we're all busy. Maybe we can come out at night." "Boss, please sit. It's tiring to stand." As the man spoke, he stared at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. To be precise, he stared at the stool under their butts. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of a few copper coins rolling on the table sounded. The man said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Little kids, stand up. These copper coins are yours." "Not bad. He looks like a lackey." Wang Wan looked at the copper coins on the table and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Her voice was not low, so the people around them heard it. Indeed. Otherwise, why would people say that dogs look down on people? That's probably how it came about. Zhang Xiaobao also said. At this time, the people around them who were cooking had stopped what they were doing. They took all kinds of tools and surrounded the group of people. The one who was cutting vegetables held a kitchen knife and stood in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The blood on the knife dripped down drop by drop, splashing to the ground and forming a small black hole. "You, what are you doing? Do you know, who am I?" The man who spoke just now had now reacted. Hearing the words of the two children, he knew that the status of the other party was not low. He said with regret and fear. "Bastard, why don't you get back here? How can you let the noble give up his position?" "Everyone, it's because I didn't discipline him strictly and let this brat be a bit domineering. I apologize here. May I know which family these two noble children are from?" Just when this brat was worried that he would be beaten, the boss behind him stood up in time to smooth things over. At this time, he saw clearly that the two children were wearing clothes made of ordinary materials, but the parts of their faces and hands that were exposed were white and tender. Ordinary village children would not be like this. "What are you asking about? Where did you come from? What do you do?" The person in charge of the cooking place did not answer the other party's words. Instead, he looked at them with a suspicious gaze and asked. "This is our boss. He specially came to see you. It's the autumn harvest. There are so many grains that can't be sold. Our boss wants them all. 10 copper coins per bushel." The bastard knew that it was time for him to speak. He pointed to the land that had not been harvested and offered a very high purchase price. Chapter 177. No, we're not selling. We're still keeping them for planting next year. Isn't that right, young master? The leader of the farmers refused without even thinking. He turned around and asked Zhang Xiaobao. The other people who were cooking also supported this. Indeed, they couldn't sell them. In the past, 1 mu of land could produce about 3 dan of land. Now, the best land could produce about 5 dan of land. The worst land could produce more than 2 dan of land. This was money. What was in the land was no longer food, but seeds. Usually, a dough of millet would cost 4 or 5 won. A dough of rice would cost more than 10 won, close to 20 won. Although the rice hadn't been shelled, the price was already too low. Why would they buy it at a high price? Who were they trying to fool? Zhang Xiaobao already had an idea at this time, but he couldn't say it out loud. He could only pretend to be stupid. He looked at the people around him with a smile and said, "I don't know either. I'll go home and ask the housekeeper." As he spoke, he pulled Wang Wan and ran home. At this time, the boss, Lai Zi, and the others knew that the 2 little guys were actually the children of the main family in Zhuangzi. No wonder so many people were protecting them. Lai Zi was especially scared. He almost caused trouble just now. He went to other people's Zhuangzi and bullied other people's children. If the farmers beat him up and sent him to the government, he would only lose and not win. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ran away. The boss and his group of 12 people didn't know what to do. They originally wanted to test the price first. After all, except for a few places that were affected by drought, there was a bumper harvest everywhere. The price of grain would definitely be low. If they wanted to buy husked rice for 10 won per dough, the price would be a lot. They didn't expect that the farmers were not stupid. They knew that such good rice could be used for planting. This was troublesome. Under the covetous gaze of the chef, the 12 people felt uncomfortable. It was the boss who spoke. "The price is negotiable. Your Zhuangzi is not bad. Shall we look around?" He was testing the farmers to see if they would give in. If they didn't, he could only go back. Their Zhuangzi was their territory. The farmers didn't continue to pay attention to the dozen people. They turned back and continued to cook. At this moment, the sky was almost dark. The people on the ground were pulling out the harvested grain. After they finished, they would come back to eat. They didn't have so much time to waste on these people. "Sister Lame, give me a bowl of water first. I'm thirsty." Let me smell it. This meat." Some of the faster workers had already come over by this time. Among them, a young man in his 20s shouted from afar. "Drink. You only know how to be lazy. Here, drink. You won't be able to eat after drinking." The lame woman poured a bowl of water and slammed it on the table. After cursing, she went back to work. Rascal was the kind of person who wouldn't let go of an opportunity to sow discord. When he heard other people talking, he thought that the opportunity had come, so he acted like a good person and reminded them. "Shut up. What do you know? Sister Lame's leg was injured because she helped her parents-in-law block a tree that was blown down by the wind. Who doesn't know that Zhuangzi has the best lame daughter-in-law? Who are you? Where did you come from?" The young man glared at the lad with dissatisfaction. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to go forward. "Lad, get back here. If it weren't for your sister, I would have kicked you out long ago." You cause trouble for me all day. At this moment, the farmer wished he could kick the lad back home. He glared at him and called him back. As soon as the lad came in front of him, he was slapped. After slapping him, the farmer said to the farmer, "Lad, you don't need to be disciplined. Young man, do your thing. We just came over to take a look and want to collect some grain. Young man, why didn't you go home and come here?" The farmer was too busy and didn't have the energy. The young man didn't want to pay attention to them. He went to the basin at the side to wash up and wiped himself with a cloth. He took a wooden bowl and a pair of chopsticks and asked someone to fill it with rice and vegetables. When he squatted down and was about to eat, he said, "Go home? The farmer is taking care of your meals. You'd better leave quickly. Our Zhuangzi is different from other places. We don't sell grain even if we want to buy it." He felt it was very normal when he said it, but to the 12 people, it was unusual. Some Zhuangzi only took care of their meals when they collected the grain and stored it in the warehouse. They didn't expect that they would take care of their meals when they were harvesting here. There was so much meat and a few side dishes. The rice wasn't the usual millet, but white and shiny rice. Smelling the smell, they were hungry. "Hurry up, Xiaobao, do you think we should sell it or not? We've been targeted. Where did the farmer come from? Could there be a prince behind him?" Wang Wan said as she followed Xiaobao home. Her words were filled with worry. "What prince? Do you think those princes are stupid? Whose territory is this?" "It's Li Qingyi's. His son lives next to us. Which prince would be so stupid to come to Zhuangzi directly? If it's really a prince, he will definitely go to the Li family's Zhuangzi first, and then let the Li family's people in Zhuangzi come forward. It seems like someone knows how much we produce. This is a good thing. I didn't want to sell it at first, but now I've decided to sell it. I'll sell it to anyone who wants to buy it. I'll let the housekeeper tell him that we don't need to harvest anymore. Let the people in Zhuangzi work on the mountain and leave the seeds for our own use." Zhang Xiaobao was running in a hurry, so his voice was intermittent. They were only a few dozen meters away from the courtyard. They would arrive soon. By the time Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan reached the door, the gatekeeper had already seen them from the balcony on the second floor. He hurriedly ran down and opened the door. His body flashed out as he vigilantly looked behind Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He shouted, "Little Gongzi, hurry up, I'll block them." "Why are you blocking it? No one chased us when we ran back. You thought Cuckoo and I were in danger. Why didn't you ring the bell? Remember, no matter whether your judgment is accurate or not, ring the bell if you think there's danger. You should also come out to guard the courtyard every time. Make it a habit. Call the housekeeper." Zhang Xiaobao ran closer and saw the nervous expression on the gatekeeper's face. He was moved but also a little angry. The gatekeeper was not raised for nothing. He had a bell but didn't use it. The gatekeeper lowered his head and listened to the young master's words. He smiled and ran to find the housekeeper. After a while, Steward Zhang jogged over. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao, he asked respectfully, "Young master, what happened? I heard that you two ran back." Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand to indicate that he was really fine. He told Steward Zhang his plan. "Nothing. I just asked you to do something. Now it's good. It saves manpower." As Steward Zhang listened, his mouth opened and his eyes were fixed. When Zhang Xiaobao finished, he asked, "Young master, do you really want to do this? It's a bit too much. Just do it. Who are you tricking? It's just labor. People who work are the most lovable. Do you understand?" Before Zhang Xiaobao could speak, Wang Wan's voice interrupted. "Got it. I'll arrange it now. I'll let the people in the market know about it tonight, especially the place to buy food and drinks. Young master, my son has nothing to do today. Why don't he follow you?" Steward Zhang agreed and also promoted his son to Zhang Xiaobao. "How can he have nothing to do? Study well first. It'll be convenient for you to use in the future. Steward Zhang, your family has been the housekeeper of the Zhang family for generations. It won't be bad in the future. Zhang Xiaobao reassured Steward Zhang. Got it, young master. I'm leaving. Steward Zhang was finally relieved after hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words. His son could continue to be the housekeeper in the future. It was the blessing of 8 lifetimes to be able to work for the young master. Xiaobao, 100 copper coins per caddy of seeds is too expensive. The farmers usually keep the seeds for themselves. It's impossible for our seeds to grow as many as 4 dan per mu. The most important thing is to sterilize the seeds at the beginning, then throw the seedlings, good manure, and the wheat rice stones in the field. Wang Wan was a little worried after hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words. If they really did it this way, they would earn a little too much. According to the weight here, 1 dan of rice would be around 80 caddies. Tu Zhuangzi had more than 3,000 mu of land. On average, 1 dan of rice would yield 3 dan per mu. Of which, rice would take up 2/5. If they calculated it carefully, they would earn 14,000 to 5,000 taels of silver. It was too frightening. The most important thing was that Zhang Xiaobao would sell it with the shell. Of course, if you don't sell it, people won't buy it with the shell. I know what you're thinking. That's just a theory. Theories are usually used by swindlers to swindle people. How can we sell so much? With this price, how many fields can we plant with 1 gene of seeds? If we have a good harvest, won't we be able to earn more? Our seeds can yield 4 dan per mu. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said to Wang Wan. He even winked at her. Wang Wan curled her lips. Don't say this to me. Burning newspapers in the grave? Who are you trying to fool? Your place can yield 4 dan per mu. How can the grains produced be 4 dan per mu? If other places can produce so much, won't they be able to produce 6 dan per mu if they plant here? If it's that good, why would we still need hybrid rice? What if some of the seeds mutated? You can't deny that, right? Let's go. We'll go to the swimming pool at the back to take a bath. After a nap, we'll start studying. What should we study today? It seems like it's already spring and autumn. My head hurts. Zhang Xiaobao complained and walked to the swimming pool at the back. At this time, the temperature of the water was just right for him and Wang Wan to take a bath. This is nothing. I heard that we have to study the Book of Changes. But I know that when this thing came out, there was only one picture, which was the Xiantian 8 trigrams. Why didn't I see anything from it? Wang Wan also complained. The things that people learned in this era were too complicated. Now that you mention it, I think it's an alien civilization. Now that you mention it, I think it should be from an alien civilization. Look at the 8 diagrams, it's nothing more than broken and connected. If it's broken, it's a broken circuit, and if it's connected, it's a channel. If it's 2 connected, it's a direct current. If it's 3 connected, it's naturally 380 volts. If it's 1 connected, it's a broken circuit, and if it's 1 connected, it's a broken circuit, and if it's 1 connected, Zhang Xiaobao explained to Wang Wan seriously. Wang Wan laughed so hard that she held her stomach. Chapter 178. The market by the bridge finally opened at night. People who had been busy all day couldn't sleep and came to take a look. At this time of the year, most of the transactions in the market were done between the people who set up the stalls. The farmers didn't have that much time. Steward Zhang didn't go directly to the people in the market to discuss. Instead, he found Ergo and gave him the order. Ergo immediately went to carry it out. After dealing with Ergo's matter, Steward Zhang arranged for people to find the 12 people who came today. Soon, the news came back. The 12 people lived between the clouds and the water. Steward Zhang let out a sigh of relief. He led the doctors in Zhuangzi to ask if anyone was feeling unwell so that they could be treated in time. After Go received the order, he adjusted some of the prices in the market for the next few days. For example, tea could be casually thrown in something when drinking it. From today onwards, until the end of the autumn harvest, no matter who drank tea, it would be 50 copper coins a bowl. Small steamed buns that were a bit of meat would be 20 copper coins a bowl. It didn't matter if they couldn't sell it. When the market closed at night, the grocery store would make up the money they earned in a day. Food would be sold at the usual price. If others wanted to buy, they had to set the price. This was the benefit of having the right to set the price. Those who did business naturally wouldn't object. They would sell it however they wanted, as long as they didn't lose money. As for the poor commoners who came to buy things, they didn't care if they had more food or less tea. Wasn't it easy to eat? The grocery store had cheap pancakes and cool well water to drink. This didn't cost them money. Even Ergo didn't know the reason for this arrangement. He just needed to follow the instructions. He didn't need to worry about anything else. Between the clouds and the water, in a second-class courtyard, a few people sat together to discuss things after eating an extremely expensive dinner. "Boss, don't you know an official in the capital? I heard he's a 6th-rank official. Why don't you ask him to come over and talk to him? We can buy back the grain here at a cheap price. When the time comes, we can grow our own. 1 mu of land can produce more than 4 dan of grain." Lai Zi stood at the side and advised his boss while burping. 2 people at the side also nodded and agreed with Lai Zi's idea. The boss's face was gloomy and he did not say anything. He had just heard the news that the Zhang family and the Wang family were selling seeds in Zhuangzi. It was 100 copper coins per caddy, and that was including the shell. The price was extraordinarily high. However, when he thought about the grain harvest, it seemed that this amount of money could be taken out. However, if he really bought something at such a high price, others would think that he was a fool, and he would lose face. Just as he remained silent with a sullen expression, a person with squinting eyes beside him said, "What's the use of a 6th-rank official here? Just now, we purposely chose a seat on the first floor of the restaurant to eat. Could it be that you didn't hear what others said?" There were 2 Zhuangzi, one was a 7th-ranked official, and the other was a 7th-ranked official. The saying that a high-ranking official can oppress a person to death refers to a subordinate. Not just anyone can do it. If you really oppress him, won't they impeach you? I just heard that these 2 officials were specially conferred by the imperial court. 2 auspicious signs. One time, they helped the disaster relief in Hunan province. Not to mention that there are so many 6th-ranked officials in the capital, why don't you try changing to a 3rd-ranked official? One will get one. Why? Lai Zi could not understand why a 3rd-ranked official could not win against 2 7th-ranked officials in Zhuangzi. Are you stupid? You came here to bargain. It's fine if you don't want to buy, but if you force it, people will say that you're betting on an auspicious place. If it's not an auspicious place, how can there be such high production? If it's not an auspicious sign, nothing will happen after the drought, and instead, it's an increase in production? If you bargain in a place with auspicious signs, it means that you want to suppress the imperial court's luck. If you don't say this out loud, everyone will know. If you say it out loud, it will become a report, and you will be beheaded. Is the neck of a 3rd-ranked official stronger than the imperial court's luck? The provincial governor of this province is a prince. I heard from the people in the capital that the auspicious signs are because the current emperor and his brother have a blind date. Think about it, what is this? Beheading your whole family is a light punishment. Not exterminating your 9 generations is because the emperor is not good to his brother. So evil? Can't the little lousy Zhuangzi be moved? Lai Zi was a little disappointed. He did not expect that this Zhuangzi would need to consider so many things when he really wanted to deal with it. Why can't we deal with it this way? But we can use other methods. The person with squinted eyes said again. Lai Zi knew that this person was the master's think tank. When he heard that there was another method, he quickly said, I know. I heard that there are 3 zhuangzi in the restaurant between the clouds and the water. Tomorrow, I will eat until I fall ill. At that time, hee, you only have this little ability. Why don't you try it tomorrow? If you fall ill from eating, will there be any trouble if you die from eating? Don't even think about it if you can't shake their foundation. That person sneered. He really looked down on this Lai Zi. If his sister was not close to the master, he would not want to do anything. The person next to Lai Zi pondered for a while and said, yes, it is useless to eat a dead person. Besides, Lai Zi can't die. We should think of a complete method. Why don't we help them spread the news that Zhuangzi of the Zhang family and Wang family is an auspicious place, and the things produced there are better than those around the capital. Then we can say a few words to make people believe that where there is auspicious, there will be an emperor. When he said this, the people around him thought that it was feasible. This would really kill the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi. Was it so easy to be an emperor? Even the master was a little tempted, but the person with squinted eyes shook his head again. If it was someone else who was the provincial governor, this method could be used. But Prince Li Qingyi definitely cannot be used. As long as the news spreads, Prince Li will come to the capital to ask for punishment. The current emperor can order people to investigate thoroughly. Who would say something like this? Isn't this sowing discord between brothers? Prince Li's place is going to have an emperor. That means Prince Li is going to be the emperor. Who would believe that a farmer can be the emperor? That won't do. How did Zhuangzi get a provincial governor? What else can we do? We can't really use 100 copper coins to buy a caddy of rice with husks, right? Lai Zi was the most impatient person among these people. When he heard that this idea was rejected, he said anxiously, you shut up and listen to Brother Lu. The master was also vexed. Hearing Lai Zi's words, he was even more vexed. Don't worry, master. There is still a way. Find a few people tomorrow and follow our method. When the time comes, I don't believe that the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi will not discuss with us. The person with squinted eyes laughed sinisterly and asked the few people who should not have heard this to leave. He told the remaining 3 people in the room the method. During the autumn harvest, the farmers were busy. The children were supposed to go to school, but with the return of Xiaohong and cherries, the poultry had to be fed. The adults were busy, so they could only leave the work to the children. All the farmers who raised poultry had a lot of chickens, ducks, and geese. The children woke up early and released the poultry according to the layout of the manor. Then, they carried the empty bags and went to the main house to get the food that the poultry needed to eat for the day. Except for the fresh earthworms, the rest had already been ground by the main house. Each time they carried around 10 caddies, it was enough to go back and forth a few times. They did not need to spend money on these things. They were given by the master for free. They were also considered to be raising on behalf of the master. In the end, the accounts were settled. The master took 80% of the profits, and the farmer took 20%. This 20% was almost free. It was better than raising the chickens themselves. At least they did not need to take out food to feed them. The profits were not only from the eggs, but also from the money they earned from killing the chickens. The master even counted the chicken feathers, duck feathers, and goose feathers as part of the profits. The farmers did not know what the feathers of the poultry could be used to make money. Could it be that they could really make money by giving away the feathers that others did not want? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also thinking about this problem. They wanted to maximize all the profits. What can you do with half a caddy of chicken feathers? Zhang Xiaobao got up early in the morning and asked Wang Wan about this problem. Throw it away. Wang Wan answered very straightforwardly. What if I give you 10 caddies? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. Then I will continue to throw away the half a caddy. Wang Wan continued to give the same answer. What if I give you 10 tons of chicken feathers? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. Well, this thing can be used to make some materials, right? Also, it can be used to make down jackets. If not, it can be used to wholesale the feather dusters. I can't throw away so many of them. Wang Wan's answer this time was different from the previous one. There were too many things. When a seemingly useless thing reached a certain amount, it was impossible to continue to treat it as a useless thing, even if it was just stones and ashes. Zhang Xiaobao did not continue to ask this time. He pointed outside and said, "We have more than 30,000 poultry in Zhuangzi. In the end, they will be killed, unless they are specifically asked to live. Otherwise, we will sell all the parts of the poultry and carry out a unified sale. We also have to complete the slaughter. With so many feathers, it should be more than 10,000 catties. Besides, we will not kill them all directly. We will raise new ones while killing the old ones. The accumulated amount is not small. Now we have to think of a solution." "What solution?" "It can't be to make down jackets, right? You have the chicken feathers, but what about other things? Usually, when you buy it in the market, if the quality is slightly lower, it will keep leaking. What is the material used to make down jackets?" "Cloth. We don't even have cotton cloth now. We only have silk and hemp. With the current weaving technology, how can we make the outer wrapping material? Don't dream about it." Wang Wan rejected the idea of making down jackets. It was fine to have cotton to make down jackets, but they did not have the technology to deal with feathers, let alone put them into clothes. "Who said I want to make clothes? I can build a house with 2 layers of wood, or 2 layers of walls. In the middle, I can mix slaked lime and chicken feathers together. Then, I can use glue to stick the chicken feathers together in a certain order. I can even make a boat out of it. When the time comes, all the boats in Little Luoshui will be made with these feathers. When others see them, they will naturally want to learn. We will sell the chicken feathers to them. How about it? There are only things that you can't think of, but there is nothing that can't be done." Zhang Xiaobao told Wang Wan about the future. Chapter 179. Wang Wan really didn't expect that Zhang Xiaobao would use the feathers of poultry for this matter. She really couldn't guess how Zhang Xiaobao's brain grew. Almost all impossible things were not a problem for him. Can it really be used to make a boat? That's really good. At least if I were to choose by the lake, I would choose this kind of craft with strong craftsmanship. But why didn't anyone do this in my hometown? Are they stupid? When Wang Wan agreed with Zhang Xiaobao, she suddenly realized that if they really wanted to make a boat, why didn't the people at that time do it? They are stupid if they do it. How much does a down jacket cost? How much does some feed made from poultry's feathers cost? How much does an ordinary boat cost? Who would make so many poultry's feathers into a boat? In the past, you could always see big geese boats made of plastic by the river. The cost was only about 400 yuan. If you buy it, you can buy it even if it costs more than 1,000 yuan. If you use a little bit of good materials, you can definitely buy it for 1,500 yuan. How much does it cost to use poultry's feathers? If you want to use glue to densely stick the feathers together, the cost of labor and materials is much higher than that of the geese boat. Whoever makes it is stupid. What's more, the feathers of poultry have a shelf life. Zhang Xiaobao felt that Wang Wan's usual life was too monotonous, so he explained the boat to her. Wang Wan nodded, "I see. Those boats are made of plastic. No wonder they are hard when you knock them." "Not all of them. Plastic is still expensive. There is a cheaper thing called glass wire, which is made of this thing. Only the sealed bearing below is a little expensive. The other things are worthless. Those things should be inorganic. The decomposition process is long, unlike the feathers of poultry, which will spoil after a period of time." Zhang Xiaobao continued to explain to Wang Wan. Wang Wan frowned and asked, "So what you mean is, we use these poultry's feathers to make boats and let them play on them. But how big can you make them?" They have big flower boats. It's not big. It's 1 meter long, half a meter wide, and 1 meter tall. It's not for people to scratch. It's for fun. Do you know what fun is? Now that there is a water wheel, we can find a place with water in the artificial lake. If there is no water, we can use manpower to move the water wheel and bring the water to a high place. Then, set up a large rack that looks like a slide and let the water flow down from the top. When it reaches the bottom, make a slight upward curve. You sit in the boat and tie a wooden block to your body. When the time comes, slide down from the top and see who can fly the farthest. It can also be like the thing in the torrential current, can't it? Wang Wan continued. No, I don't dare to do that. Without the skills, people will die. But we can use that kind of small boat to fight water battles. It's light and easy to turn around. We just need to add a few water guns on it. You know how water guns work, right? They rely on pressure. It doesn't matter if the seal is a little bad. Hurry up and tell me, what else have you not taken out? Do you think I will believe that an international swindler can only think of such things? Construction, shipbuilding, selling poultry feathers, there are only 3 of them in total. Even if you do animal feed, there are only 4 of them. But these 4 are all basic things. Is that possible? Zhang Xiaobao, do you think I'm stupid or you are? Tell me quickly. Wang Wan already believed him. When she nodded in agreement, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. Zhang Xiaobao's actions were all closely linked. It couldn't be that simple. She almost fell for his trick. No, really. That's all. Look at my eyes. How pure they are. Zhang Xiaobao turned his head and blinked his big eyes for Wang Wan to see. Wang Wan suddenly smiled and blinked her eyes. Look at mine. Aren't they also very pure? Tell me the truth, Zhang Xiaobao. Why don't you sleep on the floor tonight? Your eyes are pure. Even a lie detector can't detect it. You are proficient in several kinds of psychology and can even hypnotize yourself. Are you going to tell me or not? I will crush your thing down there. You only know how to do this. You scared me in the past. Do you think I am afraid? Let me tell you. I already said I will tell you. Don't stretch your hands. There is another characteristic of poultry feathers. When it is exposed to the sun, it will attract a lot of flies. I don't want to get maggots. I just need to use big sauce. You have to think about it. That Li Sun, after he gets someone to deal with the survival and reconnaissance tasks in the next 2 to 3 months, we need to get him a fish job to do, and at the same time, sell him some soybean oil and eggs. But do you think he will be satisfied? Even if he is satisfied, will his other brothers be satisfied? I have to plan first. If they don't come looking for me, I won't say anything. If they really come looking for me, I have to arrange something for them to do. What is the best thing? Now we have been at war with the surrounding areas. There are not many big ones. I heard that the people sent by the imperial court failed last time. What about in the future? Small frictions will never stop. I will use the feathers of the poultry to let the flies bite them. At that time, bacteria will breed. All kinds of bacteria. Think about it, in that kind of environment, how many bacteria will be on the feathers of the poultry? In addition to this, we also raise pigs in Zhuangzi. I will get some other cattle and sheep's hair. It will be best if it has blood. I will put it under the sun together. When the bacteria accumulates, I will put it in the grassland tribes or other neighboring countries. Do you think the immunity of their livestock will be strong enough to prevent the bacteria from entering? I really don't want to tell you this now. It's too amazing. Zhang Xiaobao, you really shouldn't be a swindler. You should enter our country's think tank and be a schemer. How many people will your kind of thing harm? What if it spreads to our side? Wang Wan moved Zhang Xiaobao's head to face her and looked at it carefully. She seemed to be talking to herself. Zhang Xiaobao tapped Wang Wan's nose and said, "Are you stupid enough to put it on the border? Won't you transport it to the center of their country in the name of all kinds of things? Wait for them to have a disaster, then we will refuse to buy any of their livestock and scatter a lot of lime on the border. Maybe the two of us can't do it, but those brothers of Li Sun will definitely find a way to do it. I just think that it's against the natural order. Tomorrow I will go and prepare the 7-star lantern. Help me find oil. I will use it to light the lantern. Let's see who can put it out for me. I really don't know what to say about you. You are good. You can exchange yourself for the safety of a child. I believe that the child and his parents will still be grateful to you and think that you are a good person even if they know that you are an international swindler. You are bad. You are really bad. You don't even blink when you kill people. Many people have died in your hands, right? According to the law, you can be executed 10 times less than that. You have always measured the life and death of others according to your own standards. You are a person who will stab a knife into another person's chest when you smile at a child. Can you tell me what your standards are? Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao with a complicated gaze and asked. What standards? Does Confucius have standards? People don't treat him well. Didn't he also say that only villains and women are difficult to deal with? The standards of the strong are mood, and the standards of the weak are hope. Don't analyze me. I don't even know what kind of person I am. How can others judge me? Let's go outside and take a look. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he put an arm in front of his waist and nodded to Wang Wan. Wei Wei turned sideways. Wang Wan smiled and put her hand into the hole formed by Zhang Xiaobao's arm. She gently squatted down and the two of them walked outside in this posture. The weather outside was just as the villagers expected. It was still so hot, and there was no sign of rain. The villagers would rather have their clothes wet with sweat than have a drop of rain fall. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, one in front, pedaled their relatively advanced car out of the house. They followed the road on Zhuangzi and headed towards the small bridge. Xiaobao, are we still letting the village children catch grasshoppers this year? The autumn harvest has already delayed their learning time. Wang Wan was still in front, controlling the direction. While pedaling, she asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao knew that Wang Wan always had a desire to rule. Even when she was pedaling, she had to control the direction. It was fortunate that such a person wasn't with Wu Zetian, and it was also fortunate that he followed her. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to find someone to suppress her. Oh, it was he who dragged her along. After a while, Wang Wan realized that Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything, so she asked, "Say something, Xiaobao. Are we catching grasshoppers or not? I still want to eat them. The protein content of those things is higher than what we usually eat. It's like a cocoon. They have to eat it in order to survive. Yes, we have to catch the children of Zhuangzi. We have to catch the children of other Zhuangzi as well. We have to catch the children of the Gu family, the Zhuangzi family, and that Han Yongyao's children on Zhuangzi. We have to use things to trade. 100 grasshoppers for an egg. Forget it, 50 grasshoppers for an egg, 100 grasshoppers for a duck egg, and 150 grasshoppers for a goose egg. Once that Han Yongyao knows that we are trading like this, he will definitely stop the children on Zhuangzi. When that time comes, I will make him lose the hearts of the people while we can gain the hearts of the other Zhuangzi children. This trade is not a loss at all, whether it's the nutritional value or feeding the animals." Zhang Xiaobao instantly had a plan. Harvest grain, harvest old grain. 4 copper coins for a bushel of millet, 7 copper coins for a bushel of rice, 6 copper coins for a bushel of noodles. Harvest grain, harvest old grain. Just as Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, a shout came from the other side. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan both frowned. This kind of thing was too rare. It definitely wasn't that simple. Chapter 180. I hurried into the forest. The forest was in clusters: Sol, Du, Dor, Missile, La Sol, Mi, Mirer Du, La Sala, Du. Wang Wan was walking alone. No, she was walking with Zhang Xiaobao on a small road in the countryside. When she heard the sound of people buying old grain, she was puzzled for a moment. Then, she let go of her emotions and sang with a jump. I thought you could sing Xiao Hong Mao. That song is more ancient. I didn't expect you to sing something equally ancient. It's about 100 years old, right? No wonder you can't remember the lyrics. No matter how you sing, people will still come to collect grain. Zhang Xiaobao's eyes were fixed on the people who came to collect the grain. He didn't get close to them. He didn't know what they were going to do, so he said something to Wang Wan, who was singing an ancient song. How long has it been for 100 years? The Spring River Moonlight has been played for thousands of years. Isn't there still someone playing it? I used to have a teacher downstairs who specialized in teaching people the guzheng. As long as I was at home, I could hear this song coming from downstairs. There were many students, but the Spring River is still the same. I suspect that she only knows how to play this song and teach it to others. Wang Wan didn't feel that she was outdated at all. She thought that a classic was a classic. Zhang Xiaobao picked up a leaf that had fallen to the ground. He rubbed the handle with his fingers to make the leaf turn. Then, he looked at the small river beside him and said, "Are you talking about the Spring River Moonlight Night by Zhang Ruoxu? I heard that it was really good." "It's not bad, but it's not the Spring River Moonlight Night. If it's really good, he can rhyme all the way to the end. In my opinion, it's just a song. Isn't it just a couplet? According to modern poetry, it's barely a couplet. How can a couplet compare to a couplet? He wants to cover the whole Tang. Does it count as something that others have done before? For example, the Xuanji Shi Tuesday. He can't even answer the palindrome. How can he cover a dynasty? I just don't like those critics." Wang Wan scoffed at this. Ever since she was a child, she had studied poetry. She would only admit that a certain poem was better, but she absolutely did not agree that any one poem could represent an era. What time is it that the moon can be seen by the riverside? Bamboo cane and straw shoes are light over horses. Dark night gave me a pair of black eyes. Summer insects are silent for me. Even midstream hits the water. That's just flattery. She was such a person. Arrogant. Geniuses were all arrogant. That's not good. You have to admit what you have to admit. He did write it. If you have the ability, write one yourself, Zhang Xiaobao advised. Tisk, could it be that the air conditioner in my house is no longer working? Do I need to know how to cool things? I can't talk about it. That's two different things. You're looking at a poem. Forget it, let's not talk about that. Anyway, I think this poem is pretty good, especially that line, "Which family is rowing tonight? Where is the Lovesickness Bright Moon Hotel?" I quite like it. Zhang Xiaobao indeed did not know much about poetry. As long as Wang Wan mentioned such things, it could be said that she could speak freely. However, he did not want Wang Wan to be too arrogant. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. A pile of sand on the shore will be swept away by the current. Those who are above others will be criticized by the masses. He still understood these. I'm not afraid. I know what you are worried about. But didn't Gorky say before? Let the storm blow away others. Wang Wan replied with a smile. He said that? It seems like my hard work in studying back then was for nothing. I actually don't know such profound things. Isn't this the same as wearing someone else's shoes and letting the person who lost it find it? Zhang Xiaobao finally caught up with Wang Wan's train of thought. Wang Wan pulled on Zhang Xiaobao's arm and laughed. "Xiaobao, I just realized that you are really too interesting. Come, let's continue talking about that poem. Don't frown. Don't you want to take part in the imperial examinations in the future? If you don't know this, Could it be that you want to take other examinations and not take the Shiozai examination? Listen to me. Just casually take out a line from Li Bai. For example, since ancient times, all things flow to the east. Yes, I admit that this is a bit like the spring water flowing to the east. Li Yu didn't write anything, but the things he bore were far from being comparable to all things. But there's still Xiao Bai. The world lasts forever. Sai, who do you think you wish for? Wish for Li Longji. Wish for Yang Yuan. As Wang Wan spoke, she became sad. Such a beautiful thing was actually gone. Just like the Kaiyuan era, for the long river of history, it came and went quickly. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have a girlfriend. His whole life, he worked hard to help the dean realize his dream. He simply couldn't understand what was wrong with Wang Wan. Cuckoo, he's with us now. If you're afraid that the future won't be good, didn't we agree to find a way to kill those 4 people? We'll let this pair of jade-like people be together forever. But we can protect them for a while, but can we protect them forever? Wang Wan was still thinking about the longevity hall on the 7th of July, when they whispered in the middle of the night when no one was around. Why do we have to protect them forever? We worked hard to leave behind an honor for the future generations. As for what they want to do, it's up to them. They can't complain about ancestors like us, right? I've never complained. I don't have parents who love me, but I'm willing to be a parent who loves others. Unfortunately, I've always been a liar and didn't do a good job. Now that I'm here, I don't have my own children. How do you think we should educate our children in the future? Zhang Xiaobao was led astray by Wang Wan, or rather, he led Wang Wan's train of thought astray. Anyway, it was astray. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao again and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to have such a backbone. Many people complain that their parents didn't give them a good family, but you want to give your children a good family. Then, Zhang Xiaobao, I'll allow you to start pursuing me. As for what happens in the future, it'll depend on the strength of your pursuit. Are you talking about having children in the future? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Can you not be so shallow? Wang Wan replied. Then you should be talking about the inheritance of life, right? Great love, infinite tolerance, all for the sake of humanity, and to light that lamp with me. Zhang Xiaobao had no choice but to change the way he said it. Glib tongue, international swindlers, none of them are good. Wang Wan felt that Zhang Xiaobao was becoming more and more interesting. If one said that he was smart, then it was not a problem for him to scheme against others. If one said that he was stupid, then he did not know how to please a girl. He didn't make a vow of eternal love like other people. It was as if he believed that she had to live with him since she came here with him. After such a long time, he didn't even prepare a candlelight dinner. Other than putting delicious food on the plate while eating, he stood in front of the goose when it attacked. He didn't know how to please girls at all. Others were smart enough to send flowers every day. He just often covered himself with a quilt. In the beginning, many young girls didn't come into contact with him for romance, but for his money. Just like a song from 100 years ago, zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, wine, and flowers, they were all inseparable. Now, everything has changed. Daily necessities, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. Say something. In the beginning, many people said that I had a realm, and that I was a good person. Zhang Xiaobao waited for a while, and found that Wang Wan didn't say anything after saying one sentence, so he continued to ask. Of course you're a good person. If it was in the past, I would also say that. As for the realm, do you know what the realm is? Wang Wan suddenly felt very happy. Zhang Xiaobao cheated so much money, but he didn't cheat any women. In terms of feelings, he must be the kind of person who was cheated. I know the realm. It's 30% lies and 70% truth. I used to do that. Otherwise, where would I get so much money? Zhang Xiaobao still had some feelings about this matter. Wang Wan laughed again. What kind of realm is that? The real realm is divided into levels. The first level is called the clothes gradually loosening, but one does not regret. The second level is, last night the west wind withered the green trees, alone in the tall building, looking at the end of the world. The third level is what people often say, looking for the person thousands of times in the crowd, but the person is in the waning light. These are the three poems, right? I've heard people say that they're messy and deliberately mystifying. Zhang Xiaobao really heard people say this before. Then it's simple. Seeing the mountain is a mountain, seeing the water is water, seeing the mountain is not a mountain, seeing the water is not water, seeing the mountain is a mountain, seeing the water is water, I understand. So this is what they were thinking. Little brat, their realms are still too low, only at the beginning of seeing the mountain is a mountain. I'll let them know what it means to see the mountain is not a mountain. Zhang Xiaobao clapped his hands and said happily. Xiaobao, what are you talking about? Who saw the mountain is a mountain? Wang Wan found that Zhang Xiaobao's expression was a little strange. They are just people who collect old grain. If you didn't mention this realm, I wouldn't have thought of it. Now I understand. These people always think that they are very smart, but don't they think that seeds are expensive? Why do they have to do this? Do you think that they can take advantage of us after tricking us once? Zhang Xiaobao said to the people who were driving the cart and shouting that they wanted to collect grain. You're saying that this grain collector is together with the people we saw coming to buy seeds? Wang Wan really didn't expect this. She just felt that this matter was a little strange. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. I didn't think of it at first, but when you mentioned realms, I realized that their realms are still a little low. This is called seeing the mountain as the mountain and coming up with an idea. They don't know how to properly train the people who come here. They are so brazen. I don't know if they are looking down on themselves or others. Wait for them to go back and sell the grain, the old ones. Really sell? For copper coins for a bushel of millet, 7 copper coins for a bushel of rice, and 6 copper coins for a bushel of flour. The price they charge is indeed a little high. Wang Wan looked again at the people who came to collect grain and shook her head helplessly. She felt sad for them in her heart. Zhang Xiaobao pulled Wang Wan back and said while walking, it's not this price. Increase the price by 1 copper coin for each grain. We also have to change the trading location. Change to the pier of the little Luoshui River. Tell them that we have a lot of stock and there are mountains and water there. It's really seeing the mountain is not a mountain, seeing the water is not water. Chapter 181. As Wang Wan walked, she turned around to look at the people who were going to collect the grains. She smacked her lips but didn't say anything. She could only sigh in her heart. These people really didn't know what was good for them. The railings of the small bridge had already been carved with the image of a bull's head and a horse's face. She had personally carved it, but it was a little shallow. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't be able to see it. It was to tell the people who had designs on the big Zhang family and Wang family to never cross the bridge. It was a line between heaven and hell. How many people had fallen into it? Did they really think that international swindlers were decorations? Sigh, who knew what the consequences would be this time? The person who collected the soybeans was still in jail. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao returned to the courtyard, he found Steward Zhang and gave him a few instructions on how to sell the grains. After Steward Zhang left, he found Song Jinggong, who was resting in the courtyard, and gave him a few more instructions. After Song Jinggong also went to make the arrangements, he was finally relieved. Cuckoo, let's go to between the clouds and the water to eat good food. Help me get some MSG and 13 spices. I've thought about it. After the autumn harvest, or later, I'll get little Luo Shui to organize an activity. I'll ask those scholars to go to the fields there and experience the scenery. Zhang Xiaobao gave the instructions and took out 2 big bags from the room. He handed one to Wang Wan and said to her, "What are you up to now?" Wang Wan didn't believe that Zhang Xiaobao would be so kind. This time, I really don't want to harm anyone. I'm just organizing an activity. It's the autumn harvest. Is there anything wrong with having some fun together? Zhang Xiaobao felt that Wang Wan didn't understand him. He had a wronged expression on his face. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao carefully. That's right. If it was someone else who said this, I would believe it. You? Unless the sun rises from the west. What's the big deal about the west? You can run to the 2 poles. When it's daytime, the sun won't set for the entire day. I've done my calculations. That would be the time when the moon is full. I've thought it through. I'll say, the moon is the full circle of one's homeland. Where is the grain full? Regardless of whether it's a local scholar or an outsider, they'll all be filled with emotions. Zhang Xiaobao even made use of the autumn harvest. It seemed that he would not miss out on anything that could be used. When Wang Wan heard this suggestion, she nodded and asked, what about the prize? You want me to go sightseeing, you should at least give me something decent when I write a poem, right? Is there a need to ask? Of course, it's the seeds here. If they want to eat it, they can eat it. If they want to plant it, they can plant it. As long as they write a poem, no matter how they write it, they can get 10 pounds of seeds. They can plant it, eat it, or keep it. Oh right, I just thought of something fun. What is it? Seeds. Rice seeds can be planted, and so can grass seeds. Back then, I remember that there were people who specialized in selling dolls with sawdust and grass seeds. As long as they were watered, they would grow into green seedlings. When Zhang Xiaobao mentioned seeds, he thought of that thing. It was not expensive, and many people were willing to buy it. They wanted to see the seeds grow day by day. When they were carefully cared for, it was actually because of hope. It was just like how many adults treated their children. When walking, if they realized that there were children in front of them learning to run, they would have to give way. This was not just a matter of strength or weakness, but also a similar kind of hope for the children. If a child in his 20s kicked the ball, the adults would be angry. If a child in his or her 20s kicked the ball, the adults would not feel any anger. They would even be able to return the ball. Of course, those who deliberately drove fast in front of the school grounds and stabbed the children because they could not beat the adults were exceptions. Or it could be said that such people were no longer considered human. Wang Wan did not know that Zhang Xiaobao had thought so much in this short period of time. She felt that this suggestion was not bad and asked, does it mean that we can earn money again? No, this money should not be earned by us. It is easy for others to copy, so the profit is not too big. I plan to leave it for those who come to find trouble in the future, especially those whose families are more powerful. Giving them a business deal can reduce the resistance. I just want to mention it. Help me write it down. It will be useful at critical times. Oh, it seems that it is not easy to develop. We have to leave something for others. This shows that the legal system is not perfect. There will always be a privileged class. Wealth and silk move people's hearts. Look at the world. Which powerful person has all the shares in his or her hands? No one. Those who do can only wait to be constantly schemed against. In the end, they will become weak or collapse. Zhang Xiaobao said a sentence about the world, or the essence of the human circle of survival. Wang Wan thought for a moment and said in agreement, indeed, whether it is an official or a businessman, as long as you are in contact with people, you have to know how to give and take. Let's go to the restaurant and have a look. There seems to be a new dish today, braised foie gras. There were so many poultry when we went, but there were fewer when we came back. Some of them could not hold on and died on the way back. Well, this foie gras is edible. It is not the kind of goose that is specially fed with liver disease. Some of the chickens also died, right? It is not an infectious disease. Take out the chicken liver and sauce it for the children on Zhuangzi to eat. It is good food. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he slung the bag over his shoulder and took the lead to walk outside. Wang Wan followed behind. Thinking about what Zhang Xiaobao had just said, she asked, "Xiaobao, didn't you say that they belong to the first realm? Then you must have seen what they are going to do next. What else can they do? They collect the old grain, get new grain from other places, and exchange it with our farmers for grain that could have been used as seeds. The exchange rate is 2 to 1, 3 to 1, which is several times cheaper than 100 copper coins for a caddy. Or they can spread the news that this year's high-yield grain can't be eaten. During a disaster, high-yield grain is against the laws of nature. If it were me, I would at least be able to come up with these two methods immediately." In autumn, the rice grains were golden, and the streams flowed like silk. They shouted that there were 10,000 stones for old rice, and they were not afraid that Lu Yuan would be busy collecting grain. Steward Zhang came into contact with those people who collected grain. They said that there was a lot of old grain at home, and they insisted on raising the price by 1 copper coin before selling it. After some bargaining, the other party said that they would not budge. Steward Zhang had no choice but to tell Zhang Xiaobao about this matter. When Steward Zhang found Zhang Xiaobao, Song Jinggong was also talking next to them. After hearing about the matter between the two of them, Zhang Xiaobao laughed. "What are you laughing at? There seems to be something wrong. Young Master Song, when you go out to collect old grain, it's only half the price they collect. Is there a connection between the two of them?" When Wang Wan heard the conversation between the two of them, she felt that there was something wrong with it. "Do you still remember that soybean collector? This is a powerful person. Unless they don't move, as long as they move, we can see how capable they are. They are digging a hole for us to jump into. We have really underestimated them. Young Master Song, don't be in a hurry to collect old grain from the grain stores around here. Just ask the local farmers and tell them that we are willing to buy their old grain at a 2 to 3 ratio. We will take 3 sets of old grain and give them 2 sets of new grain. Arrange for people to buy new grain. No matter how much the price rises, as long as it is not more than 2 times the price, buy it all." Zhang Xiaobao touched his face with his finger and gave the order to Song Jinggong. Then, he said to Steward Zhang, "Steward Zhang, transport all the old grain to Little Luoshui and sell it according to the price they offer. If they want to play big, we will play with them this time. Don't sell the seeds first. Let's see if it rains in the next few days. If it rains, we will collect them ourselves. It will only delay the matters on the mountain. If it doesn't rain, just leave them in the fields." Song Jinggong and Steward Zhang did not understand why the young master was doing this. According to this method, the Zhuangzi would obviously lose money. However, when they thought of the young master's methods, they knew that he would not do such a stupid thing. Thus, they obeyed the order. After the two of them left, Wang Wan asked in confusion, "Xiaobao, what are you thinking? If we do this, we will lose money." "Who said so? This time, not only do we want to make money, we also want to use 2 strategies." Zhang Xiaobao replied confidently. "What strategies?" "Driving the wolf to devour the tiger and using someone else to do the dirty work. I want to announce to all those who want to attack the Zhang family and Wang family that Xiao Qiao is not so easy to cross." 2 days later, the sky was still so clear. Song Jinggong had already bought a lot of new grain from outside. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaobao was now rich, so it was easy for him to pay. He began to trade with the local farmers for 6,000 dan of new grain. In the end, he was able to exchange for 9,000 dan of old grain. The price of the new grain had indeed doubled. The person who bought the grain had also signed a contract with Steward Zhang and specifically found a middleman. Elsewhere, the autumn harvest was not over yet. As expected, God opened his eyes and it did not rain. The farmers felt the high temperature and rejoiced in their hearts. Song Jinggong's purchasing speed was very fast. 1 day later, more than 5,000 dan of grain had been transported to the dock of the Little Luoshui River. Steward Zhang did not sell the grain according to the young master's instructions. Instead, he continued to wait for the 9,000 dan of grain to arrive. The owner was still living in between the clouds and the water with 11 other people. When he heard the news, he specially found a large room on the second floor and ordered a lot of good dishes to celebrate. Brother Lu is really calculating. He actually knew that they would buy new grain to exchange for old grain. But I don't understand, why? The owner smiled and said to the think tank next to him. Owner, the other side is also very capable. They know that we are dealing with their seeds. They did this to let us know the difficulties and retreat. As long as the price of the seeds is fixed, they will not lose money. At that time, the money spent on new grain can be earned back several times from the seeds. Unfortunately, they calculated wrong. We still have a backup plan. The think tank surnamed Lu replied to the owner with a confident look on his face. Yes, yes, yes. Brother Lu is right. This time, we will let them know how powerful we are. If they dare to not listen to us, they can forget about selling even a single seed. Lai Zi did not know the specific situation at all and flattered at the side. Then, when will Brother Lu make the move? The owner asked again. The moment we buy the old grain is the moment we make the move. The think tank surnamed Lu smiled sinisterly. Chapter 182. On this day, the sky above the pier of the little Luoshui River was covered with dark clouds. There were still many people coming and going, and the sound of boats giving way rose one after another. County Magistrate Qing Lingxiang, who was going to work in another place in 2 days, stood on the newly built bridge. Looking at the prosperous scene in front of him, he was filled with emotions. His new official position had been announced. He would work on a boat in a few days. The original county magistrate was demoted to the position of the registrar. At first, he thought that he would be able to work in the prefecture. Now his position was demoted a little, but his rank was promoted to secondary level 6. There was no other way. The registrar of Chang and had specially set this rank. Chang and county magistrate Pei Yaoqing was primary level 6. Sir, didn't you say that you wanted to go and have a look? An attendant beside county magistrate Qing saw that he had been standing there for a while and had not left, so he reminded him in a low voice. All right, let's go over now. I heard that they are still repairing the lake, so we can take a look. I wonder who will be the next county magistrate. The recommendation has already been submitted. Just this pier alone is worth a lot of money. Although there is a drought this year, the county's tax is still exempted. Many people want to come and take a bite of this bowl of fatty meat. County Magistrate Qing stepped toward the opposite shore. From time to time, there were people pushing or rushing the goods from the cart to this side, which made it difficult for him to calm down. After the dock was built, after a few rains, this place was open to ships. Sanshui County alone could not handle so many goods, but other people needed them. This river was connected to the sea, and it passed by many places, including the capital city. Other places that were far away from the river or did not have a dock could only transfer goods here. There were also merchants from other places who came here by boat. They rented warehouses at the pier and traded with each other. There were many people who came to see the goods. Some goods were directly transported away without even getting off the boat. Of course, they still had to pay the docking fee. As the people in Zhangjie Zhuangzi said, when it was prosperous, the locals also had a new way to make a living. Some went to the pier to work, and some borrowed money to buy a cart to transport goods back and forth. Even those who sold liangpi and jianbing were peddling their wares from time to time. They gave ample portions, fair prices, and cheap prices. Many people who did not have much money on them chose to buy a portion of each and eat together. When the attendant heard the Lord's words, he became anxious. He was afraid that someone would remember this place, but he couldn't continue talking about this. He could only change the topic and say, Lord, it's not just the docks that are prosperous. In the future, there will be more people in the county. Many of the temples will be demolished. The land that didn't need to pay taxes will be given to others. Yes, it's good that it's torn down. The commoners don't have much money to begin with, and we have to give them a share of the money. With the money saved, we can buy some daily necessities. I heard that Zhangjie Zhuangzi has a dispute with a merchant from Beijing. It seems that they are going to deliver the goods here today. Let's watch the show later. County Magistrate Cheng looked at the piles of grain opposite him and suddenly thought of this matter. Exchanging the old grain with the new grain and selling the old grain was obviously a loss. He wondered what Zhangjie Zhuangzi was going to do. He sent someone to inquire about it. He also said that he should prepare his men for today. Lord, I know about this matter. A grain store in Beijing has taken a fancy to the seeds of the Zhang family and the Wang family. They want to buy them or find a place to plant them. The Mi family is a grain store. It's considered an ordinary grain store and is not very famous. This time, they are probably going to suffer. Think about it, Zhangjie Zhuangzi has already given a price. The grain is in the fields. If you want to buy it, you can buy it. If you don't want to buy it, you can leave. Why do you have to scheme against others? You want to collect old grain from other people's zhuangzi and use the new grain to exchange for grain from other people's farmers. Naturally, the farmer's grain is not considered seeds. Do you think Zhangjie Zhuangzi is so easy to deal with? If he is angry, he will follow suit. I don't know how he did it. In short, Zhangjie Zhuangzi deliberately made a big deal out of this. Otherwise, he could have just told the farmers that he doesn't want to sell old grain. Where else can the farmers be more obedient than them? The attendant thought hard and analyzed the situation for County Magistrate Cheng. Hearing the attendant say such things, County Magistrate Cheng smiled. You are just a child. What do you know? This is Zhangjie Zhuangzi's demonstration. I'm going to leave now. Sanshui County is so good. The position of county magistrate has not been decided yet. So many pairs of eyes are watching this place. Those who are capable can find out about our relationship with the Zhuangzi and the Zhang family. What do you think will happen if Zhangjie Zhuangzi is weak now? He will be looked down upon by more people. Those who don't dare to reach out their hands will also want to try. No wonder, I am too stupid. The attendant finally understood. If someone reaches out their hand for their grain, they won't care. But in this place, don't tell me that no one wants to reach out their hand. This is the chicken that lays golden eggs. You and I will leave soon. Yesterday, they sent people over to give us so much money. Isn't it so that I can take care of the situation when I get there? County Magistrate Cheng looked at the young man who had been with him since he was 6 or 7 years old and said helplessly. The attendant nodded. Sir, you are right. They really dared to give us money. Except for a small part of it, they gave us all the income from the docks. Aren't they afraid that we will fall out with them? This is a year's worth of rent for the warehouse and the restaurant. It is more than 20,000 taels of silver. County Magistrate Cheng Weiwei shook his head and said to the attendant, Do you dare to fall out with them or do I dare to? Yao Chong had come down and Song Jing had gone up. Zhou Qiong had chosen the right side this time. If we really turned hostile, Zhou Qiong would not spare us even before the Zhang family's manor made a move. With such a master who could even calculate this kind of thing, who would not be afraid? Do you still remember the money that Song Jinggong gave us? At first, I didn't know it was Zhou Shihu, but the money he gave us was much more than what I usually give. This is telling me that if I don't care, they will directly send the money to me. Using money that can buy people in the prefecture to give to the county magistrate is a threat. What do you think will happen if we fall out with them? They will send more money to your superior, the attendant replied. That's right. Look at how they treat the villagers, then look at how they treat the bailiffs of the county. You can imagine that they don't want betrayals to happen. Once they find out that someone has betrayed them, they will act like this. They will kill the chicken and wait for them to see. They will bring the money with them. The capital is not like other places, it costs a lot of money. With my little salary, I can barely survive. County Magistrate Cheng was afraid that the attendant would always think about Zhang Zhuangzi's scheme and forget about the kindness that should be shown, so he reminded him. The attendant quickly nodded. Don't worry, sir. I won't think too much. They also said that when we go there, we don't have enough money to get people to write letters, so we can help some scholars prepare for the exam. I don't know what use they have for bribing scholars. How do we know who will be successful in the future? 1 in 100 people is enough. This is spreading the money widely. When there is a scholar that they sponsor to become an official in the future, as long as you can help, you will help. If you don't help, you will be ungrateful. How can you expect the superior to treat you well? County Magistrate Cheng explained. The attendant suddenly said, so that's how it is. It costs a lot of money. It is indeed a good plan. Good plan? What does this mean? The head of the Zhang family has been preparing for the imperial examination. Maybe it will be in the next 1 or 2 years. When he goes to the capital and says that he is the one who sponsored those scholars, he will immediately become famous. This is the most amazing thing. I don't know what relationship those 2 masters have with Zhang Zhong and Zhang Yongcheng, or if they are old friends with the old master, so they spent so much effort to pave the way. When the time comes, the prefectural middle school will send a recommendation letter to the superior. I will also help. The connections that I built with their money will be used at the moment they need. If someone was willing to help me in the past, I wouldn't have waited until now to be a secondary class, level 6. When County Magistrate Cheng talked about the head of the Zhang family, he was not only envious, but also sad. With so much money to pave the way for one person, it made him speechless. Is that so? Zhang Zhuangzi is indeed not an ordinary place, but is it worth it? What if they help the people of the Zhang family and the people of the Zhang family don't appreciate it? It's not over yet. When they sent the money yesterday, didn't they say that if I have any difficulties over there, no matter whether it is in government affairs or other aspects, I can write a letter to them? This is to protect my position and wait for them to not make any mistakes when they go to the imperial examination. I can be considered to be taking advantage of them. As County Magistrate Cheng spoke, he felt very happy. No matter what, the other party did help him and he would continue to help him. With the guidance of a master, his career in the future would be better. The only regret was that he had not met the master in person and could not find an opportunity to be his disciple. When the attendant heard these words, he was stunned. He never thought that Zhang Zhuangzi would be so far-sighted. This kind of thing was not something he could guess. The only thing he could do was to follow the master obediently. As the 2 of them talked, they had already walked into the group of buildings. The streets were wide and flat, and there were all kinds of shops on both sides of the streets. There were also people carrying baskets to pick up the things that others threw away. On both sides of the streets, there was an open barrel made of wood every few dozen steps. There were words and pictures written on it, so people could throw the useless things inside. The streets next to a pier should be dirty and messy, but here, there was only cleanliness and tidiness. It made people want to buy a house and live here. Unfortunately, this place was only for rent and not for sale. Master, they are really too imaginative. Who would have thought that the place that they bought at a loss of 1,000 taels of silver would become a place that cannot be bought even with 10,000 taels of gold? What is that place for? I came here yesterday, but I didn't see it. The attendant looked at the surrounding scenery and praised again. Suddenly, he found that there was something in front of him that he did not see yesterday. Chapter 183. There was a white, square-shaped object floating there. There were a few ropes connecting it to the bottom. On the white object, there were a few big red words. This thing was really too big, and it made the follower a little scared. Place of advertisement. The attendant had been following County Magistrate Cheng for so many years, so he naturally knew the words on it. When it turned around, another sentence appeared on it. The attendant read it out again, "Leave your name in the sky." At this time, the attendant saw clearly that the rotation of this thing depended on the two people below pushing a millstone made of wood. Every time it rotated, the thing tied by 4 ropes would turn one side in the sky. There were a total of 4 sides. After waiting for a few breaths of time, the thing above started to rotate again. Advertising, the first shop in Linshui. The attendant figured out that this was the thing between the clouds and the water had originally made. It was cheap and they used flags and banners. What they used here was an object that flew in the sky. The so-called first shop in Linshui was the name of a restaurant that was closest to the shore. If one wanted to go there, one could only go there by boat. It seemed that if one wanted to make this thing called advertisement, he had to find someone there. When the object above turned another side, the attendant opened his mouth wide. The words on it said, "Price, 10 taels per day." This is too expensive. Who would be stupid enough to do this advertisement? 10 taels of silver can do a lot of things. The attendant looked at the price and muttered. 10 taels of silver just to write a few words on the object that was about 3 meters in length and width. As long as one was not sick, no one would be willing to spend money like this. Let's go to the first shop in Linshui and have something to eat. It's almost noon. Although County Magistrate Cheng also felt that the price of this thing was too high, he still wanted to have a look. Along a small path, they came to the place where the smallest boat was parked. Before County Magistrate Cheng could speak, someone immediately asked, "County Magistrate, are you going there to have a meal?" Naturally, he was talking about the first family. County Magistrate Cheng nodded and got on the boat. The people on the boat paddled with both hands and the boat sailed towards the first family by the water. This restaurant was not built on purpose. Originally, they were planning to build a road on the shore. First, they built a section of the road. After the first floor of the restaurant was built, everyone realized that as soon as the water rose, the restaurant would be submerged in the water. When the builders were preparing to tear down the building, Song Jinggong suddenly thought of between the clouds and the water in Zhuangzi. Immediately, he found someone to ask how high the water level could reach in this place. An experienced person said that if the water level reached that high, the entire first level would be submerged. Song Jinggong was overjoyed. He immediately ordered people to continue the construction. They built 3 floors. Even if the water level was high, there would still be 2 floors above that could be used. Moreover, there might not be such a large amount of water. The first family by the water was built here, and it was the only restaurant here. The rest were all built behind. It had rained a few times this year. The rainfall in Sanshui County was not very heavy, but the river above had risen. When the water was released here, more than half of the first floor of the restaurant would be submerged in the water. No other restaurant could be like this one. Many people chose to eat here because of a special feeling, even if they were always worried that there would be a flood or that the boat would crash into the building. "Sir, how long do you think the wood in the water can be submerged in the water? If it rots and something happens to the people who eat here, they will be sued." The attendant had only eaten here twice. The taste of the food was no different from other restaurants. He did not find that there was more meat in the minced meat and tofu. Instead, he felt that there was less vegetables. It won't rot within a year. Look, the wood has been soaked in oil. It will be fine for 3 to 5 years. When the water level is low, naturally, someone will come to check. If any of the pillars don't work, they will change them. "Buddy, how many people do you have here?" County Magistrate Cheng was not afraid of this restaurant at all. He stood at the bow of the boat and asked the person who rowed the boat. "Sir, there are more people here today than usual. The first floor is full of people who eat in the wooden boxes. Many people have gone up to the second and third floor. They haven't come down yet. I think more people will come later." The person who rowed the boat replied. "Do you know why?" I know. It's because of the Kongming lanterns in the advertisement. The manager of the restaurant is in charge of this. As long as you want to buy a seat there, you have to come here. Eat first and tell the waiter inside. The manager will go in one by one to talk. Wine and dishes are not excluded. The person who rowed the boat replied. At this time, the attendant also said, there are really stupid people? That's strange. Young man, you're wrong. Don't be fooled by the fact that it costs 10 taels of silver a day. Our capital isn't small either. The paper on the lamps needs to be properly glued. Just the oil used for the lamps costs several hundred copper coins a day. That's 24 hours a day. When people come back with several ships of goods, they have to yell for buyers or go to the agency set up by Shueyun brothel here. That's also a lot of money. If a ship of goods costs more than 1,000 taels of silver, it's better to leave a seat on the lanterns. Otherwise, it will cost 15 to 20 taels of silver to go to the agency. A few days ago, 6 ships of cloth and silk came here and wanted to sell here. In the end, they spent more than 70 taels of silver, and that was after the agency gave them a low price. Seeing that County Magistrate Cheng and the attendant were not in a hurry, the person who rowed the boat slowly said to help advertise this place. Young Master Song said that they were not only in charge of rowing the boat, but also in charge of attracting customers. He said that they were external boatmen. When there were fewer people, these rowers could go to other places to do work. For example, they could help a merchant send a few people to the shore. For example, when there was a shortage of people to unload goods, they had to take care of it. Even if a merchant fell ill, they had to help find someone to treat them. If they wanted to chat, as long as they were not busy, they would also accompany them. They did not know why they did this. Usually, when they helped others, they would not charge them. They just needed to let people know that they were specially hired by the docks. The 3 people who were not in a hurry began to float on the water. The attendant heard about this from the waiter, but he also did not understand. Aren't they stupid? It's natural to work for others and earn money. If we don't help them, they won't come to the docks. If you don't understand, then don't talk nonsense. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi is worried that the county magistrate will want to get some benefits. What if he wants to build a dock on the other shore at the risk of being impeached when there is not enough water? As long as there is someone behind him, he will not be afraid of being impeached. If such a thing really happens, the merchants will be used to the treatment of the workers here. As long as there is a business, they will definitely think of this dock first. County Magistrate Cheng thought more than the attendant. He knew that it was not just about the monetary benefits, but also the feeling of familiarity. Merchants would not care about such a small amount of money. What they cared about was who treated them sincerely, where they could dock, and where they felt comfortable. Zhangzhe Zhuangzi was preparing for a rainy day. Sir, you are the best. We did not expect that there would be such benefits. We were also instructed to introduce the situation here to the passengers, such as which restaurant has the best food, how much each dish costs, and so on. We even have to tell them clearly about some business matters. Young Master Song said that there is no need to be afraid of offending the agency. No matter how much we remember, it is not as comprehensive as the agency. The agency can take care of almost everything, as long as you are willing to pay. When the waiter heard County Magistrate Cheng's words, he was suddenly enlightened. Although he said that, he was also calculating in his heart. It was too easy to work for such a person. He did not have to worry about being schemed against one day. County Magistrate Cheng nodded and pointed at the first restaurant near the water. The waiter immediately rowed the boat there. When the 2 of them stepped on the stairs that extended into the water, the waiter turned the boat around. He looked around and found that no one was calling for him. There was nothing else, so he rowed again to the place where the boat was waiting for guests. How is it? Now you know why they are so good, right? County Magistrate Cheng went directly to the 3rd floor and did not go to the roof where the view was wider. Now the wind was not as strong as before, but the clouds were still dark. It seemed that it would rain soon. Sir, I know. But what is the use of that lantern? If it were me, I would also get a lantern like that on the boat. It does not cost a single copper coin. They did not say that we could not do that. The attendants still did not understand the advertisement and felt that there were many omissions in it. Just ask the manager here. Waiter, get your manager here. County Magistrate Cheng did not explain to the attendant directly. Instead, he ordered the waiter beside him to serve the dishes. The waiter immediately turned around and left. Naturally, there were other people who helped to serve the dishes. County Magistrate Cheng did not need to order dishes here. He could go to any restaurant that belonged to Zhangjie Zhuangzi and just sit there and wait. It had become a habit for him to serve the signature dishes. Unless he really wanted to eat something, he would order the waiter alone. County Magistrate Cheng and his attendant did not choose a private room. Instead, they sat in a small area on the third floor that was separated by a screen. Before the manager arrived, they heard someone talking on the other side of the screen. Mr. Jean, I heard that this time the Mi family and Zhuangzi are going to fight. They want to scheme against Zhuangzi. I wonder which side Mr. Jean is willing to help. The seeds there are really too expensive. I heard a few days ago that 1 mu of land can produce 5 dawn of grain at most. Originally, I wanted to buy some, but who knew that Zhuangzi would ask for too much? 100 copper coins per caddy. 1 mu of land would cost 150 to 60 copper coins. At most, we can produce about 2 dawn of additional grain. There are about 20 caddies. If 1 caddy is 10 copper coins, we will only get 200 copper coins. All of it will go to the seed seller. Chapter 184. When County Magistrate Cheng heard this, he signaled for his subordinates to keep quiet and listened carefully. The speaker sounded like a male duck, which was not very comfortable to listen to. What Mr. Wang said is right, but it depends on how you calculate it. If you only calculate 1 year's worth, you will lose money. But since you sold the seeds, you can keep some for next year's harvest. You can spend a lot of money to plant the seeds for countless years. So it's still a big profit. Besides, the price you gave is too low. A dough of rice is not a dough of millet. How can you buy it with 10 copper coins? Unless you sell it to other grain stores, but you and I have our own grain stores. Which one of us doesn't have some means to get some land? As long as you plant it, you can sell grain and seeds if you want. Hearing this, it should be Mr. Jean who said it. County Magistrate Cheng nodded. He agreed with this person's words. Some people on the other side also agreed. Mr. Jean is right. The two of them in Zhuangzi can't sell the seeds too far away. They just want to make more money this year. Next year, we don't know who will get the money. If Mr. Wang doesn't want to buy, you can discuss it with the Mi family. Maybe when the Mi family succeeds, they will give you some seeds for free. Humph, what is the Mi family? They are just a small firm. Do I need to curry favor with them? At worst, I will find a way myself. When Mr. Wang heard this, his tone changed. He was no longer gloating. Instead, he was a little angry. That person didn't seem to want to let him go so easily. He said, Mr. Wang is really powerful, but I don't know if his men are as powerful as that Mr. Lu. In just a few years, the Mi family went from a small shop to what it is now. They have 6 grain stores. There are 2 in the capital and 4 in other places. Let's talk about it later. Maybe the Mi family will suffer a loss this time. Let's drink. Let's not talk about it. Mr. Wang didn't want to be entangled in this kind of thing. As long as he was involved, he wouldn't talk about it. All right, let's eat, let's eat. It's almost noon now. It seems that the Mi family will be here in the afternoon. Let's go and watch the show then. We'll see who wins and loses the 9,000-year-old grain. Another person tried to smooth things over. For a moment, there was only the sound of eating and chatting. No one talked about the seed anymore. Seeing that he could not hear anything else, County Magistrate Cheng also began to eat slowly. His attendant was in charge of serving the food and pouring wine for him. Only when he was free would he be able to take a bite. This was already good enough for him. If it were others, they could only stand aside. County Magistrate, are you free today? Just now, I was discussing the matter of the advertisement with someone and was delayed. Today, Zhuangzi sent some tremella over. They're not for sale, they're specifically giving it to a few of the restaurant's shopkeepers. In a moment, I'll have someone cook it with camellia and bring it over for Darren. It'll be just nice to cool off the summer heat. When County Magistrate Cheng and his attendant were eating, the shopkeeper of the restaurant hurried over. Hearing that he would cook the tremella in a moment, County Magistrate Cheng knew that the tremella had already been cooked before he came. He smiled and said, "You don't have to be so polite. You work for a good master and can even eat tremella. It's a good life." "You're right, Darren. It's really a good life. Not to mention the high salary, we usually send the good things here to each shopkeeper to take back. Daren't you coming here today to see what's going on between the Mi family and the master?" The shopkeeper didn't regard himself as an outsider. He was used to seeing the county magistrate all the time. Every time he went back and told his two concubines at home, they would look at him with admiration. While speaking, the shopkeeper filled County Magistrate Cheng's wine cup and said, "Darren, I'm not sure either. It's said that the master is very powerful, but how can we trick them when it's obviously a matter of losing money? What's so powerful about it? There's already a middleman's place, yet he still wants to make such a big advertisement. With such an advertisement, who would be stupid enough to go to the middleman's place to look for business?" The attendant was also worried. He was a little resentful that Iron did not live up to his expectations, so he whispered at the side. The shopkeeper didn't care. He smiled and explained to him, or to County Magistrate Cheng, "I thought so too at first. Later on, I realized that it's not that simple. There's only one Kongming lantern for the advertisement. When it's good enough, we'll make a lot of them. When those people can't get the advertisement, they'll naturally go to the intermediary. Moreover, young Master Song said that I'll be the one to discuss the advertisement this time. In the future, this matter will be handed over to the intermediary. If the intermediary has other tricks that they haven't shown, we'll know when the time comes." "Yes, that's right. I always thought that Zhangjia Zhuangzi wouldn't do things so simply. They would always leave a backup plan. When people feel that they're taking advantage of them, they're also making money. Just now, I asked you to come over to ask about the advertisement. You should continue with your work." County Magistrate Cheng was relieved. Since they said that they weren't in a hurry, there wouldn't be any mistakes. When the time came, they could make a few hundred taels of silver a day. Even if they valued the lanterns a little more, with 1 tael of silver a day, they could still make 9 taels of silver. After all, the place belonged to them. If they didn't count the lanterns, 50 a day, they would still have more than 400 taels of silver. That would be 4,000 taels of silver in 10 days. What about a month? Wasn't this a little too scary? The shopkeeper had already stood up. When he saw County Magistrate Cheng calculating, he said, "Sir, I know that you're calculating the monthly profit. In fact, it's not that much. This advertisement has been agreed upon, and you have to pay taxes. After paying 20% of the tax, you still have to buy a new boat and make arrangements. You saw those people who buy liangpi and jianbingua. Their liangpi and oil have to go to Zhuangzi to buy them. Everyone buys them once. Zhuangzi only earns a few copper coins. The lanterns can't be advertised all the time. As long as a certain scholar writes something good, he has to write it on the lanterns." "Yes, that's true. When the novelty dies down, the price of the Kongming lanterns can't be the same. The merchants in the various fleets will naturally make lanterns on their own boats. Who else would be willing to spend such a high price?" County Magistrate Cheng also knew that it wasn't easy to do business here. The purpose of paying taxes was to let the government take care of them. There couldn't be too many Kongming lanterns. Otherwise, if they blocked each other, who would be able to see them? After the shopkeeper left, the attendant asked softly, "Sir, do you really think that they won't make money?" "How can they not make money? These shopkeepers who were hired from other places at high prices are all shrewd. They say one thing, but they think another." County Magistrate Cheng picked up his wine cup and finished it in one gulp. "Then won't the Zhang family become the richest family in Tang in a few years?" The attendant calculated the money and said in surprise. "Dream on. It's their first year doing this. Others may not know, but won't they learn? There are so many rivers. Smart people will do what they want. When we came here just now, there were already people who specially paddled small boats and hawked on the river. The river doesn't belong to the Zhang family. If they get a few big boats, advertise, and buy food, the money will be less and less. How many rich people do you know? Do you know how much money they have? Any one of those big families can use money to bury Zhangjie Zhuangzi. The bigger the business, the more people they will offend, and the more places they need to take care of." While County Magistrate Cheng was satisfied with Zhangjie Zhuangzi's speed of making money, he was also worried about them. He didn't know how many pairs of eyes were watching them. No one knew who spread the news of Zhangjie Zhuangzi's loss this time. Just after noon, many people came here. They wanted to see how the Zhuangzi, who bought this place and took advantage of it, would deal with it this time. There were some businessmen, some craftsmen who had nothing to do, and some people who came here to sell snacks. The sky was still so cloudy. No one knew when the heavy rain would fall. The people who specialized in selling umbrellas looked up at the sky from time to time, hoping that the rain would get heavier and heavier. After lunch, County Magistrate Cheng floated on the river with his attendant again. There were already many people waiting on the river. There were too many people on the shore, so it was a bit crowded. As a result, the space in the river seemed a bit narrow. They needed to make way for the cargo boat. Fortunately, County Magistrate Cheng had foresight. He was wearing an official's robe, so no one dared to let the boat squeeze him. While everyone was waiting, a cloud of dust rose in the distance. A few horses were running in the front, followed by 3 well-decorated carriages. There was a flag on the side of the carriages with the word "Me" written on it. "Here they come." When everyone saw this situation, they knew that the Mi family's business people had arrived. They began to look for Song Jinggong. Usually, the people here already knew the person in charge of this place. When the Mi family's team came close, the people in the crowd made way for them to cross the bridge. When the team stopped, people from the first 2 carriages jumped off. When the others stood still, the door of the middle carriage was opened. 2 people came out. One was Mr. Mi, and the other was his think tank, Lu. "Look, there are so many people. Brother Lu, we are really in the limelight this time. Have you arranged the people to spread the news?" Mr. Mi got off the carriage. Looking at the cloudy sky, he was in a good mood. He clasped his hands behind his back and said to the person next to him, "Don't worry, mister. In a moment, they will spread the news and let everyone here know." Lu Zhizai had a well-thought-out appearance. At this time, Song Jinggong also knew. He walked out of a nearby shop. He didn't have such a big entourage. He was only followed by 2 people who did odd jobs. He quickly walked over and said to Boss Mi, "Forgive me, we came out a little late." Boss Mi is indeed a man of his word. He said that he would come in the afternoon and arrived in the afternoon. Chapter 185. Boss Mi felt that he would definitely be the winner today. He wanted to look down on Song Jinggong, but he realized that he was shorter than Song Jinggong. He could only give up on this idea and replied with a fake smile. "What are you talking about, young Master Song? We came late and made you anxious. This is the money we brought. Young Master Song, please count it." This time, I finally know that young Master Song and that Zhangjie Zhuangzi are both very kind people. They actually made a losing deal. While Boss Mi was speaking, someone had already carried out the boxes from the carriage behind. No one knew how they did it. When the boxes were opened, there were a large amount of copper coins and a small amount of other things. Other than silver, there were also some cloth and silk. Only now did everyone know why only one person came down from the carriage behind. It turned out that there were so many things inside. Not only the carriage behind, but also the carriage in front of Boss Mi also carried out the money. This time, it was to buy 9,000 dan of old grain, a total of more than 600 taels of silver. Song Jinggong didn't hold back. He immediately had people count the money. From time to time, the sound of counting could be heard. This situation made Boss Mi's face turn ugly. He didn't find a place to rest and directly counted the money. Could it be that he and the others were not here, and he counted the wrong amount? How could he miss you? It was obvious that he didn't trust them. He wasn't the only one who thought so. The surrounding people also had the same thought. In the past, when young Master Song was doing business with others, he had never done this. For these common people and people who had dealt with Song Jinggong before, if Song Jinggong didn't trust them, they would also doubt him. While the money was being counted, Lu Zhizan's people began to spread the news among the crowd. Did you hear? This time, the Zhang family is a bit muddle-headed. They actually did such a thing. A person said to the person next to him. The person next to him immediately said, "That's right. Are they stupid? Sigh, we can't trust them anymore in the future. What if they do the same to us one day? How are we going to live? We don't have as much money as them." That's right. They actually used new grain to exchange for old grain. Are they stupid? Sigh, we can't trust them anymore. Don't you know? I've heard that Zhangjie Zhuangzi's grain can't be used as seeds at all, and they don't have a high yield either. They buy grain from outside so that others won't guess that their grain came from elsewhere. That's why they purposely use the excuse of exchanging grain for others. Another person from the same team also spoke. The three of them deliberately lowered their voices when they spoke, but their voices were so low that it could be heard. However, it was not soft at all, so that the people around them could hear it clearly. I don't think so. I think their business is pretty good. Look, the people in the county buy liangpi from them and all of them earn some money to support their families. I heard that they don't earn much. When a Sanshui County resident heard this, he unhappily retorted. The three of them laughed in their hearts. Finally, someone answered. The person who had started speaking again said, "That's right. What do you know? Not to mention the high production rate, even the auspicious sign was a lie. The current county magistrate should know this, right? He's going to be transferred away soon. He's going to be a registrar at another place. From a county magistrate to a registrar, isn't that a demotion? Zhangjie Zhuangzi is finished this time. I won't buy from them in the future. Otherwise, I'll be unlucky too. That's right, that's right. I won't buy from them either. I bought 2 servings of liangpi last time. After eating it, my stomach hurt. I heard that there's a lot of dirty things in it. Otherwise, how could it be sold at such a low price? Also, the vegetable oil is made from the soybeans. Just thinking about it scares me. Soybeans, eating too much will make one's stomach hurt. Another person echoed. He wanted to get rid of Zhangjie Zhuangzi's business from the root. The remaining third person looked at the pier and shook his head. I heard that when this pier was being built, a huge snake appeared. That's the mountain god. They dug up his place. It looks fine now, but I don't know how many people will be unlucky in the future. I would rather buy expensive goods delivered by horse and carriage from other places than buy from this pier. When he spoke, he deliberately made his voice tremble. The people around him started to sweat. They didn't know who to believe. There were indeed cases of snakes being dug up. Some people even saw it with their own eyes. Now that they thought about it, they felt that it was really a mountain god. There were many people who were responsible for spreading this kind of news. Not only did many people know about it, but the merchants also heard about it and became suspicious. What's going on? Why are there such rumors? County Magistrate Cheng stood on the boat. There were also people on the boats next to him telling him about it. His attendant knew that he was being asked, but he didn't know either. He could only call for a boat and jump on it. When he came to the shore, he found Song Jinggong, who was waiting for someone to count the money. Young Master Song, it seems that there's trouble. There are many rumors about Zhangjie Zhuangzi. Do you know what's going on? Quickly think of a solution. Song Jinggong looked around and found that some people were looking at him in a different way. There were also 2 or 3 people walking around in groups, occasionally stopping to talk. Seeing this, Song Jinggong smiled and said to County Magistrate Cheng's attendant, "Mr. Cheng, let's go." "It's okay. Who else can spread rumors at this time?" "Of course it's that boss me. I heard that he has a think tank with the surname Lu. I thought that he could come up with a good idea, but it turned out to be this. In this case, let's do the same thing as them. Xiao Jiu, come here and do as we said before." Song Jinggong said and ordered a person beside him. That person left immediately. The attendant didn't understand and asked, "Young Master Song, you thought of this? What are you going to do?" "I have to go back and tell the Lord. I thought of it long ago, but I didn't want to use this method. Since Boss Me doesn't follow the rules, then don't blame us for using the same method. Go back and tell the Lord that everything is under control. The masters in Zhuangzi arranged it before I came." Song Jinggong said to County Magistrate Cheng's attendant and then looked at Boss Me, who was walking about 10 steps away from him. Boss Me happened to look at him at the same time. Song Jinggong smiled at Wei Wei and pointed around. Everything was understood without words. Boss Me was stunned when he saw Song Jinggong's smile. When Song Jinggong pointed around again, Boss Me felt that the fire in his heart was extinguished immediately. He looked around worriedly and turned his head away, ignoring Song Jinggong. He said to Lu Jitsan, "Brother Lu, that Song Jinggong seems to know that we are the ones spreading the rumors. He smiled at me just now. What should we do?" "Boss, don't worry. At this time, as long as he is not a fool, he will know that he did it on purpose to scare us. Unfortunately, it's too late for him to think of a way. I guess he is anxious now." Lu Jitsai still had that calm look on his face, as if he had even calculated this. Boss Me was relieved after hearing his words. He wanted to return Song Jinggong's smile, but he found that Song Jinggong was no longer looking at him. "Lord, I have heard that Child Song said it was Boss Me who arranged it." The attendant went back to County Magistrate Cheng's boat and said. County Magistrate Cheng was obviously not satisfied with this answer. "Of course I know it was Boss Me who arranged it. I just want you to ask him if there is any way." "Yes," Child Song said, "there is no need to worry. Everything is under control." He said that the masters of the Zhang family had already thought of it before he came. If Boss Me didn't do it, he wouldn't do it. This time he arranged someone to do it. Maybe it will be clear in a while. The attendant repeated Song Jinggong's words almost word by word. "Well, that's good. I was too anxious. There is a master there. What should I be afraid of? The master's methods are not something you and I can understand." County Magistrate Cheng showed a smile on his face. The anxiety just now disappeared. At this time, Xiaojiu's side started to move. Similarly, many people walked into the crowd and stared at those who were spreading rumors. Those people didn't react and continued to talk. "Have you heard? The rice production in Zhangjie Zhuangzi is not that high. It's all a lie." "Who said that? Why don't I know? Hey, are you from Sanshui County? Why haven't I seen you before? Which Zhuangzi? What's your surname? Where were you when I went to collect the old grain? Do you know my name?" As soon as that person said that, another person on the other side followed and said, "Yes, why haven't I seen you in Sanshui County? And you? Did someone arrange for you to come here to deliberately make trouble? I heard that Boss Me is a black-hearted person. He wants to put the old grain with the new grain and sell it to us when our harvest is not good. Zhangjie Zhuangzi is afraid that they will do this and make us suffer, so he took the initiative to exchange the new grain." Where is the new grain? All the good grain in the surrounding area has been taken away by that Boss Me. He sold it to Zhangjie Zhuangzi at twice the usual price. Really? After hearing what you said, I feel that it is true. Otherwise, why would that Boss Me buy 9,000 dan of grain? Some of the grain is already moldy. He can't be so kind as to throw it away, right? Then why didn't he directly send the good grain to us? A person who cooperated with him said. No, it's not like that. Boss Me is a good person. He just wants to buy seeds at a low price. It's true. The person sent by Boss Me was anxious and told the truth. The surrounding people had a look of understanding. What do you mean by true or false? Look, you were sent by that Boss Me, right? Grandma. Don't try to quibble. We will know when we see the old grain that he wants to collect. Don't even think about running away. Stop, take them to the officials. The people sent by Song Jinggong did not expect that someone would actually tell the truth. Now, they could not deny it. They grabbed the two people's clothes and did not let go. The people around them also angrily helped them. This was too bad. This me person was really too bad. Chapter 186. When Song Jinggong arranged the people, he had already instructed them to capture the people and hand them over to the county magistrate. As for what crime they would be charged with, it would depend on how much Li Qingyi cared about his province. He would not let Boss Me have an easy time. The surroundings suddenly became chaotic. Song Jinggong immediately signaled to the person who was counting the money. That person nodded and shouted, "The amount of money is just right. Boss Me, the money is not bad. Look at the old grain we collected. If you think it's enough, then we can ship it away." Song Jinggong smiled with satisfaction and walked a few steps forward and said to Boss Me. At this moment, Boss Me also realized that the situation around him was not right, but he did not want to delay. He was afraid that a long night might cause trouble. His purpose was to get the old grain and let the Zhang family suffer a big loss. Most importantly, he wanted to tell other people in the same trade not to be afraid of Zhangjie Zhuangzi and work together to lower the price. Hearing the chaos around him, he immediately asked people to check if the goods were grain. There were 9,000 dan of grain, more than 400 tons. They were not packed in gunny sacks, otherwise, they would look more neat. A gunny sack usually contained 100 kilograms. Zhang Xiaobao was not willing to take out more than 4,000 gunny sacks, which were close to 5,000 kilograms. All of the grains were placed in a pile made of mats. Each one of them was like a small mountain, making people dizzy just by looking at them. The inspectors went over to open up a few gaps and inserted a bamboo tube inside. When they pulled it out, they could see the grains clearly. After inserting the bamboo tube into several places around the pile, they looked up at such a high pile and even wanted to climb up to take a look. Someone brought a ladder over and let him walk around the top. When he didn't find anything wrong, he nodded at Boss Me. Boss Me finally felt relieved. He could only think of other ways because of the situation around him. He found the person who was guarding beside him, took the document and pressed his fingerprint. When Song Jinggong pressed his fingerprint, he did not wait for Boss Me to say anything. Song Jinggong shouted first, "Boss Me, why are you collecting so much old grain? Do you want to mix it with the new grain and sell it? I advise Boss Me not to have this idea. Otherwise, if someone dies, you can't afford to pay for it. Why do you care?" Boss Me really did plan to do that. Now that Song Jinggong said it out loud, he was a little angry. After saying this, he felt that the eyes of the people around him were not right. He quickly said, "Of course, I won't do that. I just want to help the people. Since Mr. Me has said so, there is one thing I don't understand. Why didn't Mr. Me go to each farmer's house to collect old grain? Instead, he waited for us to buy new grain and ask for sky-high prices?" Song Jinggong was not going to let him go at this time. Boss Me didn't expect that he would be questioned after buying this thing. He didn't want to answer, but when he saw the unfriendly gazes of the people around him, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to go back alive. He could only force a smile. Mr. Me really doesn't know. Mr. Me has been staying in between the clouds and the water for the past few days. It must be that the people below didn't do a good job. When Mr. Me goes back, I won't let that person off easily. What else does Mr. Song have to say? Song Jinggong slightly shook his head. Next to him, a person was standing on top of a restaurant, holding a tube made of iron. One end was big, while the other was small. He put the small end in front of his mouth and shouted, "Brother, I'm here. Because of the recent increase in grain prices, it means that grain is more valuable. Therefore, the price of Zhangjie Zhuangzi seeds has increased to 150 copper coins per caddy. Those who want to buy them should bring their own hands and tools to the fields over there to cut them, so as not to worry that Zhangjie Zhuangzi will change the grain." After this person shouted, many people started to curse. Some said that Zhangjie Zhuangzi was black-hearted, while others said that they would lose money after buying the seeds. At this time, Song Jinggong's people played a role again. They said in the crowd that since grain could increase the price, why would they lose money after buying the seeds? If they wanted to find someone, they should find Mr. Me. He was the one who raised the price of grain. When the crowd heard this, they felt that it was right. Zhangjie Zhuangzi's new grain was already so expensive, why couldn't the seeds increase as well? That damned Mr. Me, he should die a horrible death. The commoners only scolded a few words, and they might not necessarily buy the seeds. However, the people from the other grain companies were different from the commoners. Right now, they were gnashing their teeth in hatred. They didn't know whether to hate the Zhang and Wang families, or this boss Me. If they hated Zhang Wang and Zhuangzi, they felt that they were in the wrong. They didn't buy the seeds before the price increase because they were waiting to see what would happen. They were waiting for Mr. Me to scheme against Zhuangzi and lower the price. Mr. Me's reason was right. If the grain price increased, then the seeds would also increase. If they really wanted to investigate, it was Mr. Me who deliberately raised the price of grain. What was his motive for raising the price at such a time? On the other hand, the Zhang Wang and Zhuangzi sold the new grain at a lower price. Mr. Me and the others also felt that the reason was not enough. They secretly supported him. Not to mention other things, when the Zhang Wang and Zhuangzi found their land here, they ordered everyone to announce that there was no more grain in the store. It was already good enough that the Zhang Wang and Zhuangzi didn't hate them. Look, the price went up just for them. Mr. Jean, you see now? Those Zhuangzi are not easy to deal with. The more we suppress them, the more they resist. The price suddenly increased by half. A person from the grain company next to Mr. Jean said. The others were a bit regretful and nodded. Mr. Jean thought about it and sneered, "Don't be afraid, this is their last resort. If they want to die, then let them. We can work together and not send grain here. There are many common people here, I don't believe they are willing to turn the seeds into grain." Yes, Mr. Jean is right. No matter what, they lost to Mr. Me this time. I don't see how capable they are, so we are not afraid of him. Another person agreed. All the merchants nodded in agreement, but before they could finish nodding, the racks on the other side fell down one after another. To be precise, someone had used a knife to cut open the racks on the outside, allowing the racks to fall down. Young Master Song, what is the meaning of this? Mr. Me and the common people around were shocked. Fortunately, someone stopped them from coming closer. Nothing, Mr. Me. You bought old grain, don't tell me you want to buy our mats too. The grain is yours, so of course I have to take back the mats. It will be cold in a few days, so these mats will burn for a few days. Zhuangzi bought the new grain and exchanged the old grain, but we haven't sold the seeds yet. You are so poor, you don't know the hunger of a hungry man. Song Jinggong explained loudly with an innocent face. Mr. Mi was so angry that he almost vomited blood. How much could those mats be worth? Zhuangzi's grain was at a disadvantage, but was this dock just for decoration? How many ships were coming in and out every day? Good. Hee, other than doing this, what else can you do to recover your losses? Mr. Mi was so angry that he was trembling. He only felt better after Lu Zhizai comforted him. It was just that the grain was stained with sand. That's good, he could put it together with the other grain. Mr. Mi pointed at Song Jinggong and was ready to ask someone to get a sack to store the grain. Song Jinggong said at this time, Mr. Mi, I did lose a lot. When I exchanged the old grain, I was distressed. It was such a good grain, but I exchanged it for almost 1,000 dan of moldy grain. Fortunately, Mr. Mi bought it. I will ask someone to store it first. I will definitely treat Mr. Mi to a good meal. Let's go to the first restaurant next to Lin Shui. What? What 8,000 dan? Moldy? Mr. Mi was stunned and asked in confusion. At the side, Lu Zhizan's expression changed. He hastily ran to the scattered piles of food and crawled to the middle of the pile. He dug with both hands, but he was dumbfounded. He ran to the next pile and did the same thing for a while. Then he turned his head and shouted to Song Jinggong, Song Jinggong, you can't do this. The grain is moldy. You have to pay for it. Where is the document? Where is the guarantor? Song Jinggong sold us moldy grain. As he spoke, he ran towards Mr. Mi. The document was still in Mr. Mi's arms. Song Jinggong frowned. What are you shouting for? It is written on the document. Moldy old grain. Don't you know what moldy means? It is not a good grain. Do you expect it to be the same as the new grain? Then why did you give the Zhuangzi to the people in the county? Although Song Jinggong said that, he was laughing in his heart. The young master was so smart. He started to sprinkle water on the grain as soon as he collected it. It was a hot day. It would be strange if the grain was not moldy when it was piled together. Only on the last day, he put the grain outside the pile. In order to make it moldy faster, he even found a lot of rotten grass. At this time, Lu Zhizai opened the document. It was indeed written on the document. The guarantor also came over and explained to Lu Zhizai and Mr. Mi that the Zhang family's document was correct. It did not say that the food was old. Otherwise, what would they exchange for? Those owners who were thinking of ways to deal with Zhang family and Wang family suddenly felt cold sweat all over their bodies. Zhang family and Wang family were too cruel to the Zhuangzi family. They naturally knew how to make the grain moldy, but they did not expect that they would use it at this time. Mr. Jean, do we still want to join forces to stop the supply? The owner who asked the question earlier asked with a trembling voice. Mr. Jean swallowed his saliva and blinked. He looked around and said, let's wait. Everyone wait. Let's go to Zhangjie Zhuangzi together and discuss the price. Is this better? Everyone nodded in unison. They were frightened by the Zhang and Wang family's ruthlessness and methods. Even Master Mi's family wouldn't be able to afford the cost of a boat. Looking at the gazes of the surrounding people who had boats, they probably wouldn't ask for less. At this time, a few people walked out of the crowd. The person in front was wearing a brocade shirt and embroidered trousers. He said to Mr. Mi, you don't have to do this. I have a grudge against Zhangjie Zhuangzi. Why don't you sell these old grains to me? I will give you 100 taels of silver to make you look better. I will say that it is 1,000 taels of silver. I will give you 100 taels of silver and we will discuss how to deal with Zhangjie Zhuangzi in the future. Really? Really? You are willing to buy things that you can't even earn back the cost of the shipping? Mr. Mi seemed to have found hope. Just like what this person said, his face would be much better. Yes, I will not let Zhangjie Zhuangzi go. Only Song Jinggong and County Magistrate Qing knew this person. The person beside Zhou Shihu's uncle said with certainty. He looked like he was gnashing his teeth. Song Jinggong quickly turned his head away so that no one could see that he was trying to hold back his laughter. Chapter 187. A few flashes of lightning, like a dream of the past. Unfortunately, it would never happen again. Everyone at the docks gathered to relax. After a clap of thunder, Boss Mi finally recovered from his endless regret and inexplicable joy. He looked at the person he had never seen before and asked, "Why did you help me?" "I just said that I have a grudge against Zhang Wang and Zhuangzi. If they have a good time, I will not have a good time." 100 taels of silver, you said it was 1,000 taels of silver. Are you selling? The person deliberately stared at Song Jinggong with a sinister look. Yes. Boss Mi also held his breath. It was too embarrassing. He had to fight for some face. As the person made the announcement, Boss Mi left with his people while the others could not see clearly. Just as he walked across the bridge, the bailiff of Sanshui County came up to him and whispered something in his ear. Boss Mi's face immediately turned pale. He looked back at the people who were watching him leave and forced a smile. He asked Lotzi to take out a string of money and gave it to the bailiff. After thanking the bailiff for not directly arresting him, he followed behind him and walked towards the yamen. Hua! The people at the docks made a commotion. Boss Mi was taken away by the bailiff. It was not a good thing. The sounds of discussion gradually died down after Master Mi's figure disappeared. The common people, the boatmen on the river, and the grain merchants who were shocked by the Zhang and Wang family's ruthless methods turned their eyes to the person who was willing to spend money to buy moldy grain. Those who were sensible knew that this person would not spend 1,000 taels of silver. They saw that when the two received the money, it was only a small box. Those who were close and had good ears heard that it was 100 taels of silver. Under the urge to show off, this matter was quickly known by everyone. Even so, there were still people who said that this person was stupid. How could the moldy grain be worth 100 taels of silver? The transportation cost was not small. If he wanted to mix it with good grain, it would turn the good grain into moldy grain. Just as everyone was puzzled, the grain collector who had been walking around the grain walked in front of Song Jinggong. He cupped his hands and said, "Young Master Song, the matter here is done. I have to go back and inform the Lord. I won't stay here any longer. Farewell. Take care." Song Jinggong returned the greeting. The two of them were not speaking softly, and the people standing not far away could hear them clearly. More astonishment and shock spread through the crowd again. "Everyone, please listen to what I have to say." After Song Jinggong waited for the person to leave, he took the simple loudspeaker and stood at a slightly higher place, shouting to the people around him. After shouting a few more times, the surrounding crowd finally quietened down. Those who were nearby raised their heads while those who were further away tiptoed, wanting to hear what Song Gongzi was saying. "Ladies and gentlemen, is there anyone at home who can brew wine? When the old grain is fermented into wine, a small family can get half a gene. If you want to make wine specifically, you will need to spend some money to buy more wine. Each wine bucket is 120 copper coins. The quantity is limited, so please buy quickly." Song Jinggong waited for the others to stop talking, then he began to sell the wine. 9,000 sure of moldy old grain was perfect for making wine. Otherwise, he would not have spent money to buy it back. According to this price, he could make almost twice the profit in the end. After shouting, Song Jinggong did not dare to delay. Otherwise, when the rain came, he did not know what would happen. At this time, he also needed to grasp the situation. He called for a large number of people to start moving the grain to the depths of the mountain. The master who knew how to make music was already waiting there. The grain was peeled and the grain was steamed. After Song Jingong and his people left, more than half of the old grain was gone in the blink of an eye. There were still people moving the grain, but the people who were left at the dock were all stunned. Good calculation. This time is just right. If we keep it, it can be used to make wine. If we ship it out, it will have maggots. Let's go to Zhangjie Zhuangzi to discuss the price of the seeds. Master Jin sighed and said helplessly. The people beside him could not help but admire his ability. He calculated everything just right. With that price, even if they lost some of the moldy grain, they could earn back the money in the end. It was estimated that the wine made from the grain would still be worth close to 400 taels of silver at such a low price. In addition to the money they cheated from Master Mi and the money they spent to buy the new grain at a high price, they still had some savings. A master surnamed Lu closed his eyes and thought for a while. He said to Master Jin, "That's fine. We can only discuss it properly. I'll say something that will make everyone laugh. I'm really afraid of that Zhuangzi. If it was someone else, both sides would have suffered losses. Zhang Wang Zhuangzi can actually still make money at this time. I've learned something new." Following his words, everyone walked towards the place where the horses and carriages were hired. They did not care if it was going to rain soon. They just wanted to get there early to show their sincerity. When they arrived at the place where the horses and carriages were hired, someone asked them, "Everyone, do you make wine? What should I do if I don't brew it?" Lu Dongjia frowned and asked. "We collect wine dregs and wine grains. 1 stone for 1 copper coin. As long as it's not too far away, we can bring it back." The master of the carriage smiled and replied. "Why do we collect this? Over there, young Master Song just took away 9,000 stone worth of grain. When he's done there will be a lot of dregs, right?" Another master asked. "Yes, it was young Master Song who ordered us to collect them. When the time comes, we will ask who comes to buy the wine. I heard that it has a big use. As for what kind of use, I don't know." The master of the carriage was still smiling. Big use? Could it be that other than making wine to make money, the rest of the dregs can be used to make more money? Master Jin felt uncomfortable in his heart. When the rain fell, the hired horses and carriages led the way in front. The people of the grain store followed behind in their own carriages and headed towards Zhangjie Zhuangzi. "Xiao Bao, do you think the rain will come to our place? I think it's gloomy over there. If it really rains, the unharvested rice will be in trouble." Wang Wan sat by the riverside of Zhangjie Zhuangzi and asked Zhang Xiaobao who was beside her. "So many old people said they won't. Let's just wait and see. I think those people will arrive before noon tomorrow. Otherwise, we will personally sell these seeds and not give them the last chance to make money." Zhang Xiaobao had an indifferent expression. "Who will make money? Our seeds are expensive, but the output is not that high after leaving the place. 150 copper coins per caddy. Whoever buys it will have to pay." "So you're saying that to make the other grain merchants hate the master of the grains. When the time comes, you can make it cheaper. 60 to 70 copper coins per caddy should be enough. Are you really planning to offend everyone? If they buy it back, it will be better than the original seeds. If the yield is increased by 10 to 20%, they will make a lot of money. Have you caught all the piglets?" Zhang Xiaobao rested his chin on his hand and said unhurriedly. Wang Wan nodded. "We should catch them. When the time comes, we can feed them distillers' grains. We can't do things that lose money. Do you know how to feed them?" "No. If others can feed them, we can find someone to try. It's just a matter of feeding them more or less. I don't believe that the pigs will die from eating. Well, let's just leave it there. Whoever comes up with the best method will be rewarded. I heard that there's going to be a big event in Little Luoshui. Why don't we go and have a look? It's not fun to stay at home all day. Wang Wan had never raised a pig before, so she could only arrange it for someone else. She also suggested going to Little Luoshui. She had never been there before. She didn't know how the construction of the pier was, and she didn't know what the lake there looked like. There was also a mountain for people to visit. This was the right time. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan and said, "How old are you? You still want to have fun? Don't you know how to do more things?" "How old am I? Even people in their 50s or 60s know how to go on vacation. Do you want to go? Maybe you can come up with some ideas to make money." This time, I gave County Magistrate Qing 20,000 taels of silver. My heart. Wang Wan was fighting for more benefits for herself. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, "Well, let's go. After we sell these seeds, we'll go. The whole family will go. Just leave the housekeeper behind. Let's go back. It's a little stuffy outside and it's so hot." When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked back, they felt that after the harvest season, it was really boring. The farmers had already received the money that could be exchanged for the rice that they should have kept. It was 5 times the grain that they bought outside. Naturally, they sold it as seeds. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan originally discussed giving all the money that should have gone to the farmers. For example, if they sold it by caddy, 1 caddy would be dozens of copper coins. However, the farmers had never sold seeds before, and there was no precedent for this calculation. If it was really calculated like this, the farmers' annual harvest would be frightening. Fortunately, the farmers thought of this first. They found a few old men and said that they should just get some grain like before. They knew that all this had something to do with the main family. Without the main family, there wouldn't be such a harvest. They didn't know how the main family did it, but in any case, the land was easy to plant and the yield was high. The main family of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan felt that it was too little to give only the previous harvest, so they forced it on the farmers. At first, the farmers said that they only needed to give twice as much. In the end, the main family gave 5 times as much. Even so, they still took advantage of many farmers. After discussion, they took out a part of it to build houses for the farmers, and also used it to ensure welfare. When night fell, the people who came from Little Luoshui arrived at Tuqiao village. They directly stayed at the restaurant between the clouds and the water. They ordered a lot of dishes, and while eating and drinking, they discussed the next day's price. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan called Steward Zhang over. They taught Steward Zhang about negotiating with the merchants in all aspects, so that he would know what problems he would face. After that, they didn't care anymore. "Xiaobao, if next year is like this year and we continue to plant seeds, do you think we will still have to give the farmers 5 times as much grain?" "I'm a little worried," Wang Wan asked while grinding ink when the two got up to study. Chapter 188. Zhang Xiaobao also stopped flipping through the book and thought about it. This was indeed a problem. They should have a higher income, but the farmers didn't dare to accept it. They didn't care about that little bit of money, but if they kept it at 5 times, what if they really sold the seeds next year? The exploitation of the farmers would be too great. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaobao discussed and said, "We'll build houses for the farmers this year. When they finish their work in the mountains, we'll build houses for them. They also have to make clothes, repair the roads, and invest more in medical care and schools. Maybe they'll feel better." "What about next year? Can you calculate next year's output? After they buy the seeds and go back and realize that the output isn't as high as ours, will they stop buying next year? We have to consider this." Wang Wan reminded him. "Next year? Next year's output should be higher than this year's. As for whether they'll buy or not, I can't think of it. In fact, we can't calculate it like this. Our main family still has to ensure the safety of the farmers. If it were another main family, they would have been dealt with long ago. We also gave the farmers a chance to raise poultry and livestock and help them get the land. These are all the efforts of the main family. This year, someone bought the seeds, so we didn't reduce the rent. If no one buys next year, we can reduce the rent. We don't count on this money to live. I feel that our relationship with the farmers is more like that of a corporation and its employees. In the past, it was a share. Zhang Xiaobao frowned as he analyzed. Wang Wan's eyes lit up as she listened. She said, "That's right. Normally, the share of the employees means that the employees can create more value or use resources to invest. But we don't. The land belongs to us, and the farmers are only responsible for planting it. However, when it comes to income, we contribute the most. Why should we share with them? This way, we'll use the corporation's income to share with the ordinary employees. Due to the influence of history, we can give the farmers better treatment, but they have to meet the requirements." Zhang Xiaobao picked up a pen and wrote 2 words on the paper, share and treatment. He shook his head and put down the pen, saying, "That won't do. They still have one more thing to do, which is to help the main family keep some secrets. They have a lot of things to do. For example, if you wake them up at night, they have to wake up. At that time, we should have given them overtime pay, right? It's not something that can be summed up by a system. What should we do?" In the past, it was easy to solve the problem of low yields, but now it's stuck. We can't give more, we can't give less, and we can't give more. Especially if we give more, will they leave Zhuangzi when they have more savings? What you said is really possible. People always want a better life. For example, if we really give them all the money this time, each family will have a lot of money. They can do some business elsewhere. It doesn't seem to work. The contracts they signed are all death contracts. They weren't like that before, but we made them sign them later. Wang Wan thought about it and shook her head. Zhang Xiaobao put his head on the table and kept muttering, "What should I do? What should I do?" Just as Wang Wan was feeling vexed, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly looked up and said, "I have a way." "What way?" Wang Wan asked. "Tell them to give up on farming and focus on something else. We'll find new farmers and sign new contracts with the new farmers. This way, we'll solve the problem of too much food production and too much value. Our farmers always have some skills, at least we don't have to worry about them. We can assign some people to manage Zhuangzi's affairs and help steward Zhang and steward Wang. Then we can assign some people to open small stores in various places and give them some shares of the stores. Let all of them be small leaders. If we say that it's a group, it's originally just a group of upper and lower management. There is no middle management. Let them be the middle management. We don't have to worry about them not doing a good job. I can guide them, and we can also ask others to help guide them. We can also sign new contracts with them and give them more benefits and higher wages. At the same time, they must have more compensation when they want to leave." Zhang Xiaobao finally solved a problem and said excitedly. Wang Wan listened to him and estimated the population of Zhuangzi. Then she asked, "Can we solve all their jobs? There are a lot of people." "Yes, Little Luoshui is our place. With so many shops, we can solve 200 to 300 people. We can continue to raise the status of Shaohong, pomegranate, and cherries. Except for the secret of the fungus and the hatching, we can divide the rest of the poultry into pieces and let the farmers manage them." County Magistrate Cheng is about to enter the capital. Although the capital is prosperous, it's not all big shops. There are also small shops. Pick a few smart ones and go there to occupy all the industries. They don't need to make much money, but it's okay to lose some money. They don't want to do big business. On the one hand, they can train these people. On the other hand, when County Magistrate Cheng needs help, they can help. In order to live a peaceful life, we can only let others take care of it. Zhang Xiaobao also said these things. This time, Wang Wan didn't find fault with him. She thought about the better life in the future. She thought about the family traveling around, planting fruit trees, and eating their own fruits. After a while, the two of them started to learn. Zhang Wang Clan looked at the room with the lights on outside the courtyard. She found Steward Zhang and talked to him. Then she went to Mr. Zhang's room. Mr. Zhang was also learning, and he was learning even more diligently. He always wanted to get a scholarly rank so that his family could become more powerful. Zhang Wang Clan put a bowl of white fungus soup on the desk. After Mr. Zhang finished writing a few words, she said, "Husband, it's good to drink now. I heard that the 2 exams here are better. When we reach the capital, we need to have a reputation. Husband, why don't you take some time to write something and let people spread it?" Yes, we do need to have a reputation. But knowledge is more important. There's no hurry to spread it. Just give it to Xiao Bao. His business specializes in this kind of thing. Sigh. We have to rely on Madam to manage everything in and out of the house, and we even have to let a child help us. Mr. Zhang was now used to his son's ability. Other things aside, at least the food at home was much better. He didn't dare to eat white fungus and lotus seed soup. Lotus seeds can be bought, but where can one find white fungus? There are many good things in his son's special, cold storage. If he wants to eat beef, he can take it out and eat it. In comparison, it seems that as the head of the family, he was the most incompetent. He was gratified but also sad. He could only wait to get a scholarly rank. Then, the family would be better. The most important thing was that he could show his face in front of the people who looked down on him. Hearing her husband sigh, Zhang Wang Clan smiled and said, "Husband, you don't need to think about this. Those people who are always controlling this and that, aren't they just small businessmen? My husband is very capable. No one in this area can compare to my husband. Even the scholars in the capital can't compare to my husband in my opinion. We can't make it this year. Next year, we will take the exam. If we can't make it, we will take the exam the year after. If we can't make it, we will take the exam the year after. Then, we will be able to go back. Let's not talk about this anymore. Husband, you should drink the soup quickly. When you are tired after reading the book, there is still warm wine over there. I will drink with you. Oh, there are also fresh cucumbers. Depending on when they are planted, they can be eaten until next year. When the land is ripe for planting cucumbers, I will make a plate of dried shredded tofu for you." Zhang Wang Clan comforted her husband. Seeing that her husband was much better than before, she turned around and prepared to go out to make some side dishes to go with the wine. Ciao, Just as Zhang Wang Clan walked to the door, Mr. Zhang suddenly called out. When his wife turned around, he said, "Sorry, I will definitely pass the exam next year." Zhang Wang Clan smiled and didn't say anything. She opened the door and left quietly. Early the next morning, the businessmen from between the clouds and the water restaurant came to Zhangjie Zhuangzi. Steward Zhang was preparing to receive them according to yesterday's agreement when he was suddenly called over by Zhang Xiaobao. "Little Gongzi, what orders do you have?" Steward Zhang didn't know what the little Gongzi wanted to do at this time. "Nothing big. When you go and talk to them later, the price must be set at 75 copper coins per caddy. It can't be less, not the 60 copper coins we talked about yesterday. Wait for them to agree or when they are about to leave. Then you can tell them that it can be cheaper, but it can't be bought with money." After discussing with Wang Wan yesterday, Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was too late to call Steward Zhang. He could only wait until the next day. Steward Zhang had a puzzled expression. "Little Gongzi, you don't want money? Then what do you want?" "I want shops in the capital and in Chang'an. It doesn't need to be too big. I want all of them. When the time comes, we can use the shops to calculate the price. We can give them a lower price. That's it." "Thank you, Steward Zhang." After saying this, Zhang Xiaobao followed Wang Wan out of the door. He called 2 people to accompany him up the mountain. He could see how things were going over there. It was also a good opportunity to train. Steward Zhang's doubts didn't lessen at all. He didn't understand what the little Gongzi wanted to do. Who would take care of the shops in the capital? Could it be that he wanted to make more money? Then he didn't have to go to the capital. With a bellyful of confusion, Steward Zhang invited the businessmen to Between the Clouds and the Water again to discuss. In the future, they would try to prevent others from entering the main house's courtyard. Xiao Bao, why don't you think that Han guy hasn't made his move yet? I don't think he's the kind of person who can endure. Wang Wan held a small stick in her hand and was beating the withered yellow grass at the side. She suddenly remembered that there was someone else's Zhuangzi next to her. She smiled and asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao laughed as well. I'm guessing he's been assigned to do something else by Imperial Nephew. For example, the idea we gave Imperial Nephew. We're all neighbors, so how could we not ask him? I wonder how tired he'll be. Then he should thank us for giving him a chance to train and get close to Imperial Nephew. Wang Wan said sarcastically, you're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.